Hello, hello again. It is time. It is time to finally get this over with. We will. Fuck. Excuse me a second. There. I mean, haha! Just as planned, we will continue to suffer. We will continue to suffer. I didn't clean up after my last. Oh god, don't mind this. No, don't mind this. We have everything under control. We will continue the journey of degeneration. We will continue to learn about the FCK. Shush. Shush, Saint. Shush. Don't mind this. Don't mind that. No, I will not put you back, web user. You have to earn it today. It is not. Shut up. Shut up, all of you. Don't guess like me. Where did I put the chat? Did I? Wait a second. Chat box. There. I'll have everything under control. So let's continue.
2020. Only Jesp as they were now known. Now Renmankins made their own video on Toby Majestic and Toasty Vanilla. I citing my video on Toasty and talking to Teddy the Draws. Just daring to use me as a reference and source upset quite a few people, such as Minty Shit who commented about it. On October 24th, the video was posted.
Now I'm gonna be good today. I believe in you. The chat should be on stream. What the fuck? I have this open. I have this open. Why isn't the chat on stream? Why isn't the chat on there? Wait a second. It just takes a while, probably. It just takes a little bit. Why does it load so long? It's on ADHD mode. Probably. It's loading. I don't know what's going on with that. I will have to check that later. It's on ADHD mode. I'm cool with it, but just a reminder. What do you mean ADHD mode? Why aren't my settings loading? I swear, one time, can it just all go well one time? Maybe if I hide and show it again. Wait. Okay, let me chat box. Add. See, there it is. It's always been there. Always been there. It's not, it's on 1.5. Okay, fine. It was on 1.5, don't lie, Saint. Don't you lie. Great, now we have two chats on screen. Amazing. See, there it is. I got off work early because I got to overnight some pork shop do an ACC pint. What a perfect night!
Allegedly, and pawned.
Hey, hello Scalalog! Welcome to Pain! We will continue. We're at almost 5 hours now. We're over halfway through. We can do it.
Sprocket's Discord server, and Nezzy Monster reacted to it. The FCK was spoken about here, so here is that conversation.
I got bath time. I'm suffering. Let's go, web user. We got wife material. Bruh. I don't care about the Toby parts. I only watched the Toasty segment. And yeah, I'm kinda angry. What happened to the Toasty segment? She... Hello? Go away. She called Toasty a predator and a groomer without proper evidence. Nezzy Monster! It is him, Nezzy Monster. Google. What are you doing? What is this?
Now for some additional context, this is October of 2020, and this is the reaction to Ren's video that
We are now at 2020.
around that time on Toasty Vanilla. This is a full recording, but to break it down for this video, I'll be showing snapshots or screenshots from it, reading the messages, just to slow some things down so that everything can be full.
She's basically siding with Akumu, saying he encouraged minors to look at not safe for work. She even brought your name up. The Pokey Dog. From what I remember, it was that you and others were in their former friend group with Toasty. Used to be friends with him, yeah. Stopped cause of some stuff he did that I didn't agree with and cut him off cause he also mistreated a friend. Was he sending porn to minors or encouraging minors to look at not safe for work? I don't know about that, but I do remember he would send porn as a joke in the friend group and we were all adults. Liar. I see. He did admit to allowing minors in the not safe for work chat though. Well, if it's Akumu's video, that just Jesp is using as the crux of her argument against Toasty, what evidence does Akumu have?
Fully comprehended. A user with the, I'm assuming nickname, wife material links the Only Jasp Toasty Vanilla video.
Oh.
Bruh. I didn't care about the Toby parts.
Yeah,
I only
okay,
watched
I
the
read
Toasty
that.
segment and says, what happened hiding with Akumu came up at Nezzy Monster. From what I remember, it was that minors to look at NSFW. She even brought your name up at Nezzy Monster. From what I remember, it was that you and others were in the former friend group with Toasty.
Yes.
And cut him off because he also mistreated a friend. Was he sending her he would submit to a last video? I don't know if I even want to look at Akumu's video. And
I love that when they do that. You know, a video comes out against someone they know or against them, and they're like, yeah, I didn't even look at the video because it would be so triggering. I couldn't even look. Also, he probably doesn't have anything in there. Just look the fuck at the fucking video.
he tried saying Libby allowed it when he modded for her server, not bringing up that he was fired, and that she said explicitly to not do that. When was he a mod, if I can ask? And when was he fired? I'm trying to piece together the timeline.
Yes, the EU will be a normal reaction during this one, Escal. I fear.
A while ago now, but he was fired for spamming and adding everyone. Libby didn't know about the NSFW stuff till the vid. Right. Scarlet Otaku comes in with his banger of a take. Akumu can't be taken seriously with how he goes about gathering his evidence, as well as his general attitude.
I don't care about his attitude when I see some real evidence, just saying.
I'm frustrated with Jesp's lack of evidence and hateful attitude in the video. She straight calls him a groomer. I don't like the fact Toby is in a video with someone she believes is a groomer because it makes it look like she's involved. She's not friends with him either.
Unfortunately, I'm here. I am now your problem. You are now my problem name. That's okay. And hello, Mercury. Welcome to more suffering. Listen, I started this. I will finish this.
Right with someone isn't the same as calling someone a predator. She even calls him a gaslighter during the Akumu call.
She even called him a gaslighter. God, can you imagine that's even worse than being called a predator?
When no, Toasty was asking for clarification to a question. Yeah, that's another thing that irks me. She's pushed herself into a situation that she knows little to nothing about. Nezzy says Toasty has undeniably done some bad stuff, but I don't think he's a terrible person.
Listen, he might have some bad stuff. He might have jerked it in a VC where minors could have come in at any time and wanted to show some porn in the VC where also minors were in. And he may have shared porn in a server where also minors are in. But he did some bad stuff, but I don't think that makes him a terrible person.
I highly doubt he's a fucking predator of all things. Annoying, sure, but fucking going after minors sexually? Fuck off, Jesp. I remember warning him about sending porn as a joke before I cut him off. There was also the whole Shadman shit. I checked who he's following. Shadman isn't on the list. Not recently, no. Jesp even...
the Shadman stuff, when he really liked Shadman art, and just sending porn as a funny tee-hee. Do you all send porn to friends as a funny tee-hee? On random Discord servers, just asking.
Even says at one point he was a fan, meaning he is not a fan anymore, meaning he does not like Shadman's work.
Yeah, probably because he was asked about it so much, just wondering.
Jesp is poisoning the well. They love not knowing how to use logical fallacies. I'm aware he isn't anymore, but he used to defend it. He doesn't anymore, but yeah. Then again, her whole video is just, the entire water supply is undrinkable, there's too much poison. She's dangling his past mistakes.
Hi, Pimenta, and indeed, no. I'm very proud of you, Pimenta. You don't do this.
Over his head, and it's disgusting. As he says, there's other stuff, but it's not my
not in random servers. Only in the appropriate servers.
Story to tell. I don't think he's a predator, But there is stuff he needs to fix. This video is not the way. I'm very, very
This
frustrated
ain't the way. This wasn't the way, guys.
with her, but I know if I speak to her about it, she's going to have a meltdown and subtweet me. October 27th of 2020, I experienced some technical issues consisting of my entire drive corrupting. So I lost not just the save file of my response to Mad Libs, but a lot of my
Hello, Quantum! Welcome to suffering. You get your teddy bear.
evidence, which delayed my response video. After harsh opinions, Nani and several others came to the rescue for Toby Majestic, this eventually led to the infamous video from Just a Robot with the FCK. Toby drama.
Oh, Just a Robot, my favorite creator. Toby drama featuring Mangaka Man and Fuchsia Butter.
And Fuchsia Butter, uploaded on November 3rd. Fuchsia previously claimed to be done with drama in his public statements and the
How often are people done with drama? Let's be real. No one who ever says they're done with drama is done with drama.
DMs with me, and yet there he was, right back at it. Kind of like when he said he was done with me, only to be in another video about me like an abandoned dog. These people can't even stick to their own fucking words, their promises to their audience. It's one thing to change your mind, it's another to keep saying you're just done with drama and exhausted by it.
The art community, the ACC loves to just pull tipsters on every side. I am done with drama, I will now just talk about anime. But this one drama.
When it doesn't go
just one more, it's like drugs to them.
Your way, and then to put yourself right back in drama when you think you can flip things around. Just a Robot's Toby Majestic video was a very biased mess. No thanks to Fuchsia Butter, who was hellbent on defending anything to-
You said Fuchsia Butter like Fuchsia Butter. Fuchsia Butter. Fuchsia. Yeah, Fuchisa. Gotcha, Fuchisa.
Toby did, along with the fact that the information that Manga Common and Just a Robot used for this video was not only wrong, but was given to them by the name's Junkie. At this point,
what? Just a Robot did something wrong? He would never.
On the timeline, September and October of 2020, I think it's more than fair to ask this question. Where the fuck was Ponder Sprocket? Ponder Sprocket commentaries are meant to demonstrate wrongdoings, contradictions, or dispel false narratives. The same person who said smear campaigns and lying about a minor was bad when it was Slimmers, who milked the Madame situation with several videos in 2020, whether it be the video she made by herself in 2019, the two-part collaboration she did with Nezzy Monster in March of 2020.
YouTube already destroyed one of my messages. What are you writing, name? What are you writing? Yeah, Fuchsia. Don't write fake names, fake words in the chat.
How about the four-part collaboration she did with Darkness Stone on October 6th of 2020? And yes, the same Darkness Stone who was previously reporting my fucking Twitter account. Just another coincidence.
Sounds like a very wholesome person.
From the events that I have detailed you so far.
Here, Fuchisa. It's Fuchisa Butter.
Does this whole thing not reek of what Ponder normally talks about?
I just called Jar, bitch. That's fair. That's very fair.
But she didn't. My response to Mad Libs didn't come out until November 16th of 2020.
User 66. A Year of Slender. Mad Libs Tragedy of the FCK.
A couple of days later, on the 25th, Ms. Easy had a stream titled Playing Mad Father, considering her segment in Mad Libs' video, where she recounted her supposed harassment whilst leaving shit out.
Yeah, of course, they all were harassed by Akumu.
The specifics of that when I cover that video, I decided to pop into the live chat. At an hour and 22 minutes into the stream, I appear. She says something along the lines of being tired of me, and that I was acting like a stalker.
We say Fushu in America. Okay, Fushu Butter. Gotcha. Fushu. Fuchsia Butter.
Repeating what she said in Mad Libs' video.
Akumu made another account just to spam. Yeah, I swear to God, like, I'm so tired.
I really don't know how to say it right in English. Okay, leave me alone.
Of him. He's acting like such a fucking stalker at this point.
Oh God, he's acting like such a fucking stalker. Just ignore him or ban all his account. No, not Fushu. You wrote Fushu. You would Fuchsia.
That I was not.
Oh, Fuchsia or Fuchsia? Fuchsia. Fuchsia. Got it. It's fine, Skille. Fuchsia. I got it now. It's Fuchsia.
Spamming the chat anymore, as I'd rather see her admit her lies. To which
I
she
get
said,
one guide by the entire chat, okay? Oh, Google Translate can do it, okay. Wait. Google Translate. English. Switch. Fujisa. Yeah.
Fuchsia.
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 Fuchsia. Got it. I got it now. I got it.
Lying about what, Akumu?
It isn't spam, but we did momentarily, but we'd rather see you admit your lies. Lying about what, Akumu?
I love how they are all apparently so tired of Akumu, but never stop addressing him.
Actually, you know what? Fine.
Is the smoke detector on in her background?
You caught me. On my Twitter once, I said that black licorice isn't that great. You caught me. I actually don't really like black licorice that much.
2 minutes later, she reads another comment of mine where I clarify my issues with her and her group. This is where she starts to spiral.
Who lost her eye?
Quantum! Thank you. It's like fuchsia butter, but remember not to use it after. Yeah, it's, you know, I still like fuchsia butter. Listen, it do be like that sometimes.
Eyes. You lied about me and my friends, and you tried to manipulate the truth and other creators to defend your friend. The list
Thank
goes
you
on.
very much, Quantum.
I'm not getting anybody to defend my friend. I don't know what the fuck you're talking
You have cheese, chocolate, and coffee. You're so ready. You're more ready than me. I only have my Monster, my water, and my tea.
about. You lied about me and my friends. I'm not lying when I say that you never stop fucking bothering me. That's exactly what you're fucking doing. You try to manipulate the truth. The truth what? The truth that I'm saying about how you're fucking bothering me? You're doing it right the fuck now.
Don't mind the chaos.
Fuck off. Holy shit.
If you're so annoyed at him, just ignore him. Or get your mods to immediately block and kick and ban any accounts of his.
I really fucking love how he does this. Like, oh, you're just lying about me and my friends. I'm not fucking lying when I say that you contact me on multiple
Listen, if you start to get mad, I'm not fucking lying, I'm not fucking lying. I totally believe you that you're not lying.
Is that what you're doing right the fuck now? Holy shit. I'm just trying to find a fucking bucket or something to carry water in. I don't need you.
I'm not fighting a water bottle. I'm fighting Pumpkin to not throw anything. Oh, she's about to cry. It really sounds like it.
Me right now. Holy shit. Is there a way to ban people on YouTube? Trust me.
Yes. Yes, there is. Get a mod.
Guys, that is exactly what I'm doing with his alt accounts. And like I said, exactly how I'm describing it to you. He comes back on multiple fucking accounts to bother me. And yet
then you ban those two, bitch.
Yet somehow it's a fucking lie when I say that you never leave me alone.
God, the fucking...
You want to take a breather, King? Yes. Guys, I don't know if you understand, but I've been dealing with this for over a fucking year.
Hey, thank you, random web user! An offering to the Chaos Gremlin. He will be well fed. He will be well fed. He will get so many tweets. Pumpkin, you ready for them tweets?
Doesn't know how to take a
quite harder, yes.
fucking L.
Because he doesn't know how to take an L. There it is, folks. The art commentary copium. They've had themselves genuinely convinced.
Take the L, dude. Take the L. There's no L to take. Ponda earned hers. My guy, you're lost. You clearly don't know how to take the L. I love it. Akumu likes those.
That it is my L to take. That I lost. And could accept that.
Yeah, we need the coping and seething song in the background for this one. That would be a banger in the background here.
Mob mentality in Yes Men.
After all your points are weak. All your points are weak. Take the L. Incorrect. There's no L for me to take. If you're so sure, you could rip Ponda a new one and her logic can easily be ripped apart. Then shut up about it and either do it or fuck off. There literally are so many L's you should take with your shitty arguments. All of Ponda's video you have given you more than enough L's. They say this while these people are crying on live stream about him.
Have the most bizarre
Akumu showed up for the premiere and the chat went all out on him, mostly by saying Akumu, Akuvu, and all giving him an L. It was very enriching. Also, Sherman got warred. I hate these people. F. Akumu showed up. Funny how Akumu is light and light's enemy's name is L, so take the L.
Effects on people's
L died. Overall, this video was alright and was doing fairly well with what I know about Lena and what has been shared about her. It's the end part that kinda threw it off about the corrections on the larger creators. From my perspective, whether you were addressed directly by them or were handled one way or another, it's not a win or lose situation, but it's more of a logical debate. The debate was won, or at least ended, with Ponder and Nezzy tearing apart the video with evidence. Either way, still an okay video, but could use some improvement on your part with the whole denial and victim wall. But that's whatever at this point. Damn, these 14-year-olds are deep thinkers. Listen, they have so many wrinkles in their brains.
Perspective on reality, completely warping it.
Or at least understand when I say, hey, I'm fucking taken and I don't want you bothering me, alright? Go the fuck
What? I'm taken. Don't bother me.
away. Doesn't understand that.
I have no idea why she kept trying to spin this as if I was remotely attracted to her. She said in the Mad Libs video back in September of 2020 that I was acting like a stalker boyfriend.
See, he and his little friends were sneaking around in my Discord server. I kicked out
He and his little friends, you know?
one of said friends due to allegations of sexual harassment. And
Hope you all been having fun tearing this apart. I hate everyone involved in this FCK bullshit.
no joke, almost immediately, Akumu contacted me and tried to explain to me that his friend did nothing wrong. So, here's the thing. I was pretty tired, and I was also doing something else that was pretty
Guys, I was pretty tired, you know?
important at the moment, so I was not taking him seriously that night. I even got to the point where for 5 straight minutes,
Oh, this is the one, Miss Easy is the one who just started spamming Splatoon memes, I think.
argued with myself over what Splatoon idol is better.
See?
Meanwhile, he kept going on his tangent about how awful me and my friends are. I guess he eventually got tired of me ignoring him and began insulting me. Meanwhile, I was still there fangirling over Callie. I'm honestly so...
Imagine someone tells you about this, how someone in the server got accused of sexual harassment for no reason. And then you're like, hey, I was busy. And then I spammed memes, lol, Ruffle.
amazed that during that whole damn thing, you
Pumpkin.
couldn't take a goddamn hint. Bro, I'm sitting there talking to myself about cute girls and purposely ignoring you.
So I ignored them anyways. I ignored them and started talking about cute girls, guys.
Yet your potato brain convinces you that you're such an intellectual, you felt justified insulting me. Like, seriously? Did it ever just occur to you that maybe—
Yes, if someone acts this stupid while I try to de-escalate a situation, I too would be super annoyed and start to insult you. That is very fair. He should have insulted you more.
just maybe I was messing with you? I swear, never in my life have I encountered someone
Anyway, I started messing with someone and they insulted me, guys. Can you believe it?
so dense. It doesn't even stop there. A few days ago, Akumu tried to contact me again. The conversation itself isn't important. What matters is afterwards.
Ah, the conversation isn't important. Ah, of course.
That night, I was exhausted, and all I wanted to do was play video games with my friend. I was not going to put up with Akumu. So I just deleted our conversation and I kicked him from my server. And then, like an obsessed boyfriend, he messages me on an alt account
Guys, this teenager was like an obsessed boyfriend.
saying something like, "You'll never get rid of me." I did the same thing to that
Yeah, she literally just said, "Ugh, I'm so cheeky."
account, and then he adds me on Twitter, once again, singing the same tune.
You know, I'm going to be around forever. I try to be nice and open with you guys, and you just attempt to hit me. Does that group really have you brainwashed this much?
Akumu, listen to me. I don't know what your damage is, but
You can't take a hint, can you? Kinda ironic, seeing as you still try and rid me. Once I'm there, I'm there. Nothing can change that.
I want nothing to do with you. I don't care about you, and frankly, you're acting
try to rid you? No, I just don't wanna talk or be around you. And you should respect that. Except I did nothing to you. I simply explained to you how your friend got herself in this mess and wants to play victim. What does it matter? I don't want to talk.
Like a stalker. You get so upset at the sheer mention of you. I can't imagine being
If you're gonna talk shit, do it face to face. And you had the opportunity, but couldn't carry the same energy in VC. Keep my name out of your mouth. Otherwise you can get pummeled again.
such a sad fucking individual where you're at a point in your life that you're stalking a bunch of people you hate and watching their
Zizi can be competent for once.
every move on your 70+ accounts.
I never expressed any interest romantically
Mentioning the sub number, I see.
or sexually towards her. My type has never been whiny lying whore.
Name, I fear you simply are too based for YouTube. I can't believe YouTube is silencing you.
Then again, Xena, her friends in the art community, had themselves convinced I was into Madame and simping for her. So maybe that's where she got the idea from.
Use the
God.
flame retardant on your item. Yeah, I got
Even more
it.
coping?
Because I'm fucking stupid. Hold on.
I can believe that.
Can we use this? Yes. Bro, it's been over a year, LMAO. Yeah. Can we throw this? Look inside fireplace. Yes.
Imagine watching your favorite YouTuber playing RPG Maker game, and the whole time they be coping about some teenager in chat.
Alright, guess we'll throw those in there. Can we not throw them in? Huh. Or do we have to
Saint, don't say this. Saint, don't you dare.
do it while looking inside? Yes. There we go. The girl stopped crying. Oh, I guess we have to go out and check on her. Save this. Alright, guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. That's just... I'm so tired. I'm so fucking tired.
I'm
Like,
so
holy-
tired of getting enraged about this person. My chat, I could ban at any moment. This is a deep, easy puzzle, you dumb bitch.
Shit, how hard is it to respect someone's boundaries when they say leave
How
me?
hard is it to respect someone's boundaries? Aw. How hard is it to ban someone from chat?
Alone? It's really not that fucking hard.
She wanted to talk about respecting boundaries. You spammed my comments with
Oops. Oh no, it's the one that made the thing I read very enthusiastically the last time.
degenerate copy pastas the same day your friend uploaded his hit piece. But boundaries, right? But I couldn't learn to take an L. You kept running your fucking mouth, and I told you all to leave it be, or I would just keep going. You specifically were told this on Twitter and in DMs.
Bruh.
Hold on. Akuma, you're still fucking here. This isn't about a
Oh my god. Just play the fucking game.
relationship to a year of bothering you. The ovaries are on. The ovaries are on
It
this
is
one.
indeed the text that explains the origins of Duwu.
I'm only returning to the bullshit you and your friends threw at me. I'm not throwing any bullshit at you, Akumu. Literally,
Again, imagine you know nothing about what's going on, you just want to watch a YouTuber playing on stream and suddenly this happens.
if this is about the Libby video, all I asked is for you to leave me the fuck alone, and you can't respect that.
You can't respect that.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus.
Ban him! If you have such a big problem with that.
God damn it. I'm so fucking tired.
Oh god. Cry harder. I'm so tired of this guy. He's online harassing me.
And holy shit, this isn't about a relationship. I'm fucking kidding, Akuma, but you know how to take a joke.
Bruh.
Block them. Trust me, guys, I am. I'm blocking him from my account. I'm blocking him from this chat. And like I said, they get on their multiple fucking accounts to ignore me.
Now, because of this hysterical
They go on multiple accounts to ignore me? What?
fucking tantrum, she ended her live stream just 5 minutes later, telling me to fuck off. This is where we make our way into 2021, starting
Her eyes are dry as sand.
off on January 5th. Name's Junkie, with the help of someone named Phantom Heart, put together a video on the Toby drama, in which he sought to be
Her name is out for violence. I wanted them to be unable to make art again due to breaking their hands. Based. Toby drama analysis. Yeah, relate.
fair to all parties involved, to detail all grievances, and whether he did or didn't is very debatable. However, Junkie and Phantom went around doing interviews with people about it, one of which was Toasty Vanilla, and the interview is rather damning. And I have the entire thing. It too will be re-uploaded and within the playlist below. Considering it's 2 to 3 hours, it was of course clipped and cut down.
The whole Toasty interview? Might look at this at a later
Video,
point.
January 22nd, 2021. Nezzy Monster released a twit-longer apology. So drama from a couple of months ago that I do need to clarify. A couple of months ago, I apologized for not handling a situation correctly.
Aw.
I banned someone for sending a shirtless photo to another individual without permission. I reacted hastily. I undeniably panicked and warned the server. Someone then came to me saying that I was falsely accusing
Someone! They are so scared to say his name. His name might be a name of power and they might summon him. Akumo is literally the monster under the bed at this point.
friend and proceeded to send me screenshots that were not related to the situation and in fact from months before. They decided to wait and make a video showing the screenshot proving otherwise instead of showing me then and there to clear the air and rectify the situation. I let them talk and they decided to withhold information for some kind of gotcha moment. However, I am still at fault. I should have calmed down and properly looked at the situation. I've already apologized for how I handled the situation before knowing this, but I want to apologize again. I did not intend for this to happen, nor did I have any malicious intent. I apologize to the
course not.
individual I banned and causing panic in my server. It will not happen again. Have a nice day. Perhaps you've already caught the plethora of issues.
Oh no! Quantum bye! Akumo was Cybersmith, put worse to these people, yes. I sent Duru to some IRL friends that know about commentary. Results were what the fuck, and how do I get that minute of my life back? I feel happy for cursing them. Thank you, Quantum. This is how I wish the clip to be used. Cursing people who have no idea. I love that. God damn it.
With this twit longer, but I'll break it down. The first problem with this twit longer is that nowhere in it does she state that she accused Person A, that she accused this guy of sexual harassment. She says that she banned him and announced it and warned the server, but she does not clarify what she specifically said that he did, which was apparently that he had sexually harassed a member of the server. She does not state that she accused him of that, and she does not apologize for falsely accusing him. No, she instead apologized
Probably the Duru clip. The uwu.
for the fact that she banned him and acted hastily and didn't properly look at the situation. Almost as if she's trying to tiptoe around what she did and avoid people connecting the dots on what I'm accusing her of and what she did with this apology for what she apparently did. But if I accuse her of that, well, then it's a bad faith assumption. A couple of months ago, I apologized for not handling a situation correctly. She never apologized. She didn't even fully retract the claim, let alone admit she was even wrong. Nezzy Monster claiming that she apologized months prior is a complete fucking lie. She's just whipping the shit up, saying it, so it looks like she actually apologized for it. Because
Listen, if I claim I apologized, it's almost like I actually apologized.
I have everything. The August 25th announcement, the day after she falsely accused Person A of sexual harassment, she didn't say she was sorry, she didn't apologize, she didn't use any of those words. She doesn't even clarify that she falsely accused him of sexual harassment in the announcement. No, what she does is, she clarifies that he's not evil, but she won't be tolerating his behavior, and not to attack him
Listen, I'm all for Quantum to get something out of her money. Always here to serve.
because he's underage. That's not an apology. So where is this mystical apology? Because it wasn't on her Twitter account, wasn't on her YouTube. She proceeded to allow Toby in the live stream on September 16th to claim that I was falsely accusing her of making false accusations.
No, it's no allegations. It's just somebody who's trying to currently ruin Nezzy's life by doxing her. So ignore him, please, guys. Thank you.
They almost all sound the same.
on.
It's rewind time.
And then she gave 6 screenshots out of the 16 that I gave her to Mad Libs, so Mad Libs could say that I was falsely accusing her of making false accusations.
Now we're going to move on to Nezzy Monster. Now, she didn't actually want to be in this video in person, but I'm still going to be talking about her experience with this kid regardless.
Listen, I will talk about your experience. Stand back, milady. I am here donning my armor, my shining armor, for milady.
Because it's probably the worst of them all. Now, obviously, this all started when
Or
she
even has the hands on the hips pose.
released a 2-hour collab ripping his Slimmer's video and harassment of her to absolute shreds. And he, of course, responded to the video in both a comment.
God damn it. Wait, you made a video on drama that's been dead for almost 3 months? Jesus! Well, time to get to work. Wait, and a part 2? Both response being movie length over drama being dead for almost 3 months? I'm the obsessive one? I'll get to work. Literally making them more paranoid. I love the mind games. I respect the mind games.
Hastily made video that came out about a week after there. After that, it was apparently all well and good. He only DM'd Nezzy a couple times to ask how is that L, as she's told me in voice chats. These conversations have since been deleted because she's blocked him because she no longer wants to deal with his harassment. He also probably bugged her on his old Twitter accounts, but those accounts have been suspended because he breaks the rules all the time. While all that may have been deleted, I'm sure it was just typical Akumu spamming. What hasn't been deleted, however, is his most recent little tantrum he's throwing at Nezzy, one that has been going on for a...
Imagine if you didn't make false allegation against a minor. Imagine not giving your friends a bias for sick shit when you happily try and get on someone else's case. Yo, any more false accusations you wanna spread?
About a month now. And guess what he's doing now? That's right. Spreading false allegations. And what false allegations is he spreading about Nezzy? That she spreads false allegations. Allow me to explain. About a month ago, somebody in Nezzy's server made another user uncomfortable by sending inappropriate photos to them. This first announcement has been deleted because she
Imagine making such a big drama of 2 teenagers having a weird interaction. Or awkward flirting and then the other one being uncomfortable with it later. God damn it.
To update the announcement later, which I will show. Now, these images were not pornographic, and she specifies this, but the user did send inappropriate topless photos of himself to another member of the server.
So that Mad Libs could double down
to
on
a
sexual
member
harassment.
who asked to see it.
So at what point did she previously apologize? Because nothing was said about it after in October, November, or December. I banned someone for sending a shirtless photo to another individual without permission. If she's admitting to being wrong, why is she still phrasing it as though he didn't have permission to send the photo? That's a little odd. I reacted hastily. I undeniably panicked and warned the server. Someone then came to me saying that I was falsely accusing his friend and proceeded to send me screenshots that were not related to the situation, and in fact from months before. She's referring to yours truly. And the reason these screenshots were—
Yeah, the screenshots were from months before, because that's when they started talking and were seemingly comfortable with each other.
From months before was because the very incident where the shirtless photo was sent to another individual, that incident happened in June, she learned of it in August and banned him in August. Obviously, if I'm going to send you screenshots that are in relation to the event, they're going to be from months before. You fucking idiot. They decided to wait and make a video showing the screenshot proving otherwise, instead of showing me then and there to clear the air and rectify the situation. I let them talk.
Yeah, honestly, his pettiness is something we can all learn from. Like, this went over 5 years, and he stayed strong.
And they decided to withhold information for some kind of gotcha moment. Here's the kicker, folks, and this is where Nezzy just shot herself in the fucking face. She said that I decided to wait and make a video showing the screenshot proving otherwise. And the video that she's referring to—
Now Pimenta is getting censored. What are you all writing that you get censored? What are you all doing?
is my response to Mad Libs, and particularly the segment responding to the Nezzy Monster segment, where the false sexual harassment accusation was peddled once again. And here's a little fun fact, by the way. All 16 screenshots that I sent Nezzy Monster in our DMs on August 24th, I used in my video, responding to Mad Libs. All 16 of them, not a single one less. If the screenshot in that video disproved it, that would be the same exact screenshot that's in our fucking DMs.
Okay, I now leveled the moderation down a tiny bit. Kids, you better behave. My adult minors.
Screenshot where Teddy told person A to send here, which anyone can go fucking look back and see.
You either get censored or you can't comment for 24 hours like me. Damn, Chris, I'm so sorry.
It's right there in our DMs. I should have calmed down and properly looked at the situation. I have apologized.
Me too. I was just trying to join in and send porn via YouTube chat. Can't do anything nowadays. Listen, I made the automatic chat moderation less soy now. You better behave, y'all.
Apologize for how I handled the situation before.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you.
or knowing this, but I want to apologize again. I did not intend for this to happen, nor did I have any malicious intent. If you didn't intend for it to happen, why did you refuse to admit to being
Yes,
wrong?
I had censorship on, okay? I'm scared of you all. I know what happens when I give you guys the pinky finger. You will bite off the entire arm.
I took this to Twitter. You all said that it was harassment because I was accusing you of what you did publicly. I had another conversation with you in your server, Nezzy, and you still refused to admit to being wrong. That was the same day that you were on the live stream with Toby, where Toby was denying that you were making false accusations. So if you knew it was false and that you made false accusations, why were you denying it September 16th? Why were you allowing Toby to deny it on your behalf on that live stream? If you knew that you were wrong then, and you apologized for what you did then, why did you allow Toby to say that
Listen, I and my friends who did even worse shit said I did nothing wrong, so it's fine.
was falsely accusing you of making false accusations, and why did you allow Mad Libs, in the video that she made, in the segment defending you, to say that exact same thing? Your story's not adding up here. Accusing someone of something that you know is false and refusing to admit you're wrong is malicious. But because the SEC had this cope of, well, if I just say I didn't have any malicious intent, you can't say I had malicious intent, because you don't.
Name, you are the one I'm scared of the most. Damn it, just say one N-word and yeah, I can say that. Exactly, Chris. Exactly. What have I unleashed now? What have I unleashed?
Don't know my intent. Actions speak louder than words. I apologize to the individual I banned for causing panic in my server. It will not happen again. Have a nice day. Nezzy had person A blocked. He would have never seen this tweet longer.
So she didn't even actually apologize. She had the person blocked. Amazing. Listen, you know, I did something terrible to Saint, but I totally apologized. Not to him personally, but I will now claim I apologized.
Had I not shown him. She didn't have me blocked. That's the kicker. As mentioned previously, Nezzy Monster sent 6 screenshots to Mad Libs, and 2 of them wound up in Mad Libs' video. But none of them were the screenshot of Teddy telling person A to send the photo, proving that it was
crazy
Nezzy
how
Monster
this
who withheld
happens.
the screenshot from Mad Libs, which is just ironic considering Nezzy claimed in that twit longer that I withheld it from her. That's not all, folks, because Omega Slime, who used to be an FCK member, replied to Nezzy Monster with this. But you didn't apologize to him, though. I literally just did. That was the whole point of this.
What? They silenced the black man on Black History Month? Oh no, Black History Month is over. It's fine. It's fine again. Hello, Tusky. Pumpkin, what are you doing? The cat is going crazy again. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. Stop being a whiny bitch about it.
I did it multiple times. I would have apologized sooner if I didn't have information literally withheld from me. So here she is
Listen,
repeating.
Saint, it only happened once. I have now apologized. I have now claimed I apologized. Come on.
The same thing that she said in the twit longer. You mean this information you got months ago? You're blatantly just lying at this point. Plus, you have person A blocked. If you really wanted to apologize, you would have unblocked him so he would have seen this. And in his Twitter reply, he has
Pumpkin!
recorded that I
Oh
gave him
God, what are you
me
doing?
Nezzy Monster's DMs. So what?
Pumpkin! What are you doing? Why are you like this?
Nezzy Monster say in response to a literal top to bottom, or bottom to top technically, recording of our
Pumpkin unplugged his computer. I will send you a kilogram of... No. Why? Why, lame? Why are you like this?
DMs. 1, I have him blocked because he was sent to stalk me, as Akumu literally admitted. 2, I got a crop screenshot saying, send here, and that's it. The situation is done. I fucked up, and I admit that. I have apologized publicly. We're done here. At no point...
Hello, Nintendo Mail. Welcome to part 3 of Suffering. I mean part 2. Totally part 2.
I ever say, claim, or admit that I sent person A to stalk Nezzy Monster. Are you seeing the early reoccurring theme here? It's either I'm stalking Nezzy Monster, or I'm one of her stalkers, or I'm sending people out to
Listen,
stalk
everyone is just stalking her. It's crazy how this happens.
her. The perpetual victimhood is never ending. And this was just in 2020 and 2021. And then her claiming that she only got a cropped screenshot that said send here and that was it. That's a fucking lie. That's a lie that she can see in the recording that she's replying to. Nowhere in that recording do I admit to sending person A to stalk her. Just throwing claims out there with no proof or contradicting a fucking recording that was just given to her just to keep supporting the lie that she's trying to peddle to the public. But if I accuse her of lying, it's a bad faith assumption. Shortly
Of
after
course
Nezzy
it is.
Mad Libs uploaded a mistake
Bad
in my
faith.
Akumu video.
Out of
Considering
context.
how short it is, I'll play
Tip
the whole
should.
thing.
Hey guys, it's Madlibs again. I'm really sorry about all the fucking downer uploads lately, but this is something that I feel needs to be addressed. Recently...
Not the downer uploads, bruh. Bruh, You did indeed. She does this to torment us further. Always.
Somebody came to me with concerns about a segment in that video I made about Akumu. They sent me a screenshot which proved that I made
Now
a
it's
huge
officially part 3. I totally did not just change the thumbnail.
mistake in the Nezzy Monster segment.
It's been
there was
part 3 from the very beginning.
a screenshot that proved that the person in question, whose name I censored in the video and whose name I'm still not going to say directly, did ask before sending the
Yeah, something about this video format looks like someone... Did someone die in this room? Did someone get murdered? Why is the camera at this weird pile of things?
shirtless photo of himself. I had
Also, that's a huge lamp.
never seen this screenshot. No one ever sent it to me.
I want to know what is that
If
book
I had
or DVD there? What is
seen
this?
it, I would not have included that segment in the video at all, or I would have heavily rewritten it. The girl who this happened to has been talked to.
Why are you recording this video? Couldn't you have just made a little funny thing in the background?
And she says that she was still made uncomfortable, and I'm not trying to say that her feelings are invalid. If she was uncomfortable, she was uncomfortable.
Her
However,
feelings are valid.
since the way that I wrote the segment was heavily reliant on the misinformation that the person did not ask,
Exactly, it feels like if she just pans a little bit to the side, there will be a corpse.
I feel like it would be wrong to keep
The
it in.
heavy the little shakes she does, she's still breathing heavy from the murder she just committed.
Because it is spreading misinformation. I was going to wait until my video where I come back to talk
Most phones literally have a recorder, like an audio recording thing. What are you talking about? How can you be too stupid to this?
about this. I was going to have a segment at the end where I apologize for
Yes,
all
everyone, please don't forget to like the stream for more the stream for more suffering.
mistakes that I've made regarding current and past dramas. But Akumu has been making videos claiming that I'm cut it out because I'm trying to hide it and trying to act like nothing ever happened. Completely ignoring the fact that there is a pinned comment on the Akumu video acknowledging and apologizing for my mistake, but I can understand how that can come off as me trying to hide it. So I wanted to say it in a video.
I made one comment on our video, it's fair now.
I made a huge mistake. I did not look as deeply into the situation as I should have. I acknowledge that mistake, and I apologize. I'm not going to say the person's name because, again, I censored it before and I don't want to put his name out there all of a sudden. But since I'm sure he's going to be watching this, I'm very sorry that I ran
Oh, now she apologized.
with misinformation. And I'm very sorry that I put that out there. And I just... Ugh, this whole thing's been a mess. Anyway, I felt like it was only appropriate to address this in an actual video instead of like a post
Yeah, this video is creepy. Just saying. Maybe a better video would have been cool for that.
or something. So yeah, there was a big mistake there. I have cut it out
How
of the
many hands are in that cooler? Too many.
video, not because I'm trying to hide it, but because I felt like it would be wrong to just keep that in the video when I know that it's wrong, because new people who come to the video aren't going to see the pinned comment all the time. So I just want to put this there,
Nah, you just noticed this now.
cut it out of the video, and take control of the big misstep that I made. Once again, to the person that I accidentally spread misinformation about, and I'm not saying accidentally because, oh, it was an accident, don't get mad at me. It was a fucked up mistake that I made. So to that person, I am sorry.
So
Mad
brave.
Libs had then removed the Nezzy Monster segment from her video, and I, at the time, in 2021, believed that Mad Libs had knowingly made the false claim, and was just trying to hide it or cover it up. So I did accuse her of that in a couple of videos. That accusation was false. Mad Libs was just misled by Nezzy Monster. That doesn't vindicate the rest of the other issues with her video from September of 2020, and trust me, I'll
Oh god, Pumpkin has the zoomies. Pumpkin! Pumpkin, please. Can you sit still for like a little bit? Thank you.
be getting into them in a separate video, but it was still misinformation that I put out. My fuck up. Overall, there were quite a few events in 2021 that aligned the stars for what you're watching right now. 2021 was the same year that I kept mentioning the possibility of me making a retrospective series on the FCK and what really took place in 2019 and 2020. Only if the art and slideshow communities, because they're totally so different, and their
Oh
audience...
yeah, they're completely different. What's wrong with you? The art, the ACC, the art slideshow, the animation, commentary, community, everything. They are all very different indeed.
kept pushing the narrative from the FCK and Co. That was the prerequisite for me to make this series. If they left it be and actually moved on from the situation like they had constantly told me to, I wouldn't make it. They did not move on, and I'd like to show you just a few examples of that. February of 2021, specifically on the 9th, there was a group chat comprised of several people. The priority names are Communist Creeper, Call Me Neil, Lovely Lena, and Carmen Rider. Now, the earliest mention of me is actually from Carmen Rider, who said, "So, Fry told me that
Not
Akumu was
Carmen
giving you
Rider.
problems, question mark." And Lena said yes. He showed me a comment from your video, because I commented on Lena's video. Carmen then says, "I know about Akumu from Madlibs' video, so I'm aware of his antics. Is he doing anything else to harass you?" "No, but I fear that he'll likely dox me." "Alright, well if he
I
does..."
literally have the orange lightning running behind me, I swear to God. He's jumping up the shelves to the window and then back over the shelves to the door and back out to the darkness of the hallway. And then I don't know where he disappears to, and in 2 minutes he will come running back.
Does bother you / dox you, you can let me know. I'm not going to be afraid to bring him to light. He may be a doxer, but if I remember correctly, he's a kid, and I'm not going to let some kid ruin
Oh,
people's
suddenly they remember he's a kid. Of course, suddenly they remember.
lives. Thank you so much, Carmen. You're welcome. I'm glad.
Imagine the little shed figure on her lap as Kermit the Frog. No. Quantum will become Kermit.
For joining my side. I will be away from my PC at 1 p.m. CST, and a bit after, but if something happens with Akumu or Luke, just let me know. If there was something that I've done, I would admit to it. It's one thing for Luke to get himself into petty drama. It's another thing for Akumu to dox people over said drama. Yeah, I know that, and I don't have any money for a VPN. I have $84 in my account. I know there are
have
ways
no
to get
money
a cracked
for a
VPN, but either
VPN.
way, we can't have him getting involved. What sickens me is that, ironically enough, Akumu used to be a fan of Jar, one of the people Luke threw under.
Akumu L.
Bus. Akumu even harassed him and doxed him too. So apparently, I also harassed and doxed just a robot. Wait, so if I'm getting this correctly, Akumu harassed Doodletones over something related to Jar, which is funny since Jar most likely doesn't even care about Doodletones anymore, but then he doxed Jar as well? How does that even make sense? I do remember that someone did attempt to dox Jar over the drama with Timos Boss, but I don't know if it was Akumu or not. It's possibly Akumu. Probably.
Now they're even schizo theory crafting. Well, someone tried to dox Jar. You know what? Probably Akumu. My bike was stolen? Probably Akumu. Anything bad ever happened in my life? Probably Akumu.
Basically, they were trying to show his real face, when in reality they showed the old channel owner's face. The person who doesn't even mind their face being shown. I can't believe this man is still going. That's actually funny, but sad. Oh, and that as well. Part of me wants to laugh at how ironic it is, but another part of me knows how sad and pathetic it is. Conversation continues on a little bit about some shit that I don't care about, nor do I even remember what it was about. Fry then says, if he doxes me, I'm going to beat the shit out of him. And Lena says, if he doxes all of us, then guess who we're gonna get?
He will dox all of us. He didn't even dox anyone, and they're like, he will dox all of us. If he doxes me, I swear to God.
Fry says, and
My house burnt down? Definitely Akumu.
reporting to the authorities. That I can probably do, but I can't really sue him
Or I
since
will go to the authorities, and then we will go to prison. And then you know what they do with people like him in prison.
lack of funding. Plus, I'm not gonna sue a teenager. Either
Oh,
way,
now they remember again he's a teenager. Fuck.
if his parents catch on to his doxing and shit, then he's probably not gonna see a cell phone
His parents probably don't even know what doxing is.
until he's 35. Oh my god.
Oh my god, he will stay with his parents until 35?
I said, guess who we're going to report Akumu to? Well, the authorities, of course. Well, the first person is just a robot.
Guess who we're reporting Akumu to? Well, the authorities, of course. Well, the first person is, of course, just a robot. Oh, how times have changed. How times have changed.
Oh, him too. And then after that, we get him into a Discord call with Akumu, and then tell him to call the cops on himself. That way he'll be arrested.
Oh god, they wanted to do one of the Senate calls with him. Yeah, we get him into a Discord call and tell him to call the cops on himself. He will literally do that.
However, we must find out where he lives. If we do find that out, we should
Now they want to dox him to avoid him doxing them, even though he hasn't doxed anyone yet. What?
should probably keep it between us and law enforcement. He may be an asshole, but I doubt his parents deserve the harassment from a potential dox. Has he made any threats to you,
What?
Lena? Well, that's helpful. No. Considering he's doxed people before,
Has he made any threats towards you? No.
probably wouldn't be so open about it. Or how did you have any word of this video? He didn't upload the video yet, and he didn't say anything recently to me. Like, how did you know he was making one? Fly Die Sky told me because she's a detective of him and a friend
Of
of
course.
Doodletown's. Do you know how long it's going to be or any other info? No, I don't know how long it is, nor do I have...
He even... Okay, Carmen, Josh doesn't want to get into it. He even said he loves me, and I think I have a feeling that he has a crush on me. Who's Josh?
any information on the situation because the doxing claim that the FCK peddler,
Yeah, imprison him preemptively, you know, call the police. This teenager wanted to dox me. You know? Put him in prison. Put him in prison.
Ponder Nezzy and Madlibs' videos, Carmen and Lena were gleefully imagining me getting arrested and beat by the police in front of my family for doxing. For context, they, mostly Lena, were pushing Call Me Nil to make a video on me, whilst telling Nil I might dox him because of it. That if I were to dox Lena or Nil, they could...
Yeah, Akumu, if I remember, is 14 and he doxes people. I thought he's 17. So this person thought Akumu was 14 and wanted to call the police on the fucking someone who they think is 14 years old. God, these people are pathetic.
could just call the cops. That my mom would give me a whooping when the cop gets there. Okay,
Yeah, well, I can't take him to court, but his mom is sure as hell gonna give him a whooping when the cops get there. What? Nowadays, nobody really knows the definition of accountability. It's crazy. Oh, if the mom allows this shit, both her and him get an ass whooping from the cops. Now they imagine his mom getting beat by the cops. God, I'm just picturing it in my head, and it's fucking hilarious. Imagine beefing with someone who you think is 14 years old. Like, I think he was 17 at the time, but this person, Carmen, might have thought he was 14. That's crazy.
editing me here because I just now noticed what Lena said at the top of this screenshot.
Carmen even told me that if he ever tries to dox you or anybody, like your parents or friends, call the cops.
Carmen even told me that if he ever tries to dox you or anybody like your parents or friends, call the cops. This was said in the group chat after Lena was on stream with Sin and Carmen, where Carmen, while drunk, was running his mouth about me. So I believe that there is possibly some credibility here. It is Lena, and anything she says should be taken with a massive grain of salt. But it was said right after.
I would kill to know how they all were at the time, yeah. The crazy part is most of the people who are involved, like as far as I know, the big ones at least were all adults. So it's just crazy.
After being on a stream with Carmen where he was running his mouth about me, so it wouldn't shock me if he did say this. Nowadays, nobody really knows the definition of accountability. It's crazy. There it is. The art and slideshow community's favorite fucking word. Or if the mom allows this shit, both her and him get an ass whooping from the cops. God, I'm just picturing it in my head and it's fucking hilarious. Lamau. Score one for me. Just a kid and his mom being pummeled by batons or getting dragged in two separate patrol cars. I would grab my popcorn for that. Me too. Just a lovely sight I would watch for sure. I would even record it too. This was all because lovely Lena thought I would dox her or Nil. Just
because they thought he would dox. What? These people are crazy. I know. Big reveal. They're all crazy.
Ponder the fucking fruitcake cocks. But Akumu, do you have proof of that? You can't blame them without proof. The same day they said this shit about me getting beat by the cops and arrested in this little group chat of theirs, I got into a comment slap fight with love.
There's the guy who didn't watch the video and has a long history of harassing. Oh, will he read it?
Where she specifically brought up Madlibs and Ponder's videos.
Fuck damn it. No, of course, this one he won't read. God damn it.
Got into a comment slap fight.
Says the guy who didn't watch the video and has a long history of harassing Madlibs, Junkie, Miss Zizi, Butter, Stoodletone, Slumber, and Nezzy Monster. I know who you are. I've seen you. All thanks to Ponder's Pocket and Madlibs. If you ever make a video on this, I would be glad to respond.
With lovely Lena, where she specifically brought up Madlibs and Ponder's videos. On the 13th, someone on Twitter told Nil that Akumu has tried to dox a minor before by asking someone to do the doxing for him.
You mean while he also is a minor?
And of course, linking part 1 of Ponder Sprocket and Nezzy Monster's fucking
Of
collab.
course.
February 21st of 2021. Carmen Ryder shared Mad Libs' A Year of Harassment and Accusations
Just letting everyone know, if you see anyone related to Akumu or Akumu himself on an alt on my channel, please let me know so I can report and block him. If you want more info on him, watch this video.
and the announcements of his Discord server. So yes, this absolutely was a direct result of the lies and false accusations that Ponder, Nezzy Monster, and Mad Libs propagated about me. Some will say, but that's Lena and Carmen Ryder, the community doesn't like them, as a means of avoiding my point, especially when it comes to the delusional sense of internet justice. Lena was all over the place and originally liked by the majority. She was even one of the people who reacted to Nezzy Monster's announcement about Person A. Details matter, folks. Details matter. The point is, Carmen, Lena, and this group chat are just a few examples out of the many from what I've had to deal with as a result of this community smear campaign.
Imagine having to deal with all these psychotic, mostly adults, as a teenager, and to winning in the end.
Fear-mongering their own community about some mean
You must feel so good right now.
16-year-old. It was February 28th of 2021 that the name's Junkie took to Twitter to complain about Rin, who was going by the name of Jesp at the time. He was accusing Rin of doxing.
Oh
How?
no.
Because, quote, you leaked the actual funeral home that's holding the burial and cremating the body. How did Ren leak this? By showing information from the public GoFundMe page to do with the situation that Ren was
How dare them? How dare them show the public GoFundMe page?
discussing. So Ren is at fault for sharing it in a video, not because it was publicly listed on the page to begin with. Mind you, Junkie himself also shared this information publicly, yet Rin doing it was a problem for him. Another
Yes, of
rules
course.
for thee, but not for me. How many have you counted so far? How about August 27th of 2021?
Too many to count. Akumu really out here thinking he's something special. It's a paria shit for me. What is paria shit for me? It's corny. Cause the reason people don't like him is his own fault. That's why he's an outcasted. He will never be able to understand why and will simply feed his own ego. It will only be everyone else who is the problem and not himself. Just like all of you.
Kai Weiss and a couple of the art audience were mocking me for having the Twitter username of Pariah. Pariah means
Oh,
outcast.
Pariah.
A friend of mine named Vera made the point that
Whoop.
I was in fact outcasted by the community, to which someone else by the name of Lindata, or Linlins as he now goes by.
Oh, Lin. I know the name Lin. As I said, if someone responds to being called out for being transphobic with "I won't bow to your ideology," he is outcasted. But given how he labels himself as a pariah, his desperate attempt to play the victim card, he got what he deserves. Okay, while I do not agree with his ideology, what you call it, or politics, when it comes to that, if someone shows me good proof that there's child endangerment going on, like literally people showing porn to minors and jerking it in the VC in a Discord full of minors, I'm sorry, I will take a look at that.
Ex-SEC member, big shock as you'll see, replied with this. As I said, if someone responds to being called out for being transphobic with "I won't bow to your ideology," he is outcasted. But given how he labels himself a pariah in a desperate attempt to play the victim card, he got what he deserved. Bitch, you got outcasted
yes.
for a good reason. Transphobes are not people. Simple. Going on about how transphobes have no right to be more than property. You know, if I really, really wanted to be as pathetic as you people, I could pull the identity politics card. How dare you tell someone with African American descent that they have no right to be more than property? Who's the biggest?
On Black History Month, no less.
Now. But unlike you people, I don't base my entire personality around some specific attribute of what gender I think I am, I tell myself in the mirror, or what race I am. Point is, he was throwing a tantrum over my refusal to use preferred pronouns, and then compared me to fucking Elliot Rodgers.
Yes. Saint, you say it's such pretty words. I do not agree with his disregard of people's identity or sexuality, but this whole thing with the FCK has nothing to do with this.
And that I was an incel with, quote, "ashes cum stain on my nose," referring to Madame or Princess Ash. which in and of itself is contradictory. How am I involuntarily celibate if I'm engaging in sexual activities? It's not supposed to make sense or be coherent, because it wasn't coherent. It was unbridled seething, because I took pride in being the outcast. I enjoyed not...
Yeah, but also it's something where Kumu has a plus point for me, because he showed, especially in the beginning, he showed his own mistake. That's something that many people won't do. He showed his own misdemeanor, you could say, or him doing stuff wrong. But he showed it nonetheless because it's still part of the story.
Fitting in and not seeking this crowd's approval, and because I didn't placate to their beliefs in copium. Tantrums over pronouns and my refusal to participate in the...
Yeah, it's up to him to respect or disrespect people, and it's up to people how to react to that, yeah. And like I said, don't agree with it in general, but I think this whole thing is more important than just his personal politics with this, regarding gender.
Preferred pronoun charade has been a reoccurring thing and will continue.
So I will not make it a big point just because now it came up. Just wanted to make this very clear.
To be as we go through this. September 2nd of 2021. Holy Majesty and Kai were arguing with Sin, to which Majesty replied, "The daycare called Sin. They said they forgot your diaper." So naturally, I told Majesty to hit up Doodle Tones for that he made a mistake in. Majesty
Diaper Tones mentioned. Hit up Doodle Tones for that. You could have the wrong person. I don't know, man. The amount of shit I smell for you says you need one. Well, I didn't make the tweet longer with the delusion of thick skin, Lamar. But you tell yourself that. Well, I didn't make a video in the style of 2016-2017 commentary with the delusion that my points were valid and still up to par with current worldviews.
Fox replied, and that turned into a spat between me and Majesty before someone by the name of Fegos joined in. I replied to Majesty with, "You're denying the circle jerk argument. You want to tell me the CC isn't one big circle jerk, especially behind the scenes. If you think it isn't, either ignorance is bliss or you're delusional."
Kumu was just slightly less cringy, even though he laughed as Light from Death Note. Listen, he will never forget laughing as Light.
Not to worry, a ball-buster of a project, it's on its way. All will be aired. You're borderline delusional if you think that I'm doing some kind of hanky-panky...
ball-buster. A ball-buster even.
Hokey-pokey bullshit behind the scenes, especially considering that very little has happened as of recent. If you're gonna report on anything, report on something that has actual value, not the commentary community. If you think there's
something that's actually of value, not about, the server with minors in it.
Something criminal that the entire commentary community has been doing, be my guest and talk about it. But if it...
Yeah, like I said, if these people... It would have been so funny, because these people could have just ignored it, don't take his name into their mouths, but because they had to continue to poke the bear. It only got worse for them.
Turns out a nothing burger like half of your videos, I'd suggest turning your attention towards helping your IRL communities, or something like that. Because after all, the best burn you have on any of us is that half of us are terminally online, using our time to make vapid videos arguing with each other. That is literally all it's been since the start, and pretending there's more than that is a delusional mindset, born out of a mentality that all must be uncovered. There's really not much aside from the spare 3 or 4 accusations with potential legal repercussions, but that is literally all that I'm aware of, and I've been around for a while. Keep playing detective.
Can we take away their human rights? I fear that's not legal. I'm very sorry.
I never said it's only this community. How many times are you going to suggest something to respond to? I said there are major issues in this community and a recipe for a lot of things that unfold within it. And it's not just a handful of people. It's among the masses. You sound like...
You see, Repuser, you're wiser than all of the people involved here. Than all of the people who tried to get rid of Akumu.
A conspiratorial nut on the radio. It's not as much among the masses as you think, my dude. It's got its pockets with people doing different things. Some better, some worse. That's all that exists. Blanketing the entire commentary community under one slew of fodder doesn't help. I said, not really a conspiracy when I've spent the last few months building an evidence galore of it, but do you have time to come on a stream today? We can exchange ideals and I'll show you what I mean. To which Fego said, depends on what time. I'll be busy later in the day. And I said, when are you available? Any time from now to say 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I said, how does 2:30 sound? Sounds good. And Boxafox actually replied to Fegos, because they were friends, and said, hey, let me know when the stream happens so I can listen at work. I need a good try not to laugh challenge in my cubicle.
God, no, someone is willing to listen to him, and they immediately, let me know and I will listen in so I can laugh.
I wonder, are you laughing now? And Fegos then replied,
I feel like they are not laughing anymore. I have a strong feeling they are not laughing as hard anymore.
Again, actually, I'd be busy around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I said, so is 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time good for you? And Fegos then replied, maybe an hour earlier. We then added each other on Discord, and I set up the live stream and the call that I held on stream.
Oops. Let me. A little bit more, come on. Ahoy! Sup? How are you? I'm doing alright.
And I set up the live stream.
I like the bio, lol. Are you wanting the discussion to be CC focused? Commentary community. Primarily, yes. Anything else you would like to discuss? I don't know. Do you have anything? I don't. Using Streamlabs until I get used to OBS.
And the call that I held on StreamYard, where we
using Streamlabs until I get used to OBS. I gotta go in like 45 minutes or something. Gotcha. It'll be brief then, and thanks for coming on. No problem.
we discussed the same topic we did on Twitter. This community's double standards.
God damn it. Make you fast. Your name says Fergus PN. That's not my real name. Oh, then we're good.
Standards and its cover-ups for their favorite people. Fegost obviously disagreeing with me. He thought the idea of cover-ups and secret things happening behind the scenes was conspiratorial nonsense and that it was a very over-exaggerated and ridiculous idea about this community. I apparently deleted
He sees it's autistic cringy cows. For most of them, I fear.
the stream, but I have no recollection of ever doing this, nor can I think of a reason as to why I would. Then, on October 15th of 2021, during a debate about gender that I was
Listen,
having...
there are few that are okay, but I fear most are really
Twitch streamer named
cringe.
Bunk, a debate that was held because the aforementioned communist creeper kept starting shit with me, and then pulled an Ethan Klein and had someone else argue in his stead. Someone appeared in the chat, someone who was grandstanding me about...
All I'm hearing from this kid is, I think logically, like all you big kids. I'm allowed to sit at the adult table now. Give it a few more years, Akumu. You'll have the work figured out eventually, but at 16, you're not quite logical enough yet. Totally, nothing smacks more immaturity to me than this kind of talk. Is someone who just doesn't know how the world works. Gee, just like almost all of you.
maturity back in March of 2020. Heaton Mitsuru, a friend of Nazi Monster and Dual Tones, an ex-slideshow commentator, because she left as of 2024, and an orbiter of...
Gee, I wonder why. Very much just me farting around and making videos to entertain myself and hopefully others. This is another one with a fart fetish. Do I need to know?
The art community, and Lao Convoy had popped into the live chat of this debate. And guess what? Heaton immediately brought up the Madame and Slimmer
He is indeed forever 16.
In the live chat to then accuse me of attempting to dox a minor. I wonder where she could have gotten that from. On October 22nd at 8 a.m., Fegos tweeted,
Can't believe I willingly said yes to being on a fucking debate stream with Akumu. After looking into him, it's pretty clear to me that he's pretty kinch and not based. Yeah, sounds like the other ones got to him.
Can't believe I willingly said yes to being on a fucking debate stream with Akumu. After looking into him, it's pretty clear to me that he's pretty cringe and not based. I replied with a question mark and he said, you're kinda gross, sorry. Go over some of my heinous sins and make sure your info is right. I'm listening. Fegos replied with, the trans stuff and some other weird things others told me about. I'm not gonna categorically list each thing because I shouldn't have to say that me not agreeing with your personal beliefs is why I think you're cringe. I pressed him further for specifics only to not get an answer and instead a block. Towards the end of October of 2021, Kai Weiss and I got into a couple of Twitter slap fights, most of which I admittedly started. He would block and unblock me, and eventually, Kai made a video.
See? They do it again. They block him, and then unblock him, just to, you know, poke the bear once again. They can't just keep him blocked, no, they always have to poke again and again.
On me. I replied with my own video, and he struck it down on November 2nd of 2020.
Oh! Avoid this inconsistent YouTuber, Kai Weiss, Prince Kai. They did a copyright strike. Oh my god. What a pussy.
This whole Kai Weiss copyright strike situation was talked about all over the place. The art community was split between those who saw it as unfair and those who defended it and said that it was deserved because they didn't like me. Such as this from Darkness Stone's Discord server, Realm of...
Will you read it?
Darkness. one of the many art and slideshow hug
Okay, I will just read it. Well, he needs to grow up. Grow a pair, suck it up, and get over himself. He deserved that strike. More than anything, he will find very quickly, may I add, that if someone should ever meet him in person, there are plenty of LGBTQIA plus punk allies who do not care about assault charges. Why are they still fantasizing about beating up a teenager?
boxes.
Those people are way too much into the idea of a teenager getting beat up.
That was popular back then. Since this is right on
Be a
topic,
man, child.
a bit of info about Darkness Stone and his server. He grew to the popularity he did because of his collaboration with Ponder Sprocket and Nezzy Monster. So the audience he cultivated was a mixture of Ponders, which is a mix of art and slideshow people who also watch Doodle Tones. There's plenty of intersectionality and plenty of familiar faces. His drama chat was also nearly dedicated to talking about me, and I even used to be in the server. That was until a certain incident that had to do with me talking about inconvenient information about these people's favorites. For full context,
How dare you talk badly about my favorite YouTuber?
we're gonna go back to March of 2021. I'd been discussing the antics of the Fruitcake Club members like Madlibs and Nezzy Monster within Darkness Stone's server. The other members would insist for me to provide evidence, to which I would link my videos, and they would usually brush it off rather than actually talk about it with me. That was until I mentioned Doodle Tones, and that Doodle Tones had told
Of course, Diaper Toons got the attention.
someone to die only after
Hey, thank you, Kicken. It is a Sunday indeed today. Yesterday was Saturday, and today is indeed Sunday. You're so right.
complaining about death threats. They insisted that I provide evidence, and yet just before I could, I was told by one of the admins to stop talking about it. Later on March 15th, I saw a notification across my phone with my name in it, and clicked on it. This conversation led to Jack Locke's
I've been doing well. No audio, actual professional mic, and a far better editor than before. Though it tends to have what I call hiccups, where it doesn't save particular actions that I do, but saves others. That. I know the context. I thought a gag would be humorous. Though I'm curious as to why that statement was made. Akumu. It's that you still have a lot to learn when presenting claims. Not only do you still not provide enough evidence to support your claims, but you also get too defensive when it comes to critique, opposing arguments, or subjects that have been ended, and don't need to be brought back up again. This isn't meant to be a harassing comment, just something to think about when going forward. I've always presented evidence, and throughout all of my videos I've managed to only be proven wrong on my timeline a year ago, particularly the Madame video. The many times you and I have conversed, I told you there's information where the information was contained. You kept asking me for a timestamp to a video I had watched months back, like 5. I told you the video. I specified what was said. You still pushed for me to come up with a timestamp, as if my memory categorized by timestamps of something I've watched years ago. If you're referring to the most recent discussion, the screenshots are both in my archive drive and on my 00662 video at the very beginning.
style. Yes, the same one who would 3 years later join Senate and go around demanding people don't listen to me or FCK leaks. Well, Jack was insisting that I had a habit of not providing evidence for my claims. Jack wasn't alone in pushing this idea that I wasn't providing evidence or didn't have evidence. He had 3 people backing him up at this time, so I'm not going to pretend like he was the only one pushing this. However, I will say that he's been pushing this notion for
Exactly.
years.
Yesterday was Sober Saturday. Today is a special Sunday stream. Yes, exactly. Very special, just for you guys.
That I don't have evidence for my claims, or that I'm not providing sufficient evidence, even though there's a fucking galore. That's why this entire timeline video is being made.
Replace the effort with faggy? Wait. Evidence is important. Replace the effort with faggy. It's funnier. What, the faggy? Pfft. It's not that it's illegal, it's that now I notice that people are swearing while having debates, which could show attitude and can be upsetting when having a debate with someone. Nowadays they just scream slurs at each other in debates.
Because this community constantly copes with this idea that I don't have enough evidence for my claims. So here it all is, in one timeline. You all kept pushing for this by insisting that I didn't have evidence, so I collected more, which makes me wonder what Jack's current thoughts are. After all, this aged really fucking...
Do you think Jack thinks that he now has enough evidence in his 9-hour video? Is this enough evidence?
horribly. But with that said, I retorted that they should watch my videos.
These people caused the 9-hour video. These people.
Back that I should provide screenshots in the Drama Time chat, that they shouldn't have to do research for my claim. Eventually, I told them that I would send it, but I told them not to complain, and that I was plugging in my evidence drive. They asked how old this was, and then when I told them that it was 3 to 4 years old by that point, they began complaining. Once I sent the screenshots, they immediately started denying.
Yeah, when stuff happened to 3 or 4 years ago, it's still valid.
Doodle's hypocrisy, on the basis that it was 4 years old, and that Doodles had apologized for it. As if
Yeah, he probably missed a bit here and there. Yeah, that's why I said this 9-hour video, some people complained it's too long. No, he literally tried it so many times, and they found a tiny hole where they could slide into to be like, haha, you missed something. So now he really put it all together. It's like, okay, is this all? Is this all you need? Listen, this is a pettiness I can respect.
As if apologizing for hypocrisy suddenly means the action is no longer hypocrisy. Apologizing doesn't wipe the slate clean. It doesn't mean that your action is suddenly changed. It was copium huffing. The same moderator from before came back to do some finger wagging, and she told me that I was going to be barred from the drama chat because I discussed my goals and brought up what Doodle Tones had done again. To which I was then given a role that prevented me from being in the Drama Time chat. Despite the fact I was not the one who brought that topic back up, Jack did, and I was doing what they kept demanding of me and telling me I needed to do. Yet I was punished.
How dare you do what people ask for you? These people give you content. You know what? You're right. I should be grateful. I will not complain.
For sharing information. If I was just barred from the chat, how did I end up banned from the server? Stone's server members ran to him privately to proclaim that me being in the server made them feel unsafe. So he quietly banned me. If that
This teenager triggers me so much. Please ban him. I'm scared. I'm scared of him. Please.
alone doesn't give you a good idea as to the kind of audience these individuals in these communities cultivate. Well, this should do the trick. Just as I mentioned before, these people were split in a divide. Those who saw Kai striking my video down as unfair, and those who defended Kai striking my video because they hated me. Hence the messages that were unironically talking about
this is also what I love, you know, people who are like, when someone they like gets striked, they're like, no, this can't be, this is illegal. But if it's someone they don't like, it's like, deserved it, bitch. Love that. Love that. Love when people do that.
Bringing me to justice, even though I'm a
These people would never survive outside their bedrooms. Yeah, they wouldn't survive the winter.
And the other loon suggesting I'd be assaulted by some alphabet person. One of Darkness Stone's mods, Fly Die Sky.
No, web user. They are art commentary channels. They are art commentary channels or slideshow commentary channels. Very different from commentary. Okay? Trust. For some reason. Grown-as adults acting like this is embarrassing. It really is.
The name from before had the audacity to disagree with some of the server members inside the Drama Time chat. Specifically, they dared to point out that my video on Kai was fair use and that Kai's strike was illegitimate, and that he struck my video just to get back at me. On March 1st of 2021, around 3 o'clock, there was some conversation again talking about how, look, I don't like—
The difference is that these people can draw. And are soy. Soy as fuck.
Kumu either, but that's too far. Basically, Akumu made a video on Kai Weiss. Kai reported the video. He's allowed to. I don't know how that's too far. I mean, with the shit Akumu makes, I wouldn't be surprised if it was literally just an attack on Kai Weiss. Isn't he just horribly transphobic as well? He is. Yeah, then I agree with Kai. He can cope, lol. I fucking—
Listen, if someone is transphobic, you can copyright strike them whenever you want. Great mindset.
hate this kid, and he's my age. He seems like such a pretentious prick. Wait, he's 17? I'm 15. Not that much older than me. Yeah, oh. He also said there was 2 genders in his—
Oh, now they once again realize. Oh, he's a teenager. Wait, he's 17. I'm 15. Not much older than me.
Super straight video to me in the comments. Oh, so this is someone that has argued with me in the comments. Like I said, these people were in the comments. Again, coping and seething because I dare to accept—
Listen, they're all very scared of a weep. You don't know the power a weep can have.
A fact that this is a little inconvenient for this crowd. Eat him. The fuck? Even that argument doesn't make sense. Transphobic or not. Yeah, guys, sorry, there's only 2 genders. Half our system just fucking disappears. I guess intersex people don't exist. This is a common argument that these people do. They think that intersex somehow contradicts 2 genders. I'm not going to get into it in this video. That's for another video.
Thank you very much, Akumu. Thank you very much. Don't do another video. No, don't do another video on intersex. Please.
Stupid as fuck, that's my answer. True. Only two genders. Intersex people just fade away. Joke.
Yeah, RCC will make, you know, grooming accusation as intense as when you trace someone's art. That's just as intense.
He's a lackey for Carmen Rider, Lamau. I know there are more, so I am kidding. Okay, so this person's very clearly autistic. Who the fuck is that? You, Carmen Rider. The conversation keeps going, up until Dice comes in, down here. Dice replies, he's 18. Oh wait, he's my age. Still old enough to face consequences. Consequences for what? Saying mean things? Like I've already said in this video, these people think they are the judge, jury, and executioner. They dish out the punishment.
Oh, did he become 18?
And the consequences. LOL, y'all really only remembered him from the Madame drama when he was 16, only to continue remembering him.
No, he should not make an entire whole video on intersex. Please, please, Akumu. We don't know each other, but please, I beg you, don't.
At that age rate, XD. But nah, he's 18. He told me so. I mean, he acts like a fucking child, Lamau. I just thought he was 17. Nah, he's 18. That's kind of upsetting.
Freshly 18.
Kai/Omnia versus Akumu/Harley/Johnswan and possibly someone else that I won't say. The fuck? What the hell's even going on? I don't even keep up with these people. I know everything that's going on. Fucking Harley is
I
siding
know
with Akumu.
everything.
Fuck. What's happening, Lamau? I'm kind of curious. So Dice starts to explain. This drama isn't about who's a Jersey or not, but now it's about if the copyright was used fairly or not, since Kai can get sued or get in trouble for unfair copyright strikes. So it's not the matter of who you are, it's the matter of copyright. Yes, but why would you even go to court over something like that? Seems like a waste of time and money.
I am filled with anger. What else is new name?
Was it a copyright strike or did you
Me
report
frantically messaging Akumu, bro, do not do this, you will fuck everything up you did.
the video for harassment? I don't even know.
Illegal Akumu must be even scarier than barely illegal Akumu. This is the wildest sentence I have read today. Congratulations, web user. Congratulations. You know what? You get a prize. You get a prize. You get... What color are you? You're green. You get... Do I have green? No, this is brown. This is also brown. This is blue. This is also brown. You will get a teddy bear. There you go. You won a teddy bear.
know what started this. Yeah, we kind of just got nothing with no context. Well, there was some, but not much to go off of. Honestly, defending Akumu, not saying you are, won't get you anywhere. Kai copyright strikes it and Kai would—
Yes, but when it comes to a copyright strike, it doesn't matter who he is or what he did. Except if he did something against copyright, I guess.
Be able to say harassment because he did the same to Akumu and did it first. He would probably get a report back from Akumu since they both made fun of each other. Sorry if I'm typing weird. I did my nails and they do belong. If you want to know more, I know a lot. That's fair, lol. What even started this shit?
We should just call all minors illegal from now on. I fear it could come across a bit weird when they say, there's an illegal in my chat. Yes, web user won a teddy bear.
Was struck, because to my knowledge, Akumu tends to drag things on. I already stated why I don't fucking like him, so... Again, because of politics. Well, what happened was that Kai made a video on Akumu criticizing him, and Akumu made a video defending himself while also criticizing Kai, and in return, Kai copyright striked Akumu's video. I mean, from the screenshots, it's implied Akumu wasn't just criticizing him. Okay, Akumu's kind of known for...
But it's not a copyright issue.
Spreading false information as if it were true, as well.
Racism isn't a copyright issue. Transphobia is also not a copyright issue. I hate to tell ya.
As being high-key racist and transphobic. If Kai got the video taken
down,
don't
you dare copyright my transphobia.
On any discrimination that may have occurred in the video, he wouldn't be in the wrong. Nuance is important. They really love that word. And so far, none of the questions as to what this video actually
just waiting for Saint to scream at me, optics do.
Contained has been answered. Now this discussion continues on for a bit with Dice informing them that I'm mixed race is just a fun fact, to which they tried to imply and act as though Dice was saying I couldn't be racist if I'm mixed race, which...
Chris, can you confirm? I'm sorry.
Isn't what Dice was saying at all. But as we keep scrolling down this chat, an interesting individual appears. Hey, I'll be the moderator here, so we have two sides. This Glat individual who's using a
I gotta copyright those pronouns.
This is the person that would later go on to talk about assaulting me, or alphabet individuals assaulting me. And the reason there's a bot talking is because the server had a bot so that people with multiple personality disorder could use the bot to express their alters. So
Yeah, if you do anything, you know, if you really want to do anything, be like, he discriminated.
this individual is basically LARPing as multiple people using this bot that was put in the server so he could LARP as multiple people. I was wrong for the strike because he supposedly had no reason, and we don't know for sure because Akuma has openly and repeatedly harassed Kai in the past, but nobody's providing enough evidence to know if the video was harassment. The two sides. I'm gonna say what I think about this, okay? Akumu had it coming. Akumu has repeatedly harassed Kai and their girlfriend Anya.
You know what? You had that copyright strike coming.
So when someone asks what's with the bot, he goes, "Hi, I'm glad, not a bot. Hi, please look in the pinned messages of
Hi, I'm glad, not a bot. Now I will think you're a bot. Why do you say you're not a bot?
General. If you read other pinned messages, you'd be educated enough to know. Basically, they had this pinned message explaining that he uses this bot to sort of pretend that he's multiple people. Anyway, yeah, no. Akumu
What?
got what was coming to him.
Excuse me? He... Sorry, I choked on my bonbon. Excuse me? He used a bot to act like he's multiple... They are multiple people? What?
He's a legal adult. Even when he was 16, he should have known better than to repeatedly harass people. Okay. I have not been here for a long time. All good. He's done this to multiple people for, what, 2 years? And we're supposed to believe that he didn't harass Kai or Omnia or fucking someone else? That'd be so out of character for him that I'd be concerned.
Yeah, why not just make a few alt accounts, you know, instead of using some cringe bot? I indeed do die frequently. Listen, I'm like a cat. I have 9 lives.
Anyway, no, someone should have reported him for harassment a long time ago. And then DICE responds to this individual, and Glatt says, I think it should have been done when he defended Madame for attempting to dox a minor, and then harassing said minor. So once more, the history revisionism. These people have successfully, and in the larger public eye, rewritten history to conform to this idea that I was defending Madame for attempting
Yes, if you say something often enough and to enough people, it becomes real.
to dox a minor. Unbiased. Individual literally has a history of being racist / transphobic / etc. Ha, yes, see, no. Akumu deserves this. Neither of us have a bias. We just know how Akumu is, and we've deducted he's a piece of shit. He regularly harasses people on Twitter. I don't know Akumu much at all. Mostly POC, gay, or trans people. Yes, and because of that, you might be biased. Do you know what the word means? I just know Kai committed a crime. Fly, look at me. DICE, fucking relax, bud. Yes, but I'm willing to trust that Akumu isn't about to stray from that pattern, so I see a transphobe who openly harasses people on Twitter.
Again, transphobia, not a copyright issue. Exactly. My HP just went down a little bit.
I throat punch. Ooh, you feel those chills? I feel those chills. I am relaxed.
Name doesn't worry. Name hopes it's fine. It's soon over.
I didn't say Kai was right. I just said there's probably more going on behind the scenes, and no one is saying what. Kai blatantly admits to false flagging here. Oh, and Glitch, you said you don't know much about Akumu. I can give you a brief rundown. Alright, third time. As a mod, I should mention, I think we should slow down in the fucking chat, because everyone's typing faster than I could fucking read. DICE says. But anyways, let's just wait and watch everything go down on Twitter. See how that
So,
goes.
see, these people just can't see that someone is like, you know what? I think giving him a copyright strike is the wrong move. And they're all like, did you know what he did?
I agree with this. When did Kai say it was a false flag in that tweet or confirm it? And this other individual responds to Glad with a link to the tweet. Maybe I'm just an old goat who can't read, but point out the phrasing to me. It's okay. Let's watch Twitter burn of this drama, lol. Point it out, I'm waiting. Me when I lack basic reading comprehension. Hardly pointed it out here. That doesn't tell me shit. That's what the situation feels like. No one knows how to read. God damn it for the love of fuck. Basically, this already unhinged individual who spends his time LARPing as multiple different alters, all of which have a hate boner for me.
Listen, everyone online has DID.
Was losing his fucking mind and getting aggressive with just about everyone in the chat. As we keep going, DICE just don't say anything.
You know what? That's actually genius. Glad, but you see him, will say some shit, some unhinged shit, and then if someone has a negative reaction, you just change personality quick. Bam! I'm not the other person. I don't know what you're talking about.
Alright, it's fine. What did you say? DICE no. stop. Dice, chill. This is where this Glatt individual finally drops the altar and starts talking as himself. The Satan 1015.
Of course. I am not glad anymore. I am now Satan.
Is him. Ugh. Now I see why Glatt is so...
Wait, they speak about themselves in the third person. I mean, the other persona. Ah, now I see why my other personality is so pissed off. Oh.
pissed off.
Why do all these people act like this is normal? I have questions. Are these people okay?
Situation is like throwing gasoline and lighter fluid on a raging garbage fire. Honestly, can't say I feel bad for Akumu. He said way too much transphobic shit on his Twitter timeline. Man makes J.K. Rowling look like a trans ally. Hey, that situation has long...
You were still silenced? Name, what did you say this time? There's literally no filter on right now.
Passed and everyone was told to stop. I wasn't in front. I went and looked because as the host of our system, it's important that I'm aware of what goes on when I'm not around, because I will still
I
face
sure love that mental illness has become trendy and quirky. Always a joy.
the consequences of whatever Glatt does. I'm just letting you know the situation Glatt got in was really heated. Now, this is where Darkness Stone chimes in with this. I don't like Akumu on a personal level, but it doesn't mean he deserves a false copyright strike, unless he did in fact take enough of their video with no context or commentary that would not allow for it to be fair use. As Akumu's content quality is getting better with more
Wait, Chris the Fallen? Chris, you've been there? That's crazy.
cuts, I honestly doubt it. I haven't seen a video where
Yeah, this I think is a third take. I don't like Akumu on a personal level, but it doesn't mean he deserves a false copyright strike. Unless he did in fact take enough of the video with no context or commentary that will allow it for fair use. See? But, oh, they even admit that Akumu's content quality is getting better, with more cuts. I honestly doubt it. I haven't seen many videos or anything on it yet, nor have I really looked into the situation. This is just my base level opinion. Yes, you cannot like someone and still be like, but this is wrong.
anything on it yet, nor have I really looked into the situation. This is just my base level opinion. So that is the general gist. Well, on November 3rd...
Don't you love the depression core? Listen. Listen. I saw it starting on Tumblr. Listen. First it was Borderline that became very trendy. Then it was... I think after Borderline it was DID that became kind of trendy. You know, first you were already edgy for having ADHD, autism, and then it got worse and worse sooner. Now there are some very rare things that somehow everyone has.
Of 2021, Stone's server members couldn't accept this disagreement and ran to Darkness Stone's DMs, telling him that Fly Die Sky defending me made them feel unsafe. I do agree about being fair to other opinions, but defending him in general is making people feel unsafe in the server. Fly Die Sky explained that the server...
Oh yeah, Tourette was also very hyped for some time. That's true. There were TikTok videos how they showed off their Tourettes and it was all like, yeah. It was crazy. Crazy times.
In this direction for some time, and that the sensitivity is so high, citing an event where apparently someone threw a fit over an Among Us meme, and that Stone suggested to DICE that they
apparently wanting someone to be kneecapped gets the mashup removed. What? Listen, kneecapping is too hard.
wait until the individual wasn't there just to share the meme. DICE stated that it was hard for them to even want to talk in the server, even pointing out that Stone himself had the same opinion as hers, that I didn't deserve a false copyright strike, and he expressed it in the server that same fucking day. Yet here he was, seriously entertaining these crybabies that felt uncomfortable because DICE dared to disagree with him and dared to defend me.
Listen, I also get triggered when someone disagrees with me.
Okay, so I'm
very
trying to figure
fair.
everything out. Lots of people are coming at me in many different directions, trying to make points to
If you
inform
disagree with me, I will cry, vomit, and throw myself on the floor screaming.
this. I want to be fair, but we also need to be as safe
And
for
burn your house down.
as many people as possible. Please give me a moment to respond. Darkness Stone removed me, not because I broke any rules, but because his server members apparently felt unsafe. He demoted his fucking admin and seemingly a friend of his because his server members got offended that they disagreed with them and somehow felt unsafe by that. Mr. Lawyer Larper didn't question the sheer ridiculousness of this. No, he took it seriously. He did all of this under the guise of the server being safe for as many as possible. Safe from what exactly? Opinions they don't like? Facts that they don't like? What is unsafe about someone expressing the fact that my video was unfairly striked? I take
Yes, listen, if someone disagrees with me, I am in danger. I am indeed in danger. Imagine any other reaction than pure validation. Right?
that Stone himself said in the server, yet he remained the owner. He remained in the
Oh. False copyright strike, especially because false copyright strike. Oops.
server. He wasn't punished or stripped of his position. This thin masking of keeping the server safe for everyone was and is nothing but safe space bullshit. All to justify punishing and removing people for dissenting opinions. It's not that he's catering to everyone.
How dare these people have their own opinions?
It's that he's catering to the worst crowd imaginable. The kind of people who believe their feelings are inherently indicative of reality. That believe that
I will never get these people who want their little bubble where everyone agrees with them and validates them. I need someone to tell me when I'm a dipshit. And I love people disagreeing with me. Come on! How else would I get one guide? If I don't hear angels singing that they agree with me whenever I say anything, we can't be friends. So true.
everyone needs to know how they
Also, another wild opinion here. I think having opinions that disagree with your own actually can widen your horizon. You're a dipshit. Very true, name. Very true. I validate your opinion.
and everything around them must work to accommodate those precious feelings. If not, it's a problem. If they're offended by something, that something is a problem that needs to be changed, regardless of what they're offended over and the logistics of the situation.
I would never do. Quantum, you're fine. You know, you're the one supporter I have.
It's no shock to me that a good majority of the server's seething about me has been mostly about my refusal to entertain the pronoun charade over my fucking politics. About the same person who was talking about me being assaulted had a mental breakdown after looking at my Twitter feed where I defended Kyle Rittenhouse and admitted to this in the
How do you have an opinion? You don't have, though. It's a very, very, very deep question. Ask the Oracle.
fucking vent channel. This individual also had a bot so that they could LARP as multiple people, all of which these supposed multiple identities just seethed and bitched about me. The point is, this reflects these communities and the people they attract, because many of the people in Stone server were also in the comment sections and in several other Discord servers, like Ponders, several of whom went on to join Senate. This also reflects on Darkness Stone. He's a giant fucking coward who couldn't put his foot down, so his server turned into a constant bitch fest, full to the brim with sensitive wine bags that screech to the hilltops over the slightest fucking thing. Stone thinks that I don't like him because he's one of the people who called me out.
You know what? Some probably other alters they have all weirdly agree on the points. I would consider setting myself on fire just to keep you. Quantum, no! I still need you. I need you. Please don't do it. A bit odd when they will defend themselves here in all places, though. Then again, maybe I still need more context to wait back and backread more. I think it's the fact people quickly dismissed his video and his ego couldn't handle it. Ah, or maybe he's still mad because I was one of the people who called him out. I don't know. Maybe Akumu doesn't know that you're, you know, not really a commentary YouTuber anymore. Though for them to enter, they sort of need to go to your channel to enter the link to the server. Then again, maybe he also didn't watch your update video. Oof.
His words, not mine. And we'll talk about his videos with Ponder from October of 2020 separately. That's for another time, because there's much to be said about it. But in actuality, I don't like him because he's a man-child, a pushover with no semblance of a spine, who made a
That's okay, dude. I leave you my money and cat. No, Quantum, I need you yourself and your supporting words. I need the little bit of positivity in chat when you...
giant baby crib that pampered and catered to every fucking whine from the other titty babies and man-children he accumulated.
Something no money can buy.
A hug box full of control freaks who hide their controlling efforts behind how they feel. Oh, you dared to prove something that they denied? You're barred from the chat and later quietly banned from the server because they felt unsafe. They don't even have the testicular fortitude to tell you you're being banned. Oh,
I don't know why, but I love the words testicular fortitude.
you said something they don't like, defended someone they don't like, you lose your admin privileges and potentially get removed because they felt unsafe. These were and are people who can run their fucking mouths for years, but couldn't take it. Stone himself is pathetic for even allowing it to reach that point. For a guy who named himself Darkness Stone, it sure is pretty fucking ironic that he turns out to be such a brittle little bitch who rolls over when any push comes to shove. Now, several people made videos talking about the copyright strike situation, like Harley TBS, John Swan, Spockter Theory, and even Optimus. In each of their comment sections, the same art commentary audience members.
He's also a massive transphobe. Wasn't Akumo the person who harassed Slimers, the artist who got scammed and treated like shit by Madame? Oh god, they're being assault drama again. To the point where they had to change users several times to get this dude off their back. Yeah, Kai's reaction is completely justified. Again, not a copyright issue.
Immediately brought up Madame and Slimmers, often peddling the false accusations and misconceptions from the FCK, mostly from, and you guessed it, Ponder Sprocket and Nezzy Monster. For specific examples,
Jesus, how
about
many
Kai's
are
own
there?
community post from November 5th of 2021, where he said that Ponder and Nezzy already called me out for harassment, doxing, and using too much of a person's video. About another example, an art commentary YouTuber named Luna Tuna uploaded a video on November 8th of 2021 titled, So Kai Wise, Funny Stuff Am I Right? In this video, she specifically brings me up, along with Ponder Sprocket and Nezzy Monster. This is what she said.
There's another player in this that you should know about. His name is Akumu. Akumu is a very young little edgelord who is very wrong about most things he talks about. His points aren't very good. We all kind of collectively do not like him. We would have...
This sentence would make me riot. Yeah, so we collectively do not like this person. Bruh. Bruh, what are you? One organism? Hive mind? Did ya try to use your own brain cell?
happily shat on Akumu, and only Akumu, since the Madame drama and him trying to excuse and justify Madame's behavior.
Of course they bleed blood.
He did a video on that. He's just been a laughing stock. I mean, he was
they cry
before
blood.
that low-key, but still.
I also commented on Luna's video to inform her that she was wrong and that I would likely be talking about
I also got some info wrong regarding the Madame stuff, but then again, there are very common misconceptions. Wait, what did I get wrong? I'll discuss it in a video series coming down the line. Alright, cool. Just a heads up, please be wary of taking Akuma at his word. I recommend watching Ponder Sprocket's video explaining the entire Madame Akuma situations, if you haven't already. Yeah, don't even listen to the person themselves. Try to explain themselves. Listen, watch this person I like to watch.
about it in the future to clear it up. Wonder what I could be possibly referencing there. And someone else named Salty, now Dixie Normus, you might recognize that name from before, replied to warn Luna of taking me at my word and telling her to watch Ponder Sprocket and Nezzy Monster's videos. But wait, there's more. A couple of days later, on November 14th of 2021.
What a weak voice. Is she streaming from her deathbed? You never know. You never know, web user.
Kai Weiss accused me of attempting to dox a minor, referring to Slimmers on Twitter. He has apologized for this, so the only reason I'm even including it is to show you that the art and slideshow crowds cling to misinformation and false accusations just to jingle them around like keys, as a gotcha to be held over their opposition's head, no matter the validity. It was this situation and me seeing all of this that made me realize the art community and the slideshow crowd were never going to move on and let it go, like they kept telling me to do.
You just learned this now? Dude, the fact you kept coming back to this just makes you come more across as unable to move on from this. So either move on or keep digging that hole. You keep denying you're digging. Your choice. These people say, while also always poking him again. Crazy.
I realized that they weren't telling me to move on and that it was old drama because they too wanted to move on. They were telling me to move on just so I would shut up about what their favorites
just so they would get the W over the teenager.
And how they lied and backed them for it, so that my side of the story wouldn't get out there. It would get drowned out, and theirs would permeate. Any mention of my name, and these people took it as an opportunity to spread their narrative about me. They couldn't run me off, so they opted to try and hold it over my head. And I was damned if I was going to do nothing and just let that happen. Especially
although it's crazy, when probably people who didn't watch the original drama and when they just try to interact with it, you have 10 people directly commenting on it. Yeah, that's a guy who doxed another person, another artist, and he simped for Medem. And if you're someone who isn't very involved with it, then you probably won't even look into it really deeper or try to listen to his side. So I can kind of see why there were many people who were just commenting, or small creators were like, okay, don't trust this person. But still, it's crazy how this happens.
Especially from the same community that pretends to be these
It's
moral
frustrating.
arbiters that constantly claims to care about the truth, all the while they blindly bought into anything they were told from their favorites about anyone they didn't like. December 5th of 2021 isn't really that much about the FCK, but I do think it's important for you to get a full understanding of
They
not just
must have had so many Google alerts. Yes, probably.
my problem with these communities, but also just how ridiculous they are. The sheer inconsistency and bias at hand from people who especially claim otherwise. Someone by the name of Dulu, or Chuli, she's gone by many names, put out a video talking about an ex-friend of hers named Feghost. Yes, the same Feghost who
The
was 2 or 3 months
Feghost?
prior denying the double standards and cover-ups, who told me that it was a wasted effort for me to dig shit up, that I'd burn myself out playing detective, and called me a conspiratorial nut, and then later said I was kinda gross. You see, Feghost was someone who was closely associated with many in the art and slideshow communities, such as
Of
Punter
course.
Sprocket, the Napes Junkie, and even Nezzy Monster was following him on Twitter. He was very deeply ingrained in both communities. Now, Chuli's video detailed several incidents to do with Feghost that took place 2 years prior, back in 2019. Something specifically caught my eye when it came to the detailed events within November of 2019. So I'll play a clip.
However, in November, another individual who was a friend of Feghost and Jay came forward with a paste bin that was basically just a list of testimonies about various wrongdoings that Feghost had allegedly committed, and
Careful, Icarus, that name is a trap. You mean Feghost?
nothing else happened after that. However, something that is absolutely crucial to why I no longer talk to Feghost and want to make this video is that
I literally have the pass. What do you mean, Saint?
there's no easy way to say this next part. As I said, another allegation made in the doc, as well as the pasteman later on, was one of Jay alleging that Feghost sexually assaulted her while making
What?
another girl, who we'll call A, watch after trapping them both in a room with them. A was
What?
said-
Excuse me? What? I need to play that
another
back.
allegation made in the doc, as well as the pasteman later on, was one of Jay alleging
That reminds me of this one time we were at a house party. Oh god, no. Okay, so we were at a house party for a friend, going away for vacay for like a month, right? Yeah. And he got me and Sunset to follow him up the stairs, and we were like, what the fuck? Okay, haha. Cause we were drunk and stuff, you know? Oh god. Abyssal Grey, you come in here and tell me this immediately. Who starts a conversation like this? There's a video that came out a few hours ago going over RV Hartman, and it involves Feghost. Damn it. Damn it. I swear, I barely get over with one topic and there are 10 new videos out. Can they chill for a moment? Chill. Always something new here. And then after we get into the room, he goes, okay, you know what would be pretty cool? If I flashed you both right now. No, that would not be cool. And he fucking dropped his pants and showed us his dick, which was super fucking disgusting. He has like one of those shriveled dicks. Super gross. And Sunset was like, nope, I'm getting out of here. But he locked the door on us and we just laughed uncomfortably for like 20 minutes. As he like felt me up. I've never been more disgusted in my life than at that moment. You both should have clubbed this guy.
that Feghost sexually assaulted her while
I do
making
not
another
like
girl,
this.
who we'll call A, watch after trapping them both in a room with them. A was said to
Partners, may I help you? Hi, where's Liam? Colt asked the same of you. Okay.
Who have later committed suicide, and the pastebin stipulates that Phagos was mentioned in the note, or at the very least.
Liam has a problem with getting high or drunk around his friends. This should have been a red flag when me and a couple friends started inviting him to parties and social gatherings. At first he was the fun type of drunk who gave hugs and was fairly chill. But over time he became increasingly sexual towards girls and sometimes guys. We didn't take too much notice because he hadn't done anything over the line, and we let him continue. This was a mistake, because by the time summer 2015 rolled around, he locked himself in a room with 2 trans girls at a party and proceeded to touch them both sexually. According to their testimonials, he said they found the idea of girls having a dick hot and fondled one of them while making the other watch. This obviously traumatized both of them, and he told them both to stay quiet about that night and not to tell anyone about it, or he would have to do something drastic. Crushes balls. They were both trapped in not telling anyone until later in 2016, when one girl, let's call her A, took her life and told about the abuse that took place that night in her suicide note. Her parents tried to sue Liam, but because there wasn't any direct correlation between him and A's suicide, the authorities let him go. He went silent after the lawsuit, and we presumed he was getting treatment for his behavior. What's the treatment? Taking his balls off?
Least the abuse was. Some may think that seems implausible because they think justice would have come of it, but I believe that's an ignorant view to take on the matter, as the sentencing rate for silence is extremely low in both the US and in Canada, where Phagos is from, made even worse by the fact that the victims, J and A, were said to have been trans women who the law is already incredibly.
And Phagos had the balls to Akumu. Yeah, you're gross for your... Okay. My brain broke once again. Like, those are the people. Okay.
Unkind to. And I brought this up to them to ask to clarify if this was just another lie or if they could expand upon what was being talked about, and I'll never forget how they responded in the call, because to this day it sends such a chill up my spine. Phagos said, I was hoping you guys wouldn't ask about that, and admitted to being drunk and not only locking both girls in the room with them and groping Jay, who was drunk and couldn't consent, while the other girl was sober and had to sit and watch, but they also admitted to
I just said his name, Saint. What do you mean?
Both girls silent on the matter. Phagos also admitted the acts at a later...
I've discussed what's in the pastebin with Fag. With regard to its interaction between Fag, J and A, Fag and J were drunk, A was not, and Fag states that there was groping involved. A confronted him about it the next night. Fag does admit to trying to get both girls to keep quiet about it. This happened in 2015, last year of high school.
Later date, when the other individual came forward with the situation in the form of the pastebin. The assault happened in 2015, which, mind you, is when Phagos became a legal adult. Both the Google Doc and the pastebin contain half-truths, like mentioning that Jay killed herself but not mentioning that she was in jail at the time with no contact to anyone. And the doc, as far as I'm aware, does straight up lie with fabricated evidence of a fake offense regarding sending illicit photos to a child. But the fact of the matter is that Phagos admitted to the assault and trying to keep both girls quiet about what they did. They're a sex offender who clearly permanently altered these girls' lives for the worst.
So in this group chat with Ponder Sprocket and Chule, Phagos confessed to the two of them that he apparently locked 2 people in a room and allegedly
I just said a name!
Assaulted both of them. Ponder even summarized some of their conversation with Phagos right here in this group chat. Looking back to my...
TOS will respect my pass or it will be discrimination.
First ever interaction with Phagos in September of 2021, I was speaking to Majesty Kai and somewhat of Boxafox about this community's tendency to hide things or cover shit up. Phagos wasn't even in the conversation until he chose to involve himself by responding to me, in denial about these secrets and cover-ups. That makes me think, maybe.
So the dude who sexually harassed, assaulted 2 trans girls was the one who called Akumu Kinda gross for his transphobia. Oh! Okay. Okay.
He felt personally attacked or threatened by me digging into this community and suggesting to the public that there's more than meets the eye. Then again, I'm a joke they don't take seriously. It's wasted effort, and my videos are nothing burgers. I'm more curious about Ponder's lack of talking about it. If she has, it's usually vague. After all, she is the person with the bigger platform. I think I know why she didn't, so just hear me out. This is an assumption, but I think it's a fair one. Ponder didn't make a video about it, and she didn't even share Julie's video on her community tab, let alone her Twitter account. I've checked. Unless it was deleted afterwards, I don't think she shared it. Most likely because it would raise questions. Questions like this. Ponder knew about Feghost as nearly as November of 2019. She and Nezzy Monster had started scripting the
I did get off top shit. What do you mean, Chris? I see all your comments.
On me a month prior, October of 2019. That's why the video is Halloween themed. Why did Ponder prioritize some random 16-year-old who made a bad video over the alleged sex offender who was not just in her friend group?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good question.
Her circle, but her community. An individual that apparently confessed to her to
Thank you, web user.
supposedly locking two people in a room and sexually assaulting them. This wasn't degenerate shit on the internet. This was apparently something that happened in real life, though Feghost did end up admitting that he made all this shit up about.
I'm being censored, damn it. Oh yeah, the Streamlabs chat might still censor you. What do you mean you were scared, Zane? Shut up.
On himself that it was one big elaborate ruse to punish himself, which is still completely mentally fucked. So why prioritize me over Feghost?
Don't forget the homophobia. I can't even claim my slurs here. Listen. It do be like that sometimes.
Why did Ponder take part in a smear campaign and go as far as twisting my words, making shit up about me, omitting information she had so she could then falsely accuse me left and right, and subsequently make a false narrative comprised of biased conspiratorial ramblings, all of which she claimed
Please do not harass or attempt to intimidate. Okay.
to be against?
Ponder's spoken commentaries are intended as critiques of situations or behaviors based on the information available and are meant to demonstrate wrongdoings, contradictions, or dispel false narratives so that others may come to an informed opinion. Under no circumstances is targeted harassment appropriate or encouraged.
Well, if we take
I
Ponder
saw you spamming, Chris. I saw you spamming. Let me scroll back to your spam. Setting the password. I'm being censored. TOS is a transphobic racist. Do get off top shit. I'm being censored, damn it. There you go.
Ponder's word from her comments because it makes content. Content is content, and me apparently being stupid does good for her content. Nothing came out about Feghost until the end of 2021, and the person to make the video about it was the person who was the same age as me when it happened. Julie was 16 years old when it took place in 2019. Ponder was 27 years old, and yet saw some random 16-year-old who made a video with only 3K views as the bigger problem.
Yes, obviously Akumu was the bigger problem. Come on now. Come on now.
A more important thing to discuss than the supposed sex offender. Amazing priorities. I am in no way saying or arguing or implying that Ponder, let alone Julie, were under some moral obligation to talk about Feghost, that they had to talk about Feghost. They needed to warn everybody. The fact that they didn't, how dare they? What I am trying to point out is that the communities who do
There were no F-slurs, shush. Good night, Kick-In. Time to sleep, cause it's Monday tomorrow. It is indeed Monday tomorrow.
believe in this call to action. You better speak up about it if you know about it and call
And
it out.
I know Saint will watch that no one says slurs in chat.
Otherwise, you're enabling it. The very same communities who spout that bullshit, the art community and the slideshow community,
Except if they are super based.
worship the ground Ponder walks on. They refer to her as Octomama, Queen Ponder. They glaze and dick ride anything she does and overinflate what she's capable of, let alone what she's done.
Wait.
Ponder. They glaze and dick ride anything she does and overinflate.
I love how Panda don't even give you the time of day. I skull emoji. She already burned you, and what do? This shit. Pfft.
What she's capable of, let alone what she's done. The collab on me is a perfect example of that. And I find it fascinating that the two communities who have shown to apply that to everyone else have not applied it to Ponder. They don't talk about this. Me talking about it right now is no doubt pissing them off. It's a sort of taboo. And if you do bring it up, you're usually met with the same exact excuses that Ponder likes to vaguely refer to in Cat's Lair. The facts are this. Ponder, 27 years old, who made a career in YouTube channel off of lecturing others about what they should have done, not just partaking in the call-out culture she speaks on, but also helped cultivate that call-out culture into the cancerous mess that is in these communities. Heard Fegos confess to her.
I don't think Ponder talked with Beckett about this. I'm kind of bummed about that. Yeah, if I remember what Beckett said right, he is interested in talking to her about that, because it's a very good question. Why did Ponders rather concentrate on this random teenager? He said she was busy at the moment, yeah, but I know he wanted to talk to her about this exact thing. Like, why did she concentrate on this random teenager at this time instead of the dude who literally assaulted two people? Because that's fucking dark. I'll be honest here.
To supposedly sexually assaulting two people that one of his supposed victims went on to apparently in their own life. Yet she prioritized smearing and dunking on a kid over talking about someone who confessed to her to supposedly being a sex offender, of committing a heinous crime. That was her priority, evident by the decisions she made in 2019 and 2020. I'm going to take an issue with the fact that
yeah, she should be okay from this, I know, but I still would like to hear what went on in their head at this time.
These people worship her, some great figurehead, calling her justice incarnate, claiming that she'd make a great lawyer because she LARPs as one to a bunch of autists online, when those are her choices. Now we get into the 2022 of the timeline, particularly April 29th of 2022, and yet again,
oh my god, we're getting close.
Sprocket on Ponder's Twitch channel.
Only 3 more hours!
Named Reanimated Octopus, she held a 5-hour research stream, and in it, Ponder got upset with the actions of a minor, and she said, and I quote, word for word, someone fucking figure out who the hell this kid is, so I can call her parents. Seconds after, she then added, literally, if someone gives me this kid's phone number, I will call her goddamn parents. No shame. I will tell them what
yeah, from what I heard in general is that Ponders, like if you would say Lio is the father of the community, Ponders was kind of like the mom equivalent. But still, I find it always weird within how much scuffles they get with little teenagers. I don't get it.
Been doing.
Proof, bitch. I already addressed the tracing and the harassing, etc. Like, what else do you losers want from me?
To stop and to acknowledge that you're a disgusting human being who's just going after someone for no fuck damn reason. Get offline. Someone fucking figure out who the hell this kid is so I can call her parents.
So overall, it's Moxie.
Excuse me?
Happy soft and
literally, if someone gives me this kid's number, I will call her goddamn parents. No shame. I will tell them what she's been doing.
Just 2 years.
Name, just as you say this, I get what you mean.
Years before, and the collab on my Slummers video with Nezzy Monster, the two of them tried to accuse me of asking for Slummers' phone number, to then accuse me of asking for the private information of a minor on a public forum.
So, you didn't technically attempt to dox anybody.
To be fair, the whole thing is full of teenagers because art kids love to be online. Yeah, I get that, but would you want to be the responsible adult for them, Saint? Why do I even ask you that?
You were just asking if there was somebody out there who could dox her for you.
And the contradiction will come up a little bit later, but it has to do with him making note that someone out there should be able to answer his question and provide Slummers' private information to him.
Which is basically him not committing the crime, but asking someone to do it for him. Which doesn't make you innocent, my guy. Also, I'm not surprised these people thought that. You don't ask—
Am I the only one who thinks that this is like a cringe, girly tea gossip round? Like, let's talk shit.
Ask for someone's personal information on a public fucking forum. That's what we call being suspicious.
Why are all of these dumbass retards being mean to me? They're attacking me for no reason. Oh yeah, by the way, if anyone has the personal info of that minor who was being harassed by a larger YouTuber, hit me up.
This is just a mean girl's table here.
Hilarious considering his bias against Slummers is very apparent from him openly harassing—
This is just a mean girl's table making fun of the teenager.
her and asking other people to send him her private information. For another, not only does this ignore the context of the tweet where you were apparently, according to you, directly asking people to send you Slummers' dox information, or at the very least, information so personal that you could have used it to dox her.
So why in 2022 was Ponder asking her
to the mean girls table at least has slurs.
Audience for a minor's phone number on her fucking Twitch stream? Twitch.
And has no morals.
A a public forum. One of the very things she and Nezzy Monster claimed I did to heavily push the accusation of me attempting to dox Slimmers. An accusation I've never heard the end of. I've been accused of it 8 times in 2024 alone. But no one said a fucking thing when Ponder did this. As of 2024, when I pointed this out, several people tried to make excuses for Ponder doing this. They do this by either bringing up what the minor
Akumu, I think you might be a grade A idiot. They were talking about a child who legit spread around fucking CP, which is a crime. The parents of said child had no care for how the child was acting on the internet. Did you watch the video, you moron?
did as an excuse and justification for Ponder's hypocrisy, or they proclaim that I cut the context and that it's missing context, only to then mention what the kid did to excuse it.
The context for this is very necessary. The context is in the video and link below. She accused me of trying to get private information of a minor, and then used that to accuse me of doxing, a claim I've disproven in my part 1. Ponder also considers phone numbers to be private information, which she asked for on a public forum. That's the hypocrisy. You never said what you're going to use the information for once you got it. B asked for a phone number to call the kid's parents, so she could tell them what their kid had been doing online, which was falsely accusing a 14-year-old of obsessing over her. What? Oh god, the FCK 9-hour mess fest. Yes, we are at 6 hours! Yay. 1. Yes, I did. Ponder left it out in the video despite accusing me of lying by omission. Watch my part 1. 2. That doesn't change what was said at all. Ponder is still asking for the phone number of a minor, what she herself considered private information, on a public forum. She accuses me of asking for private information of a minor on a public forum, to accuse me of attempted doxing, and this was while he was still a minor. So little minor on minor violence. By her own standards, she would be attempting to dox this minor. What the kid is doing does not change her words in 2020, nor her words in the stream in 2023. I know you wish that it does, but it just doesn't.
And justify Ponder. My favorite instance of this is actually from her own comment section. The user asked if she had done any form of response to my videos, and someone else replies with this. The stream clip came from a channel that edits down B streams.
6 hours and many messages removed by YouTube. Name, I don't want to know what all of the things are that you said.
Animated Octopus VODs should be the channel you look for, and look for the Kenji situation videos. The clip is very out of context. The clip is B asking for the contact information of a minor who is harassing an individual, so the minor could get proper punishment for harassing someone online, and to also help the person sue the minor for all the stuff the individual was subjected to. I hope this helps, smiley face, so the minor could get proper punishment. But I'm the light Yagami LARPer. Yet another example again from the audience to show you that these people think of themselves as the moral arbiters, the judge, jury, and executioners who dish out punishment. Returning to this comment, the person first claimed that I cut.
Okay, Name. I will test something. I will test something. Can you now say based things? Please don't overdo it. Just try to say the based things that was blocked before.
Context. Then they proceed to admit that B, Ponder, asked for the minor's contact information, the thing I accused Ponder of doing. After saying I cut the context, that there's cut context, they then...
Dumb question. When Ponder asked for the minor's phone number, was that before or after Ponder's Akumu video? She'd still be in the wrong for this double standard, but I figure I would ask. This was after Ponder's Akumu's video. This is now in the most recent things that happened, so anything they talked before has happened by this time.
Admitted that Ponder did exactly what I said she did.
Yes, this is the most recent thing that happened, so it was after her video on Akumu.
This shit up. And this is a common habit from that community. They'll deny something that they themselves know is true just because it's inconvenient. Another common excuse for Ponder is that she had good intentions when asking...
Also don't worry, X. There are no dumb questions. Only Saint asks dumb questions. Listen, I just want to see if moderators can be violent.
for the minor's information. But her having good intentions is not an excuse for a 30-year-old to be asking her rabid, drama-hungry audience to get the private information of a minor. Her reputation in some autistic online community does not mean she has the authority to do so. Delusional e-celebrity worship. Her good
You
intentions
have 5 minutes left to say something very based, name.
out of her justice LARP is not an excuse to do the very thing she falsely accused me of doing. The intent with the action does not change the action, and to think it does is nothing but cope to desperately avoid the reality. Ponder falsely accused me of asking for Slimmer's phone number, of asking for a minor's
YouTube removing slurs now? I literally have all filters off.
information on a
I
public
can't give you more freedom.
forum as the basis to then accuse me of attempting to dox Slimmers. Now, we apply this consistently because no one is above their own standards. 2 years afterwards, Ponder went and asked for a minor's phone number for their private information on a public forum. And yet she catches no flack for it. I don't see any YouTube comments, any YouTube videos, aside from my own, and any tweets aside from my own talking about this. And it just goes to show...
Oh, I can choose approved users. Comments from the users are automatically published and won't be filtered for blocked links, blocked words, or potential inappropriate content. The users will also be able to send messages in live chat when the live commentary participant mode is on. That sounds even more powerful than being a moderator, what? This is how you choose your favorite chatters. You give them the approved user role. That's crazy. Sorry, I had to do this to me. No! Got removed again. Damn. You didn't get blocked, Chris. Shut up. Okay. Okay, I will... Okay, we will now play around. I literally get sidetracked here. Okay. See. I will try something. Give me just a moment. We will go right back. This is... I want to try something. I want to learn. Save. No, fuck. Do I need to put in...
communities. They don't actually care about the standards that they apply against whoever it is they're bitching about at that particular moment. Had they actually cared consistently about this, they would have said something when Ponder did it on her live stream, let alone when it was re-uploaded to YouTube. But they didn't because it's Ponder's sprocket. Because of her reputation, they give her special treatment. That's exactly why we're here right now. Turning to April 30th of 2020.
Censored a black trans man. No. Okay. You know what, Chris? You will be the first one. Because I do not want to silence a black trans man on my stream. You will be the first one to be an approved shit. Wait a moment. Moderation. Use it wisely. I will take it away as fast as I've given it to you. Okay. Put the link in there. Save. Chris, you should be an approved user now.
Another event took place. It's almost on topic. An art commentary individual and orbiter of the SCC named Mushroom Girl got into a spat with a friend of mine.
They didn't censor the black woman. Of course. They're going to stop me from... Tusky, no! Chris is now the only approved user, but somehow Tusky already... beat him.
Mine named Kumo, and decided to randomly mention me and the fact that he and I are friends.
Chris became very silent. Did I accidentally block him? Wait. Chris? What have I done? Did I put him in blocked? No, that can't be. No, he's an approved user. Not hidden. There's also hidden and blocked. No, he is approved. Chris? I killed him. Too much power.
To take pod shots at me in my Slimmers video from 2019.
Hey Kumo, I noticed that you took the Neko code.
Let me say shit on YouTube, you stupid. Chris, you got your special rights now. Chris, you got special rights.
This channel link out of your final chapter video description.
Oh god, why do they also sound like this?
To take pod shots at me in my Slimmers video from 2019.
Hey Kumo, I noticed.
Hey Kumo, did you know?
that you took the Neko Koda's channel link out of your final chapter video description. Apparently it was because she was sending your fans to harass you or something, which I'm pretty sure isn't true. But
Oh my god, why do they all sound like this? Anyway, I don't think that's true.
where have I heard that before? I mean,
where did I hear that before? What? You're literally an approved user, Chris. Oh, I didn't save. Now you are an approved user. Congratulations.
Are friends with the person who made this trash-ass video, so what can I fucking expect from you?
I forgot to save. I'm very sorry.
What's next? You're gonna call Neko Koda unprofessional and then attempt to dox her phone number?
On May 1st of 2022, I uploaded a very short video titled, It's Gonna Be Biblical. This clip was from the movie Law-Abiding Citizen, where the main character talked about pulling down a disease-corrupt temple, referring to the justice system.
And the business. We call this foreshadowing.
Toski emailed their pass to YouTube. That must be it. I did literally everything I can for Chris. Even as a approved user, Chris can't do shit.
May 2nd of 2022, I replied to Mushroom Girl with a video titled Mushroom Girl in Arguments, where I suspected that she was just a pondertard, reciting what she
Oh god, this was Mushroom Girl who was like, oh, I heard, I saw.
from those two videos. Like fucking clockwork. She responded that same day with Akumu's video on me, plus content update. In this video, Mushroom Girl said that Ponder and
I heard so many stories about Mushroom Girl. I need to look into her one day.
spoon-fed it to me, but that I was doubling down on my disgusting attempt to get a minor's docs information, referring to Slammers.
Dude.
Chris can say cuck now. I'm pretty sure the case of Mushroom Girl is cause she was a minor doing the stuff. I don't know, she's still a minor though. Okay, I won't look into it then.
Like, Ponder and Nezzy spoon-fed this shit to you, but apparently you're still gonna fucking double down on
Goddamn minors, ruining my fun.
Disgusting bullshit. You obsessive, disgusting bullshit where you asked for a minor's docs information.
In Mushroom Girl's description, she linked Ponder and Nezzy's two-part collab. This was fuel to the fire. Further motivation for me to make that retrospective series that I kept promising. You see, ever since 2020,
Teens say a lot of wild shit in a bunch of wild ways. Yeah, that's true. I didn't know she was a minor. I heard, like I said, I heard a lot of weird things said about her in the background, but no one ever mentioned that she was a minor, so great. Yeah, in that case, yeah.
There was an idea that kept popping up.
Unlike some other people, I do not care to hack on a minor.
Back of my head, each time this would happen. Each time one of these idiots came swinging at me and trying to use that narrative. That idea was, if the FCK's false accusations and lies about me were going to follow me around and be held over my head, let alone 2 years after the fact, shouldn't what the FCK did follow them? It's more than fair for two reasons. A, they had an audience of thousands, I only had a couple hundred. And B, I didn't need to lie or make things up like they did. I would be, and I have been, accusing them of the shit that they did do. It was this very reasoning, this very point, this very idea.
What do you mean, Chris? You could also say cuck. Your cuck was also there. The fuck you talking about?
Yeah, that I was so annoying and pestering to Nessie or Madlibs, on top of the fact that the group had no problem pestering and running their mouth about me. So every time their audience would comment on my shit and repeat the false accusations and lies.
Yeah, exactly, that's the problem. Like when you just hear their voices, there are so many ACC people that have the... So anyway, I told him he can go fuck himself. Like, why do they keep harassing me? Like, fuck them. Why are they going after me? This is exactly what the adults sound like in this community.
I would then comment or tweet to the FCK, accusing them of what they did do. This is what I mean by fuel to the fire. This is why the next time the sexual harassment accusation from Nezzy Monster would be brought up was June 12th of 2022.
Hello, Cloudy. We are at the moment testing why Chris is being censored by YouTube.
Because I made a comment about it. Her further denial prompted me to then put together the first ever retrospective series, a taste tester for what was to come in the FCK and the Art Community series on my channel. Since July of 2022, Neko Koda had been getting into reoccurring slap fights with someone else by the name of Shaggy. This little feud would go into December, where it culminated into Neko Koda scouring the internet for any information about Shaggy. Everything kicked off around...
Okay, don't overdo it now, Tusky. I know you get the pass for all, apparently, thanks to YouTube.
December 7th, with Koda first finding Shaggy.
Hi, Cloudy. Love you, Cloudy.
TikTok, which had their real name on it. Coda messaged this Xavier individual, asking if they were an expert hacker. No, I'm good at doxing people. Oh, damn. Was hoping you were legit. When Shaggy tweeted about the TikTok finding, Coda quoted with, "Lamau, you're really bad at covering your paper trail." There was some silly back and forth about dead naming with the name Jay, but the overall point is that Coda was hunting down information on Shaggy. When questioned...
Hey, Chris, you can say it! Chris, you're finally free. You're finally a free black trans man who can speak his mind.
Why? Coda pushed for a Discord call, telling Shaggy that
Don't overuse it. I will take your rights away at any second when you give me a reason.
his patience was running thin, that it was in Shaggy's best interest to talk on Discord, or one of my favorites, "Watch your tone with me, boy. I know more than you think." In what appears to be a group chat, Coda told Shaggy that there were a lot more malicious people on the internet.
How would you fucking feel in my situation, you fucking man? Shaggy, there's people a lot more malicious than me out there. You're purposely scaring a teen. What's wrong with you? Delete the fuck server. It's stupid Twitter drama. I could shut off your internet myself if I wanted.
Than him, and then not even a minute later said, "I could shut off your internet myself if I wanted." Coda decided to list their home and IP address, but was sure
Okay,
to
guys, now don't overdo it, please. I know we're testing something, but come on, please. Okay, you know what? Name. Get your power back.
clarify that he didn't intend on leaking it.
You obsessive, disgusting bullshit where you asked for a minor's docs information.
Basically, Coda was blackmailing Shaggy with, "You either call me on Discord or I contact your parents." And that's one of the reasons I'm telling you about this.
What is with the constant threat of calling people's parents? I will never understand that.
Shaggy was 17 and Coda was 20-something. Coda, an adult, searched for the private information of a minor and was blackmailing said minor under the threat of calling their parents over fucking internet drama. Specifically because Shaggy made fun of Mushroom Girl and was in a Discord server.
X, you were the last person I meant. Come on.
Of people that didn't like Mushroom Girl. That's what all of this was over. And I'm telling you about this because of the fact that Mushroom Girl, who previously accused me of trying to ask for a minor's docs information, went on to defend Neko Coda.
I can take the dart speech back. God damn it, Trusky, coming in, swinging hard. Come on.
Wrong of me to do, despite the fact I didn't even do it. But when Coda does exactly that, she defends it. This is the epitome of the...
Okay, I'm going back to my game. Have fun, Chris, have fun. Calling their parents won't matter since they're all neglected by their parents. Bruh.
The sanctimonious hypocrisy I've been talking about. A perfect representation, but fret not, we'll have plenty more. On December 15th, I uploaded the first ever episode in my series on the art community in the FCK, focusing on Nezimonster while setting up...
Saint! Why are you silencing Chris again? X, you are literally the last person I meant. Come on. I meant some other people, whoever did it. You just said like 2 things, X. Come on. Saint is abusing his power. Yeah, you can still... okay, that's interesting, that's interesting. I still don't know why I can't prove it. So, like, what is this approved role for? Is this for people you like and you want to be able to get away with? Right, okay. Okay. Enough testing, enough testing. Attention back, please. Attention back to the video.
The future episodes. Later, I decided to mention the false sexual harassment
Saint, stop bullying Chris.
accusation again in early January of 2023. I made a video about that, so I'm just gonna clip that too. Accountability is only relevant when you're the one trying to hold someone else accountable. Does it ever get tiring, pretending to be something you aren't? The facade, and coping to keep said facade up. On the 5th of January, she responded with, "Bro, I took accountability 3 years ago."
Always comment swinging hard and low. That's what I like you for, Trusky. That's what I like you for.
Over it. I'm saying this 100% seriously. I hope you get therapy and heal from whatever the hell you're going through. This isn't healthy and you deserve better.
Boy, I took accountability 3 years ago? When? Bruh.
Than this. I decided that this would serve as
Tusky? Tusky? I know you got all the passes, but come on now. No need to show off those passes.
an additional reminder or updater, posting it on my community tab and tagging her with my thoughts, and she commented on it. Whatever helps you sleep at night, man. I genuinely wish the best for you. This will be my final message to you. Best of luck to you, man. And she linked a tweet. People legit obsessed, and it's sad. Like, genuinely.
Do Saint can remove chats from YouTube chat, not Streamlets. Fuck! Fuck! Wait, can I remove them from Streamlabs? I literally can't. Now that's unfortunate. Okay, you all better behave. You all better behave. Or I will put back the auto motivation on. Okay, I will. Okay. It probably just took some time before the auto motivation came on completely. Okay, testing is over. Testing is now over, guys. We chill. We chill. You behave, or else I would put in the auto motivation again. Deal?
Sad. The apology is still up to this day. I have hidden nothing. I've just moved on with my life. Literally, everyone involved with that has moved on. It has been 3 years. Get therapy, and I mean that genuinely. Decided to update.
Yes, we will now be party poopers.
Quick. I genuinely hope you get better.
No, Jared, you came too late to the test, and there will be no more testing.
Man. I used to be angry, but after therapy and meds, I just feel bad for you. Later quote retweeted this with, if you want context, because they say I'm lying when I say I took accountability. Yes, I fucked up. I have said it many times. I like to think I've changed since. And I shit you not, the dumb bitch links the same tweet to her Twitlonger from 2021. The same one discussed in my previous video on her. You know, the one where she lied numerous times, claiming I withheld the evidence. She goes on to say, apparently they plan to make a big expose on me, I guess. They threatened me before with a weird, you have 24 hours a DM. I'm sorry for my fuck-ups. I've gone to therapy, gotten diagnosed, and got prescribed.
Oh god. I've gotten to therapy, I've gotten diagnosed, I took my meds, I swear.
Meds. I genuinely do not know what you want from me at this point. To disappear, to die. I don't know. I don't hold this much of a vendetta over the woman who physically abused me. But okay, I'm doing the best I can to be a good person. This is literally all I can do. I wish you the best, man. I honestly do. I hope you heal from whatever hurt you. I hope you can find happiness and live a good life. I honestly wish you the best. Have a good day, dude. A big expose video on you. I already made your fruitcake cuck episode, if that's what you're referring to. If you were oh so sorry for your fuck-ups, you wouldn't still be lying about them. You wouldn't have linked the same Twitlonger apology where you lie about what you did and lie about me.
Just this once, Chris liked the stream. Thank you very much, Chris. I appreciate it.
Otherwise, I would continue with your part of the project. It was a similar offer to the one I gave your friend, Fuchsia Butters. I did it because at the time, I delusionally thought you would eventually be honest. Now, someone asked her what exactly she did, and this is where everything comes full circle, where her whole I'm sorry for my fuck-ups falls apart. What the hell did you do? I'm out of the loop here. A couple years ago, I accidentally accused a guy of sexual harassment when I thought he sent an unsolicited shirtless photo to a friend at the time. I have since apologized to everyone involved and moved on. Apparently for some, though, that's not good enough. A dude has kind of followed me around since a video I did with Ponder and admitted to me he intends to take me down. She's oh so sorry, but here she is again lying, saying she accidentally accused him. You didn't accidentally accuse him. You may have when you first
You know what, Chris, for that, you get a teddy. You've been a good Chris, you've been a good boy.
him, but you did it again. This isn't even the only person who asked about it that she ended up
I
lying
got power, you get a like, equal exchange.
Say the apology's still up, that you've hidden nothing, but you don't mention anywhere in the apology.
And Tusky also gets a teddy. Everyone gets a teddy. Oh, not the crying teddy, no. Not the crying teddy. I have no teddies left, I fear. You get a heart pillow. No, y'all, for behaving and listening to me, you all get a little treat. There you go.
that you accused him twice, that the second time you accused him, you had the evidence, but chose not to use it. You said, fuck it. No, you don't mention any of that. Instead, you lie in the apology, claiming you weren't sent it, that I withheld it from you, lying to your audience and followers, saying you accused him by accident. How is this taking accountability? How have you changed? How
Pimenta. Pimenta, you want a crying teddy. Okay, you get the crying teddy. There you go. Right there. Get over here. There you go.
Are you doing the best you can to be a good person? If you're still lying about what you did 3 fucking years ago, how have you even moved on since you're still lying about it? You say you aren't lying, and then you link the apology where you lied, and then you lie to someone who asked about it. What this is a specifically crafted narrative to make her seem virtuous, to make it look like she's taking accountability and apologizing for a mistake of hers, while conveniently
because I
leaving out
didn't
details
slur
and
when I
lying to
could.
make me look bad. And her look
I'm
more
so
favorable.
sorry,
She's
Pimenta,
doing
you
this
missed
by
it.
dishonestly framing her mistake as accidental, essentially trying to make it less than what it actually was. A subtle means of
We can't have too many at once, you know, it's like a tweet. It's a tweet. Today was a tweet because we wanted to test how it works.
downplaying and concealing it. It's so cowardly and pathetic. She apologized for something she didn't even do and lied to hide what she actually did do. She isn't taking accountability for the fact it wasn't an accident, that she made the accusations while knowing they were false. Why else would she need to claim she wasn't sent the evidence when she clearly was, and even shared some of it to her friends? It's the same reason she refuses to address the lies in the twit longer, and keeps pointing to it as if it ever will amount to anything. Originally, my video discussing the problems of the FCK server would only be using testimony from Slimmers and Jamesy, with both of them blurred out, because even they knew that there was a risk of the audience lashing out at them for speaking up about their favorites, let alone agreeing with me on this topic. This was testimony I had been gathering from both Slimmers and...
Yo, you wanted me to text you? See, you were in the FCK? How did you know about this shit? Deadass. Yeah, I've been it since it started. I genuinely didn't know he did send porn to the chat a fuck ton, but I had always thought he was a minor, so I didn't really pay mind. It wasn't till like last month I found him to be really sus because he would say some fucked up things about my close friend, Teddy. So I had always planned on leaving the FCK, but I never did because I still had a few good friends in there. Any screenshots? We need proof.
And Jamesy since roughly the end of 2020, but I put it off for the longest because this crowd and their audience...
Thanks, G. Didn't say thank you before. Oh, and when did you get in the FCK? Not gonna lie, been trying to find some sort of receipt that shows when I joined, but to be honest, I have no idea. I'm pretty sure it was like mid-2019. Thanks, G. Of course. I tried messaging Jane about this too.
Kept telling me to move on. I also previously tried to get Teddy the Draws to come out about the FCK back in August of 2020, and she refused to, out of fear she would just be berated and not listened to. These people had far larger platforms, far larger sizes, so her idea was let bygones be bygones. They can do whatever they want because it wouldn't end well talking about it. So when it came to the private matters of the FCK and their Discord, all I had was matching testimony from several sources. That was until early 2023. While chilling in a call with Slimmers, she signed into her old accounts for shits and giggles, and realized that she was still in the FCK server. She then asked me if I wanted an invite, and I said sure, just let me get an alt account to throw in there. Upon me joining the FCK server, the first thing that I did was archive every chat that I could with a Discord exporter. Then I remained quiet for a few months while I took screenshots and organized them. April 1st of 2023, Nezzy Monster made a vague subtweet about someone else who apparently brought up the sexual harassment accusation, and 8 days later on the 9th, she released a second tweet longer discussing it.
Oh god, second tweet longer. This is the last time I'm talking about this situation. Will you read it?
The last time. This is the last time I'm talking about this situation. Bear in mind, a lot of this will be going by my memory, which isn't the best. For context, I made
my memory isn't the best.
Claim that someone sexually harassed a friend of mine. It's almost like she's not outright admitting and actually avoiding stating the fact that she falsely accused him when they sent a shirtless photo without permission. What do you mean without permission? Why are you now going back on that and claiming yet again that they didn't have permission? That's a little odd. I received 2 separate...
I made a claim that someone sexually harassed mine. Yeah, so again, Nezzy Monster coming back saying they got therapy, got meds and everything, but still saying that there was no permission.
Screenshots. One was cropped into my server while the other was sent via DMs. He's referring to our DMs. I mixed these two up. Not only did I mix them up, but I later found out there were two separate photos that were sent. The screenshots that were sent only showed one of them. That was the photo that had been shown to me and was part of the original claim. Nezzy is stating that Teddy initially only showed her the shirtless photo of him wrapped in Christmas lights, and she based her sexual harassment claim on that. So why is she mentioning that this supposed second photo was sent when it wasn't originally ever a part of the claim? This is a ploy. Oh guys, there definitely was sexual harassment. I was right in my claim now, because there's this other second photo that was sent that I didn't even fucking know about when I made the claim of sexual harassment. That makes so much sense. In the group of screenshots I was sent, the same one appeared 3 times. I didn't think they were useful. While I did accidentally send her a couple of duplicates, she's still admitting to going through the screenshots, which means that she would have seen the screenshot of Teddy stating, "Send here." I want to make something
Womp womp, lying again. That was the wrong answer.
clear. I was not equipped for this situation at all. Some reasons are very private. I never intended this maliciously.
X, I also have a tank if you want water.
This was not a planned thing. Everything just kind of happened because I panicked like an idiot. I take full responsibility and I apologize to a certain someone as A. She's talking about me and yet still refusing to say my name. My fucking Beetlejuice. By the way, to clear something up, the FCK was not made for you. It was just a chat filled with other creators as the person who owned it was social. It broke up because a lot of people disconnected from that person due to personal reasons. Yeah, personal reasons. That's why the FCK broke up. Not your rampant hypocrisy, your attempts to control the narrative, or the fact that you all were spamming the server with porn and showing minors pornography. Oh yeah, just personal reasons. The only times we ever brought you up was because you kept following us around. Oh, you're not going to state why I was following you around. Maybe the constant false accusations, hit pieces, watching of my Twitter and Discord server might have something to do with that. I don't intend to make a video of this, and I don't intend to talk about this again. Do not bother anybody else about this. The situation was
pretty much the same as before.
entirely my fault. I take the full blame. I mixed things up. I panicked, and I approached this the same way, and for that, I am sorry. Ever since the situation, I have gone to therapy, been diagnosed, and have been properly medicated. You can choose to stay if you wish, but if you as my audience, my friends, do not wish to, I fully understand. Thank you for reading, and have a nice day. It was around this time, April of 2023, that I made the interesting decision to reach out to Lao Convoy to help me get a call with Nezzy Monster, because every attempt to talk with her went absolutely nowhere. This was another choice of mine that aligned the stars and put us on the path to the shitstorm back in early 2024. Now just before—
Sure, put me in the tank. Oh, God damn it, it didn't work as I wanted, I guess. Don't worry about it. This is normal. This is normal. It just updated something. I changed some settings so it won't show certain words in the Streamlabs chat. After we now found out how to go easy. You know, just to be safe, just to be safe. Also, what did I want to do again? Oh yeah, splishy splashy 4x. The cage, the water tank. There we go. Oh, you get to sit. You know what? You get to sit here. No testing. No testing right now. We tested enough this stream.
4-hour call, Nezzy Monster and Susie fucking Doodletones coincidentally reached out to Teddy the Draws to apologize for what had happened in 2020, and then her, Teddy, and Doodles got into a call. From a third-party source who was present in this call, it was allegedly aimed at getting Teddy to try and align their stories for the upcoming call with me. Totally not suspicious behavior at all. Why would you need to prime yourselves if you're planning to tell the truth? There's a difference between preparing for the call and sort of refreshing yourself and trying to get someone to agree to a set of events for your public call. While I do trust this person, please take this with a grain of salt, because I don't have any evidence nor any—
Well, fuck you, Saint, that didn't work.
other sources that align with the details, or supposed details, of this call in particular. It was then on May 7th of 2023 that I and Nezzy Monster had the call in Lao Convoy Senate server, with Doodletones tagging along as sidekick. That'll be a pretty consistent theme moving forward. As usual, I'll summarize, but the recording with and without my post commentary is provided in the description. Nezzy Monster and Doodletones couldn't keep the story consistent in the call. On the topic of our DMs from 2020, Doodletones said that Nezzy Monster thought she deleted our DMs and didn't know she had them the whole time.
If I may, I was in a call when Nezzy went back and looked for those DMs. Nezzy didn't even know that they still had the DMs open.
On the topic of the sexual
Oh
harassment.
god, I hate her voice so much. I hate her voice so much.
and Mad Libs' September 2020 video.
I
Nezzy's
didn't say to try it now.
reasoning for not giving Mad Libs the key screenshot was that she blocked me, closed our DMs, and had no way of getting them back.
Like I said, I gave what I gave to Libby, and I gave her
Still
the
doesn't
things.
work.
I will admit that. We had a conversation about that. We left on good terms. Because I was an idiot, and I mixed up screenshots. And
You can draw yourself in a tank now.
a lot of shit that happened. Because after our convo, I had blocked you, and I also ended it, and I didn't know how to get it back.
Which is contradicting what Doodles first said, that we know is the truth for once, because just a few days before this very call, Doodles sent Kumo a screenshot from Nezzy's perspective of our DMs. Now, anytime I started bringing up what Nezzy Monster had done, or false accusations,
You mean later it will work?
Hypocrisy, the topic was immediately shifted to my mean statements, my mean comments, or even me being on a stream back in 2020. For instance, when I started to discuss her deceit, she shifted the topic to a mean tweet that I made about Slimmers, insisting that it wasn't photoshopped to have her @ in it. The few times that the topic wasn't shifted, she said she couldn't remember much, only to continuously remember very oddly specific details for her claims, some of which never even happened. She remembered that I called her a bitch in a video, or that I was on her live stream.
Oh, you called someone a bitch? Shame.
2020, yet anytime I asked about something on her end that she did, oh, I don't remember that. Another issue with the
Listen, it's called selective amnesia. Many such cases.
Put the onus for evidence only on me. I have no issue with evidence being demanded or asked for making a claim. However, I do have a problem with only one person being asked to provide evidence. And not once was Nezzy Monster pressed to provide evidence for any of her claims. Totally not biased, though. Not a biased call at all. That's a ridiculous notion. 15 minutes into the call,
Indeed, web user. Imagine calling a bee a bee.
I point out that it wasn't the first time I've tried to have a conversation with the FCK. Nezzy Monster stated, I know from the several different DMs you've sent me. And this isn't the first time I've tried to have a conversation.
Senate call with Nezzy Monster, Doodle Tones, and Lio Convoy.
With you all. I've approached you all multiple times to have a conversation.
The several different DMs that you've sent me. One of which said you have 24 hours.
I said 24 to 48 because I was editing the video at the time, and this was specifically the video, it was specifically the video that was made, right around the time the Mad Libs Lies Again video.
Do you not understand how threatening that message is?
You had been ignoring me the entire time beforehand. If I joined your Discord,
you have 24 hours for the truth to come out with and not only that, but this.
Don't you know how threatening that is to tell me to tell the truth in 24 hours? Bitch, it'll dare you bring a birthday present to my birthday party on my birthday.
That you didn't say your name. I didn't know who you were.
The alt had my name in it. All of my alts have my name in it. Keep this in mind, it'll be real important in just a bit. At 18 minutes in, we talked about me messaging her on alts after the Mad Libs video from September of 2020. As he specifically claimed, I did so 3 times and stated that she didn't know why I was trying to reach out to her when she actively didn't want to talk to me. I told her that it was because she kept lying about me, to which she said, no, I did not. The only account that I used to reach out to you last year was the,
You have come to me with 3 different accounts.
Yeah, 3 different
I don't remember
Yeah,
any
because you blocked everything.
I don't know why you kept trying to contact me when I actively didn't want to talk to you.
Because you kept lying about me. And then
no, I did not.
Yes, you did.
I don't talk about you. I don't care about you.
Part of this is a lie, one of which I've already shown. In Nezzy's Twitlonger from January of 2021, she claimed that I withheld the evidence from her. That was a lie. A flat-out lie. A projection, even. Because she withheld those screenshots from Mad Libs. She only gave Mad Libs 6 out of the 16 that I gave her. Then there's her tweets in 2022 and 2023 discussing the accusation, where she...
Listen, I know all the trash memes. I love that you got this trash reference.
He insisted and claimed that it was an accident. It is not an accident to continue pushing a claim that you're aware is false, that you were given evidence and initially admitted that you were wrong, then walked it back, refused to admit that you were wrong in what you did, allowed your friends like Toby and Mad Libs to deny your actions for you, and then lie about the person who gave you the evidence so you could blame them instead. That is in no way an accident or a mistake. Those are repeated conscious decisions. Continuing on though, note that Nezzy agreed just 3 minutes prior that she knew I wanted to talk because I DM'd her multiple times, and here she said it was 3 times. Please keep this in mind moving forward.
Okay.
After the video was done, I was done with everything. You can respond, and if
I was done with everything, don't you get that?
You're telling the truth, then there is your truth. But after that, I don't fucking talk about you unless you come to me.
This is false. The January...
Didn't you talk about him multiple more times?
2021 Twitlonger alone is proof of that. If she was oh so done talking about it after Mad Libs...
I'm going to say slurs. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Mesothelioma is a rare cancer linked to asbestos exposure. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum.
This video in 2020. She wouldn't have made a false claim about it in 2021. Then there's Nezzy saying, if you're telling the truth, then there is your truth. There is no such thing as your truth or my truth. There is your claims of what happened, my claims of what happened, and the truth. Whoever's claims mirror the truth the most, and hopefully accurately,
Let's see who truth is the most.
is the one who is being truthful. It's relativism, and in this case, the truth is relative, subjective, and then it varies from person to person. This is used to imply that all viewpoints are valid, regardless of evidence and reasoning, by pretending there's no such thing as objective truth. People like Nezzy are incapable of separating or setting their feelings aside. To them, whatever they feel is how it is. They conflate their feelings with the truth. Yet she's also revered as an unbiased source of information. Once more, the best jokes write themselves, especially with people like this. Seeing as many from the FCC were listening in on this call, a community that loves to talk about logical fallacies, loves them so much that they impulsively invoke them all the time and often incorrectly. They still have yet to grasp what an ad hominem is, something that's been explained
This word triggers me. Ad hominem. Ad hominem.
to them multiple times over the last nearly 10 fucking years. They think that simply hearing or seeing an insult makes an ad hominem. Point is, why was nothing said
Don't
about
mind
Nezzy's
that.
logical fallacy? At 19 minutes in, Nezzy said that she's tired of me constantly coming to her DMs and coming to her streams with my friends, specifically stating that she remembers me following her Twitch stream on 2 different accounts.
And that's it. I don't give a single. I mean this in the nicest way.
I don't give a single
shit
fuck.
about you.
Oh.
I just want to move on, and I'm tired of you constantly coming to my DMs, coming to my streams, with your friends.
I haven't. Hold on.
and coming into my
to your
chat.
streams. Hold on. What?
You followed me on one of the streams.
I came to one stream,
On one whole stream.
which was yours and Toby's. That was
One
it.
of that. You came to 2. No.
Oh, no. There was yours and
I
Toby's.
said don't mind that name.
and I showed up in one with Mad Libs, which wasn't even
you
about you.
showed
That
up.
was me fucking with Lucy.
No, you showed up in the stream with Toby, and then you showed up on one of my Pokemon streams. I remember because you
You
followed
were
me
on
with
my Pokemon stream.
2 different accounts, which was Kumu.
Did
and
you
my-
cry in that one too?
Hold on.
or Villain Lord or some shit.
On your Twitch stream.
Yes.
This is a lot of specific details and memories for someone who can't remember much. All of what she talked about there happened in 2020, yet she acted as if it was recent. I may have falsely accused you and your friends to hundreds of thousands of people, but how dare you show up in my stream making fun of me for it, and informing my blissfully unaware audience of people who normally grandstand others
Yes, how dare you?
over lies and deceit. Now, I haven't touched a single stream of hers in 4 years. I also only have one Twitch account under this name. My other one I haven't touched in years before all of this. What I have done is bring it up on Twitter or YouTube so people would know about what she did and what she was lying about. Then at 24 minutes in, Nezzy Monster mentioned stuff between Toasty and Teddy, Toasty and herself, and Toasty and Mad Libs, or Libby. That it wasn't her story
Libby.
to tell.
There was a lot of stuff that happened that you don't know about.
You don't know of all the things that happened in this universe and others, okay?
Well, okay, fair enough.
A few of the things.
Don't say fair enough.
There was a lot of shit going on between Toasty and Teddy. It's not my place to say that. Between me and Toasty, there was a lot of uncomfortable stuff. He did uncomfortable stuff with Libby. Not my story
And you still all defended him.
to tell, but they did a lot of shit in the server
Well,
that was very
in
uncomfortable.
regards, clearly, Nezzy was remembering something. 5 minutes later, we discussed the 4-year-old collab on me with Ponder, and specifically that her audience keeps bringing up the false claims from the collab. Nezzy Monster did not apologize for her false claims. She instead told me that if I was that convinced in my own point, to just tell the people to fuck off.
No, it's like this was 3 years.
All of you who weren't able to tell a teenager to fuck off in all these years are now like, just tell people to fuck off. Fuck you.
Ago, and I don't remember this. I don't keep track of everything.
I don't remember this. Oh, my selective amnesia.
Shots of every DM I've ever had. I don't remember every video I've ever made because once the thing is done, it's done for me.
Well, the
It's
only reason I am so adamant about it and have the details is
I'm sorry, but the VC jerker and showerer was creepy with the woman. Crazy, I know, it's crazy. Can you imagine? I would have never seen this coming. What a turn of events.
specifically because people keep bringing it up.
Then tell
in
them
the
to fuck
Kai situation, it was brought up. Fucking last year, it was brought up. I think a month and a half ago, it was brought up again. So it's not like something where I can just pack up and walk away like you guys did, because the claims that I tried to dox people, that I sent doxers after people, all of that stuff was purported by you all, and you guys just walked away. At least most of you did. There's Lucy, just took the video down. And then the Mad Libs said that I bullied Lucy into taking the video down, despite the fact that Lucy willingly took the video down. We had a whole DM discussion where it was like, I think you should leave the video up. No, I feel like taking it down.
Oops.
But
I don't remember that.
It was claimed that I bullied Lucy into taking it down.
The best advice that I can give you to all the people, if what you're saying is the truth, and you have shown people this...
Killjoy, hello! Uppies for Killjoy! Killjoy, you know what? You know what? You get... Oh, not that one. Don't mind that one. Don't mind that one. You get... a pillow! Come over here. There you go. Sit here. Forget to sit here.
Tell them to fuck off. I don't know why you gotta drag me into this.
Who keeps bringing this stuff to you, Akumo?
Just various people. Various people all over.
Then tell them to fuck off.
Yeah, tell them to fuck off, you know? Just tell them to fuck off.
Well, they're using either your and Ponder's videos or the Mad Libs video, even though the Mad Libs video was taken down, they're using the archive of it. And
if your evidence is
Shut up. There was nothing. You said nothing.
And if your evidence is enough, it would
I
convince
guarantee
them
you
otherwise.
to your audience it's not. I could whip out evidence for days, and I have before in conversations with
Evidence for days, son.
It doesn't matter.
Files on top of files.
Then tell them to fuck off.
Why are they...
If you are that convinced in your own point, then tell them to fuck off.
Does that sound familiar? Back to our DMs from August of 2020. I said I don't like liars. She said she's not lying. That I didn't think that, but alright. When I told her I ripped her a new one by confirming the dozens of lies in her video, the collab, she said, sure you did. Whatever helps you sleep at night. When I said that she lied in her video dozens of times, and that's
What do you mean I treat purple with pain and torture? Look at all the teddies and hard plushies we have here. Don't mind X in the water tank in the background. X is just having a swim.
was so easy to pick apart, and everything in that vid was bagged. If you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you. It wasn't, hence why it was picked apart. You had 2 good points at best. As you replied, sure. Like I said, you can think what you want. And like I said, sure. Later stating, I don't know why you're still obsessing over that vid though, after I just explained to her that she lied dozens of times in it. Same video that she got hundreds of thousands of
No,
views
she never lied, you know, she just had selective amnesia and thought it was true.
with. But it's much easier to pretend my dislike of that is just me obsessed with the video, and that she has no idea why. This feigning ignorance and omitting issues to then complain about my issues is a long habit of the art and slideshow community. Both content creators and the audience do this. That's if they don't just tell themselves I'm salty or upset over being called out, just to avoid the actual problem with their favorite people. The point I'm making is that
Wouldn't want my favorite people to be cringe. Just some splish splash fun. Exactly. X needs the hydration.
me, if you're so convinced in your own point, it's just the same smug skirting around of the issue that she did 3 years before. An issue that she created. 39 minutes into the call, Nezzy did apologize, but only for her contribution to Madlib's hit piece. A Nezzy Monster segment that involved reciting the false sexual harassment accusation against my friend, with Nezzy stating that she
I'm so sorry again for people who see a stream of mine for the first time and just see the screen full with teddies, one with the crying teddy, one chatter in the water tank. It must be so confusing.
regretted it. One of the points that was brought up in 2020 specifically
Moist.
in the Madlib video was that I would repeatedly show up and raid your all streams. And this
And
video
that
was supposed to be
wasn't my
speaking for all
claim.
of
That's your problem with Libby, not with me.
the video
I
was
didn't
made
write
to
that
speak for all of you.
No, it was not. It was meant to speak for us separately, which is why everyone had
What? Now you're separate identities? I thought you were all one brain cell. You all share one brain cell. You're one being.
points.
So, okay.
I wasn't a part
They truly pick and choose when they are a collective and when not.
of the making of the video. I only contributed that one part, which I really regret and I apologize for. I wasn't a part of the script. I didn't read the script. I didn't watch the video.
54 minutes in is especially noteworthy
I didn't even watch the video, gee.
because I asked Nezzy about the porn spam inside the FCK server. Nezzy mentioned that Toasty would spam porn even in their conversations, and specifically brought up that Toasty had a chat for Slimmers' NSFW, her porn artwork.
What is with the
True, there's no hanging today. For now.
porn spamming?
I don't know. He would do that in our conversations too.
Well, he wasn't the only one that
It
did
was
it.
just kind of.
I know.
It was just kind
Doodle Tones, shut up.
of the environment that Toasty built. I do
Yeah,
remember
and there was
that.
NSFW specific chats. I don't like the fact that he had an NSFW chat specifically for Slimmers for her art.
Well, yeah. But the
Akumu nonsense noises.
The reasons why I left.
led out of the NSFW chats.
Web user, it's not fun if you want it. That's a problem.
Like there's
I
an
think
example.
I think that's primarily a question that you'd have to ask Toasty more than anybody else.
He recently answered a question I had, but he's not a very He doesn't have a very good track record, being honest. No.
Yeah, I don't trust Toasty either because I found out later on that he faked screenshots between Peaches and Toby to get them to fight for whatever fucking reason. I don't know why.
What?
I don't know what his deal was. He did this with me and Teddy. He did it with Toby and Peaches. He did it with almost all of us.
Oh, he played the friends against each other.
Did he do it with the bin situation, or was that just a Toby thing?
I wouldn't know because I don't remember much that happened between Ben and Toby.
If I recall that conversation correctly, I think it was just a Ben thing. I don't think Toasty really got involved too much with that.
He mostly tried to get it to keep quiet at the time. That's what I remember.
No one else mentioned that, brought it up, or even alluded or implicitly, remotely mentioned it. Nezzy was the first one to specifically mention the Slummers chat, so she obviously remembers it. Yet when asked why none of this was brought to light, she constantly insists that her memory is oh so bad, that she could...
Yeah, it do be like that. Why does she sound like Cindy? They all sound like Cindy. That's the problem. They all have the same kind of cadence and 1 HP voice.
remember these things. Yet something like a chat dedicated to a minor's porn and was essentially a large group chat with adults and other minors, she remembered instantaneously.
Oh, you mean doodle tones, right? That's diaper tones. They always sound like it, and I hate it, and it kills my ears.
Completely on her own. At 59 minutes in, Nezzy Monster told me that she still stood by the collab with Ponder, and that if I wanted more, I should talk to Ponder instead.
Yeah, you should talk to Ponder, and Ponder will tell you to talk to this person, and then this person will tell you to talk to this person, you know?
And
My only contention is that shit being brought up again, like repeatedly.
We'll tell them to fuck off. Because here's the thing, right? I cannot control
How often will you tell him to tell people to fuck off, while you couldn't handle it for like ever?
People come to you, and I cannot control what people believe. They choose what they believe. I stand by that video, to my recollection of it, and from what happened.
To my recollection of it. Oh, love it, love it.
If you want more closure on it, I would recommend talking to Ponder, because I have a really fucked up memory, because I'm stressed all the time, and I'm not very smart.
Oh, I'm stressed, and I'm a stoopy. I'm just a little bean.
Before I don't see that going anywhere, I might get attempt to.
In an hour and 3 minutes into the call, we again discussed my attempts to talk to the FCK, and specifically Nezzy Monster.
Nezzy brought up some valid points about how you're conducting yourself, obviously, but that's what I think needs to go. If you want to have conversations, and I do mean conversations, not dicking with other people who have been involved, I implore you to do it in a sensible way.
Well, I started dicking with them after things didn't go anywhere.
You should have been dicking with me to begin with.
You shouldn't have been dicking with me to begin with. Is fucking hilarious coming from her. Nezzy and nearly her entire friend group was dicking with me all
Yeah, amnesia is really prevalent in the ACC. Funny how they all have the same mysterious case of selective amnesia, where they perfectly remember something that happened like 5 years ago. But then on something they did, like a week ago, my memory,
throughout 2020. Don't forget the 2 communities worth of Spurgs right behind them.
Akumu spent 5 years trying to cancel his subscription by phone. Listen, and he finally managed it.
I've shown you a sampling, a taste of what I dealt with. But apparently the line in the sand is drawn at her being made fun of for what she did, and accused of the things that she did.
Chris, what are you saying? Web user would never try to gaslight you.
Now here's one of my favorite parts.
Akumu, I've dealt with
If you wanted to be communicative, like I said before, you have a history of dicking around with people.
Oh, you have a history of dicking around with people, you know? You know how bad this is? Even worse than being the voice chat gooner.
How do I, when you, think at one point you even called yourself a troll, how am I supposed to know when to take you seriously and when not to?
Well, when
I show you evidence of people being inappropriate around minors.
You on Twitter wanting to discuss it, like act on it.
The one time I remember you coming out to me was, how is that L? And that's it.
Nezzy claimed that she only remembers one time that I approached her to talk, which was me asking,
of course,
that L? While this is partially true, I was petty enough to message and ask her that. That is not the only time I've messaged her, and she knows this because she said so previously in this very call. Remember, at 15 minutes in, Nezzy said I DM'd her multiple times.
And this isn't the first time I've tried to have a conversation with you all. I've approached you all multiple times to have a conversation.
Yeah, no, and every time they said, ew, it's Akumu, he.
The several different DMs that you've sent me.
3 minutes after that, she said I did so 3 times.
You have come to me with 3 different accounts.
Yet later on, when I state that I was trying to reach out to talk, putting the onus on her for dodging that, she changes her story to claim she only remembers me DMing her with that one question.
Crazy how that works.
She previously agreed that I DM'd her multiple times so she could complain and victimize herself.
Oh, it's funny when it's about, oh, you harassed me on so many accounts. But on the other hand, you only reached out to me once, just to be mean to me. Crazy how that works. Truly amazing.
That with, well, why were you trying to reach out to me when I actively didn't want to talk to you? Then when I state that I've been trying to talk to her to clear all of this up, she switched up, claiming to only remember one time I tried to. So she can then grandstand me about how I wasn't actually trying to talk to her. I wasn't being communicative. Fascinating how that works. Now, just a few seconds after Nezzy contradicted herself, we discussed our DMs from August of 2020. Nezzy claimed that she asked me in our DM.
Chris, I hate to tell you this, but WebUser is right. At the beginning of the stream, I forgot to take the little decorations of the last stream off, so WebUser was still hanging and I took him down.
If I was going to revel in it, and claimed that I said yes, then claimed that I said I might.
No, because before that, when the initial video was made, I think this is the first week that the video was made, the Mad Libs one, in regards to the whole like sexual harassment thing. The first thing I did was I tried to DM you, and then it went nowhere, and that's why all the tweets that are in the video, which again can be found like at Nezzy's segment of the video on the Wayback Machine, all those tweets were made because no response was made. And then I got, Hal, you fucking, when we were talking on the Noodle Cup Boy account, I wasn't dicking with you then, and then you yeeted me out of your server, and I tried to.
No, you were kind of dicking with me on there.
You were just dicking with me. I remember you. I remember nothing else, but I remember how you were just dicking with me.
Shit with Lucy, and so I responded in kind.
And when I asked you to get this situation sorted, are you going to revel in it? And you said yes. You didn't want the situation to be fixed. You wanted to revel in it.
No, I didn't say I was going to revel in it.
But of course, you all wanted just to have the situation fixed, of course.
There's literally a screenshot of it.
Hold on. Let me go to the DMs.
I said, are you going to revel in it, or are we going to get it fixed? And you said, I might.
This is untrue. Looking back at our DMs, Nezzy said, I admit I may have made a mistake. Do you want it fixed, or are you going to revel in it? I responded, may, in all caps, quoting her because of her audacity to think she may have made a mistake.
Join my Discord is in it. What's your number for your Discord if not? Nezzy Monster, I will talk to both of them. If I have made a mistake, I will fix it.
Mistake after I gave her the screenshots.
Crazy.
4 minutes after this, she repeats twice that if I wanted to talk, I could have reached out.
Just like, here's the thing,
I guess.
Are they not doing the mom voice after the 1 HP voice didn't work? Because in the mom voice, maybe he will back down, you know? Maybe he will get scared. No, and you want to look like the responsible adult in the situation, of course. Honey, that's not how you do it. I hate to tell you.
Biggest issue with you, right, is that you come off as a very hostile person. And no shit.
Oh, you're so hostile. Oh.
Nobody wants to deal with a hostile person, especially me as someone with like anxiety and someone that has to like.
I have anxiety. I have autism. I have PTSD. My bones are made of glass. My skin is made of paper. I have brain damage and I have memory issues. God damn it.
A lot of meds just to function. I'm not going to.
Lio is in this call as mediator.
Yeah,
if someone has to step in, like the neutral third party, I would guess.
Talk. You could have just said, "Hey, man, there's some stuff that I disagree with. You mind like hashing it out?" I'd be like, "Sure." I'm not going to respond to. You have 24 hours till the truth comes out.
Well, what about the one after that one? Because the one after that one in 2022, I was like, "Hey, I'm working on this video." And
that one I don't remember.
You have fun playing Minecraft, Tusky.
Before, I wanted to talk about it before posting it.
That one I don't remember.
I didn't want to make the second.
Also, you don't announce yourself. You never announce yourself. You just expect me to know which one is supposed to be you.
And he just appears. He never announces himself. He just teleports right behind her.
Well, the account was like named me. So, but
you expect me to think that every person named Akumu is you on the vast wide web?
Fair, but
that
if
someone has a weeb name.
And yes, like X says, if Nezzy didn't want to get stressed with shit, they shouldn't have made videos throwing hands with others. Should have just drawn Akumu as a fish. That's how we do it. That's how you do it. That's how you truly do it. No, but this is how the art community should resolve every drama. Just draw the other person as an animal of your choice.
I'm bringing up the Teddy and Silver situation. I think it would be fair to assume that it's me.
That's why I said that I don't remember that DM at all. I don't even know if I read it. I could have just seen your name and fucked off.
Hey, I don't even know if I read it, you know? It's been so long. Oh, shit.
Because it doesn't show the full DM. It also probably went into the DMs. It's like, hey, warning, this person is suspicious. And I'm like, well, fuck it. Because I have that on my thing.
Yeah, there's a third category of Twitter DMs.
Like, dude, if you wanted to talk from...
Shut up, Doodle Tones.
the very beginning. All you had to do was be like, hey, what's up? But no, every time that you've ever talked to me, every time you've talked to anybody, has been incredibly hostile.
First, she agrees with me constantly,
Threatened with being furry. See? That's how you win.
DMing her so she can complain about me reaching out, that she actively didn't want to talk. Then she
If you start drama with me, I will assign you a persona.
only remembers one time and tells me I could have just reached out. The fucking gall.
And if you don't stop, I will commission an artist to draw the persona.
Never mind the fact that while she's acting like she would have been open to talking with me had I seriously reached out, despite the fact I did multiple times, and she's already acknowledged that. The only time when we were talking, she fucking blocked me. She previously admitted to that in this same call. Remember Heaton Mitsuru? She was listening in on this call and squealing in the text chat with the rest of the Centaurs, going on about how this was old and that it's never stopped being brought up. Huh, kind of like the false doxing accusation I've
Oh,
dealt.
it's old drama, but they all bring up the Madame drama, which is the first instance where Akumu was involved. Crazy how that works again.
With something Heaton herself is guilty of claiming towards me. Though a notable difference is, Nezzy falsely accused me and later my friend, I haven't falsely accused her. Heaton went on to say, the whole point of this is that he won't leave Nezzy alone. That was not the point of the call. Heaton even linked the part 1 of Nezzy and Ponder's collaboration. I want this nerd to leave my friend alone. If you'd like to see the entire call and the whole chat reaction to it, it's within the video about the call.
Why won't these nerds leave my friends alone? Crazy, maybe your friends should leave the nerd alone. They literally get one guide by one teenager.
After the call that I tagged Heaton and brought up her reciting the false doxing accusation back in 2021, to which she defended herself doing so, but couldn't even get what I asked for right, to even defend herself in making the claim. Heaton also said that the FCK should have kept Slummers far away from me, as if my mean tweets were the real and true danger, not the group of...
Yes, mean tweets are the true danger, not the degenerates who post porn everywhere and jack off in VC. The minors could enter at any moment and is like in VC, like, hey, let me open my phone folder. Oh, there are minors here! Well, I didn't know that.
Adults showing her porn and getting her to draw it, one of whom was Heaton's friend, Nezzy, who knew and stayed quiet about it. Priorities are great. She then told me to cope, ultimately running away from the conversation because she didn't have her friends backing her, like in those silly little slideshow calls. Even after the Synod call, Nezzy Monster went on to downplay the sexual harassment accusation.
I just love how they are super tough when they are in a group, like doing the silly Mean Girls table video, but when they're alone, they're like, oh, leave me alone, and running.
She made again in a few calls with the slideshow commentary community.
To them because
lady, grow some balls,
that's partially our job, and I want you to understand that I too
oh god,
fucked
doodle
up
tones
before, and I have believed someone with very little evidence. And you want to know what I did?
What did you do?
I wrote out an apology twice because I also got something wrong in my first
yeah, and both apologies were shit.
apology. I wrote out an apology trying the best that I could with my memory. I tend to have a bad memory because of my mental health issues. That's not an excuse. It's an
I have mental health issues. Woohoo.
And I shared
we all got them. You ain't special.
That on every single platform. I had an apology sent to the individual in question because I didn't want to contact them. They were, I believe, friends with a doxer at the time. And I had a conversation with one of the people involved. I didn't hide anything. I didn't talk to them and say, well, you should
I would never hide anything.
Take this. I did tell a friend if they could take it down, which I do regret. They didn't take it down. I didn't bother them again.
Whilst grandstanding someone else, talking about how they needed to be held accountable.
If you do this bullshit again, we're going to bring this to Lio, or you're going to have to deal with
Just the angry tone. You would expect something like, I will kick your balls then, you will regret the day you were born. And then, we will bring this to Lio. We need an adult to handle this. Oh. Bruh.
Deal with me again. Do you understand me? So if I see you do this shit again, you're gonna deal with me.
But I personally feel like, I'm not saying it needs to be right now, but I feel like you, at some point, once Key and Tippy are like emotionally better, you need to like hold them accountable. You need to just go up to them and be like, hey, you guys need to be actively working to improve yourselves, you know?
No, they need to be actively accountable right now. Something that I've noticed in this community.
Exactly, she invoked Lio like he was her actual dad. If you do this again, I will take that. God. Bruh. Brother. My sister in Christ.
Is that Tippy and Key tend to be held with kids' gloves. You don't need to go down on them hard, but
you want to be treated with kids' gloves.
You need to hold them accountable.
Yet presenting her false accusation as though it was a mistake, an accident. Not that she made the accusation with no evidence to begin with, which is ironic considering her and Ponder's whole claim is that I lacked evidence. And of course—
Yeah, they either start sweating. I almost feel sorry for Lio that he gets treated like the father who gets called into every little shit they call into. True skill living up to his name, telling the truth. The truest of truth. Either they threaten people with Lio, or they threaten people with calling their parents. Get your mother into this call. Right now. Bro, I'm 31, I live on my own. Get your mom!
First left out that she continued to defend and lie about it for 4 fucking years. Don't think that this train stops just yet. If it's one thing I've shown you all, it's that these people can't help themselves. They have to dig to rock bottom. We're now in 2024, the precipice of everything you've been shown so far. In February, I finished the video—
Saint, no!
On the FCK server with the help of a friend named ONLAP, who you've seen and heard narrate.
Oh,
It was while I edited the FCK server video, someone I told ran back to Lio Convoy, setting up these next events. The FCK server video was uploaded and then scheduled to premiere February 26th of 2024. On February 23rd, 3 days before, Madlibs put out her statement about the FCK and the server. It was an info dump that touched on the sexual harassment accusation, Toasty, Junkie, and even pissed off Dumb and Dumber, Nezzy, and Doodles. Yes, I was in the FCK server.
Oh no, Nezzy and Doodles again.
Of terrible things happened in there. I should have stood up and said something, but didn't, and that's my fault. I left the server and stopped talking to anyone involved in it years ago because everything in it didn't sit right with me. Even when
Maybe you should have talked about it.
everyone tried to tell me it was fine. I should have said something about it, but I didn't. I stayed on extremely distant but decent terms with everyone as well if they ever messaged me afterwards, but I shouldn't have. I was afraid that if I said anything or didn't play nice, that everyone I thought were my friends, some with platforms way bigger than mine, would turn on me and throw me under the bus.
I don't actually know how old Enla is, but I would very much assume that she's an adult.
Same way they did to anyone else who disagreed with them. That should have been my first clue to get out. This does not excuse anything, but for what it's worth, I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry to the minors in that server that were exposed to so much and harassed by some members. I'm sorry I stayed quiet. I'm sorry for the couple of NSFW things I sent in the chat, even if they were the result.
Excuse me. I'm sorry for the couple not safe for work things I sent in the chat, even if they were the result of a conversation I was having with other adults. Okay.
Of conversation I was having with other adults, never directed at or meant for minors. It was unacceptable of me. And she shares a screenshot of our DMs when we spoke a few months back, and I reached out to her for the project. If it's any consolation at all, I don't ever plan on returning to my platform on any social media, so I don't care if any of my former
Do I need to take the video off the screen and put on an ADHD video for the simulations?
Call me a backstabber / bad friend for saying this. That server was wrong, and not even half of what happened should have slid by. I'm done with all of you, and I have been for a long time. I don't have a platform to risk or so-called friends from the art commentary community to lose anymore. So, fuck you, Toasty Vanilla. I should have dropped you, and you got people in my server.
What is this?
To draw porn of me, and held it over my head, begging to show it to other creators even after I told you it made me uncomfortable.
Ew.
And here are the two.
Excuse me, when someone gets to draw porn of you, when someone gets people to draw porn of you, you fucking give them hell and are not like, oh, this made me really uncomfortable. How dare you hold this over my head?
Two DMs that she shares. There's Toasty sending the image. She says, hey,
Oh,
man,
God.
can you not encourage this anymore? I'm like legit starting to get uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's not what you're saying. That's not what you're saying when someone sends you shit like that. Hey, can you maybe not encourage people to do this? I'm starting to get uncomfortable, you know, just if it's no bother. You tell them to fuck the hell off and block their ass. God damn, what's wrong with you all?
Comfortable. I was gonna say
Grow some balls.
choke slap me with your thighs, but then I remember the last time I said something like that, I almost made things really awkward. It wasn't what
Only
you
almost?
said. It was the literal porn bounty you put on my head. Well, never thought I'd say that sentence.
Porn bounty? Excuse-moi?
Well, now everyone in the group has trap porn made of them. It had
to... Everyone in the group had trap porn made of them. That's a moment where you decide, you know what, fuck your group. Bye!
to be done. This is what Porn Rot does, for admitting you let minors into the NSFW chats when you were a mod because it didn't matter. Glad I banned you after that shit. Screenshot from my mod chat. And having the gall to have an interview with Junkie telling him that people stepped over your boundaries. Here's the message. Please don't accept it. I know him, he's drama hungry. Plus, I recently blocked him, so he's probably mad about that. Obviously, if you want to accept it, I can't stop you and it's your decision, but I've been through this shit with him before. He just wants to stir shit up and continue drama.
These people take... This will be my 13th reason why.
She fucking pissed at him right now. That Akumu guy made a vid on him, and apparently Toasty told him we let
Oh, you know
minors
this Akumu guy who said all this shit from the very beginning.
Chat because we don't care, that's too hard to monitor, which is not fucking true at all. That's how he runs his bullshit server, not us. When you would constantly be a fucking creep to everyone no matter how many times people told you to stop along with
Oh, what? The dude who jerked it in the VC? And took showers in the VC? And sent porn in the chat with the minors? Was an actual creep? No. Nah. Dude, who would have thunked?
other things that I was scared to talk about because your favorite thing to do besides masturbate all day and talk about it was to threaten people behind the scenes with how many screenshots and DMs you had saved, to say I'll always win and I have more on my side during arguments. Even
Stop the world, I'm getting off. I'm coming with you, Tuski. I'm coming with you, Tuski.
bragging in VCs about having certain YouTubers' face pics when they didn't want to show their faces. Fuck you, Nezi Monster, for telling me that Akumu's friends sexually harassed someone and giving me every screenshot except the one where the person had asked for the shirtless pic to be.
Finally someone who accepts that this happened.
And you
Nezi Monster was full of
you
shit.
just forgot to send it years after the fact. You said it was cropped to only
Oh
say
lol, I just forgot to send.
send here. That's the one I remember getting sent to the server. I didn't remember the one here.
Oh, of course, I didn't remember the other one.
Even remember it being in the original time we had DM'd each other. Apparently you can change URLs. Yeah, you can. URLs? Yeah, I think so. I don't know. All I remember is that there were two photos and the cropped one got sent to the server and I may have mixed them up. I want an explanation.
Oh,
Hopefully
maybe, you know, I made an oopsie.
You can see that oopsie I forgot isn't a great one. I can, but I can also see it being a realistic one. Saving only a few screenshots, closing the DMs, then not having things when asked. Didn't remember they had those. That's
funny how you apparently forgot the most important of the fucking screenshots.
fucking convenient, isn't it? If someone had closed their DMs, I wouldn't pretend like it's only to save their own hide. Like, I get you're angry, but seriously, don't really have much reason to accuse Nezi of doing this for any ulterior motive, except for the fact that Nezi Monster never closed the DMs. You all admitted this and couldn't keep consistent to that story in the Senate call that releases today. Fuck you, the name's Junkie, for coming to me to make a video against Omnia and Kai, then turning around.
Damn, Madlibs really went off and just called all of them out at once. You know what?
and telling everyone that I wanted to make it, and that I had terrible critiques based on nothing, and you never understood my admittedly bad criticisms on Omnia's video. You want to collab on this? Like, how? Like a collab response vid. Like how most commentary videos do it. No, I mean, what part would I do? What? Oh no, we'd set up a script and edit together like how Ponder does her stuff. Or we would both go over the whole thing together. We'd both go over it. When we watched it together, you agreed with my points until your editor came along, and suddenly you were just a poor innocent man who was helping a mean friend.
They all were just poor innocent little beans, you know.
Her video and saying you didn't even know what happened on Twitter in an interview you did with Minty Shit. Not sure how she knows about it. I've never told anyone other than Toby that this vid is about her. Interesting XD. And then they are sharing screenshots. And may I add, I expressed doubt about the video and you encouraged me to keep going. The whole thing was bad and I don't agree with anything from the Toby drama, but how dare you act like I was the instigator? Like I was the one pushing you when I was the one to drop the collab. We know what we're doing. I've never
funny how no one mentioned that during that time, huh?
forgotten it before, and it's like, hell, I even asked around for similar thoughts on this, and a lot of people that are critical of me agree that this video needs to be made. My worst fear regarding this platform. Okay, Libby, it's gonna be okay. Sorry, I know you're better at dealing with this. It's just worrying all the people that believe her because they don't know the full context. Again, trust me on this, we're fine. Many of my friends have been noticing how egocentric Omnia has been getting. Oh yeah, we have to include that, by the way, all the shit she's been
Don't worry about this, you know, they don't know the full context. There's always another context. And I will say it again. Most of the times, when people say it's out of context and there's a full context, the full context, most of the times, only makes it worse.
saying. Yeah, I'm gonna slam her for that, guys. 43 minutes in so far. Hey man, you're going to be upset at this, and I understand that, but I can't do this collab. I know you're gonna be disappointed, but I physically can't do this. With all the shit and blank being a concern right now, I'm really close to a breakdown. I'll make my own video or we can pick this back up in time, but right now I can't. That's why it kept taking me so long to get you the audio, because I didn't want to do it. I'm really sorry. You reserve the right to be mad and not talk to me, but I can't. Well, do you want me to continue working on the video, or do you want me to push it aside for now? Push it aside if that's okay. You were the one who brought harsh opinions up to me to further encourage her to make videos on Kai Weiss.
crazy
Ayo,
how
Arsh
this
said
all
hi,
works.
and she might tackle Kai's garbage 10-minute video. Oh my fucking god, please. Also, what's her Discord? I'll say hi back. Yeah, 1 second. Harsh opinions numbers. There you go. You still there. Fuck you, Doodle Tones, for telling me you just had some diaper fetish stuff from 2014 when you like to sexually roll.
Oh, calling out Doodle Tones. Love to see it. Love to see it. Oh.
Play as a fucking 8-year-old in the past. Granted, I should have done my research. That one's on me too. But most of all, fuck me for defending, abiding, and standing idly by all of you fucking assholes because I stupidly wanted to be a part of your community. To be accepted by people that I now realize have nothing in their lives beyond their 100k YouTube channels. I'm glad I left, and I'm glad this is all finally out, so I can say all of this without worrying about a platform or a cult-like group of assholes that don't even matter in the real world. Fuck you all, goodbye. She also went on to quote retweet herself, even more about Toasty. Oh, and another thing.
Oh. You know what? I love to see it. I love to see it.
2 things, actually. Let's not forget about one of Toasty.
About how he was masturbating alone in one of the VC voice chats. It's always gooning in VC.
His favorite hilarious stories about how he was masturbating alone in one of the FCK voice chats, and Hopeless Peaches came in.
Mad Lips literally exploded. She was so tired of this shit. Went on Twitter and just let it all out.
Told her to get out because he was busy. Never could verify it before, but in the video below he talks about it and mentions how he loves chicks with dicks, as he puts it, which puts the porn of me with a dick, and how he brought up he still had it on his computer while in VCs with other people and wanted the same for his friends in a more disgusting light. God, I hate how long it took me to realize the way he acted wasn't okay. I hate that. I told him everything was fine when it wasn't because he insisted everything was just a joke, and he learned people's boundaries by over.
Web user. Web user. Don't you dare.
Stepping them. That's everything so far. I don't know if she's going to say anything else, but Doodle Tones did respond to that part about them. It is far too early to deal
Don't make me do it.
with this, and I am so unbelievably tired of addressing this particular one time and time again. I know what my next video will be doing. Now, something I'd like to point out that I pointed out in my tweets, if you go to that post, there's about 2 to 3 different attempts at roleplays.
Oh god. Do I read the roleplay? No, I will not do this.
Each time, Doodles describes the character as being physically underage. The worst one, the one with Kirby that lasts, I'm not joking, a
Kirby?
month. Now, I can only show you a little bit here and there without getting banned, but I think I can link it down below. Doodles has also claimed that this roleplay in particular made them uncomfortable. If you're uncomfortable...
Oh, you know, I did a roleplay, it made me really uncomfortable, but I just couldn't stop, you know? Listen, if you start something, you have to finish it. But yeah, the context of the screenshot is misplaced, as that particular RP contains a character without human age. Ah, of course. The human age, you know, we wouldn't want to include the human age in my Kirby roleplay. Morally grey? Yeah. Have I had RPs that probably go too far? Sure, there might have been. I don't remember all of them. But that one in particular doesn't cross that line.
Comfortable with a situation, a conversation, a discussion with someone. Do you make an alt account to come back and continue the roleplay that you're uncomfortable with? Well, apparently, Susie does. On February 25th, Hopeless Peaches had a call with Lao Convoy and someone by the name of Crystal Flame. Crystal Flame talked to a crying Hopeless Peaches, explaining that she should make a Twitter
Oh god, Crystal Flame.
thread to get ahead of us talking about the FCK server. Now, Peaches should go about that. It was also during this call that Hopeless Peaches admitted to knowing that Slimmers was a minor.
On Saturday, February 25th, Crystal Flame asked Akumu for the logs of the FCK. Since he did not provide them at the time, I offered my copy to Crystal. While I had the logs for a few
Lioconda Crystal Flames claims. You're Lio, you said wanted by account, what's up? I have the FCK logs. Oh yes, I was going to ask about this stuff, as I've had to learn about all of these wild people last night. If you want to hop into the call in Senate, I can chat about it. Sure. Yes, Crystal Flame, another amazing figure.
through all of them at once. Asuka, someone on my staff, was the one with the logs. They're massive, and we only now had a full team to dig through them.
Massive.
Originally, when I got the logs, the purpose was to look through them because I heard through a third-party source that Akumu was going to use them against Peaches to make accusations, along with the fact that he mentioned several people were scheming to harass him at the time in 2020. Helping with the drama dispute, despite the fact that these people should not have targeted a kid in general, or the prevention of false accusations being brought about, really isn't on the level of predation, which is why the logs weren't immediately come through in their entirety. Whilst we did find Peaches' messages, I didn't consider them to be a massive issue.
Yeah, this is one L Liotok. He still tried to defend Peaches on this one.
Addressing immediately. While that was my opinion at the time, it obviously needs to be looked into more, which is what's being done now that Crystal brought them to my attention again. Crystal poured through them and found some things that concerned them. So we got in call and started talking about it. This is the first time Peaches heard about this.
Well,
was like hiding.
Oh, not Peaches crying, runny nose voice. I can't do this.
Or anything.
Oh God, clean your nose, bitch.
Me about like FCK stuff. I didn't even remember what that even meant.
I don't even know what this means. Oh, shut up. This is the only one where I will not say cry harder because I can barely stand this level.
And then like when I did finally remember, I only remembered a couple people who were in there.
Another case of selective amnesia. We need a doctor in here. We need a doctor. We need a doctor to see what is happening in the FCK with the selective amnesia. Hopeless Peaches, Lio, and...
Funnily enough, Crystal made it clear that what we found of Peaches conducting herself inappropriately around minors was nothing too bad, just something that would give Omnia and Akumu more ammo. And it wasn't something they were too concerned about. And Crystal had...
Exactly, no slurs. Lyle could cure cancer and still won't be able to ever live this and all this list of town. There will always be the one person who will be like, didn't you adopt Hopeless Peaches? We need an old priest and a young priest, yes.
Had the full logs, and Crystal did voice that to Peaches as well as soon as they joined the call.
No, I'm stressed out because I don't remember.
I'm so stressed out, I don't remember. Oh, shut up. Shut up.
Just hearing your voice, I generally believe that you don't remember these screenshots. You don't remember these chats taking place because, you know, it's such a little bit of your life. And well, I can give you that benefit of the doubt. We all know they won't. It just sucks.
Crystal said they understood Aaron didn't remember.
Yeah, hearing Peach's voice indeed sucks very much.
These things, and told them that there was no need to take immediate accountability.
Let's work out.
Excuse me?
Next 6 hours, okay? Next 6 upcoming hours. Or it could be longer if you want, but I think 6 hours is a good time frame. First, half an hour to an hour. You know, we're gonna finish this chat up, all that happy stuff. And then within that time, you're gonna be with your friends, you can compose yourself, okay? You're gonna, you know, come back, you know, where you are.
Peaches did in fact never compose herself. Himself. Fuck!
Calm your mind down and everything like that. Then you can go over what has been said, what has been shared, what has been talked about, my points and the points that Lion might have, and then you talk to you and your friends and work out, okay, how am I making a post about this? And you can make
Bliss Peaches thread. With an old server I used to be in coming to light. I've had a third party look over the exports of the server to check what was in it. Due to my own memory issues. Jeez. About 4 years ago, at the start of 2020, I was invited to a friend-only server. I wasn't very active, so this was posted on March 25. On February 25th. And this call was on... So... Call was on February 25th. Ah, this was the same day as the call. Gotcha. I wasn't very active in the server, but the people I asked to look over it did find instances of where I did speak in the server, and it made me very disappointed and disheartened in myself. Crazy.
If you need to.
Back in the early mid 2020, I didn't filter myself and stay cognizant of the fact I was in a public space in where I made unfiltered, not safe for work jokes, as shown in the first 2 screenshots. I didn't know that I couldn't make sex jokes around minors.
Within that time, how to phrase it best. And if you need me to comment on it, I'm more than happy to help you write that public post as well, okay?
When we went through the logs, we found Peaches making inappropriate comments in the server, a space that had minors in it due to the lack of age gating and rules to distinguish minors from adults.
Not an OnlyFans. An OnlyFans server, you know. Yeah, bullshit, she drew herself, and Toasty as she be bathing each other, yes.
Yet, Peaches never posted anything pornographic, nor had a sexual conversation with anyone they knew was a minor.
L.
Yes, there were minors around, but Peaches never purposely directed sexual content at them. However, Peaches recognized their past behavior as inappropriate and was reasonably distraught hearing about this. This upset was present throughout the entire call. I don't need to drag this out to make it believable. The choppy clips are due to the mental distress Peaches was in. We explained
Oh,
everything
we wouldn't want to mentally distress Peaches.
to Crystal, including that Peaches was still under the control of their groomer when they were active in the server, which let them
Oh, they were groomed, guys. They were groomed.
learned their kind of behavior as normal and desirable, even if their groomer wasn't present in the server. This wasn't used as an excuse, merely to give context to what kind of situation Peaches
It's not an excuse. It's
was
an
in back then and how it
explanation.
influenced their actions.
If Slummers was that, then I think I knew their age as 16 or 17.
Yeah, but you were also dealing with the after effects of being groomed because you were still in contact.
No, that's not an excuse. Imagine how sweaty those things. Come on, he's doing good work there. Listen, doing the Gundam.
The guy who groomed you. This is what, right before door stuff happened? This is before Cosmodor, so you didn't even come to realization of what happened to you until after he got exposed, because that's when you started questioning things. Crystal originally told Peaches to
Yeah,
take a
this
break
was Lyle's cringe times.
and comforted them. So we left the call with the understanding I would handle the situation, as Crystal had agreed to within the call.
And that's the sad reality of the fact.
I'll get it handled.
Okay. I'll hold you to it. Because
Well, I'll get it handled, and I can easily get this video up for him. Even if I stay up all night, I can get it done.
Nezzy Monster put out
Oh.
her statement.
Yeah, like say about Lyle what you want, but it's the at least he tries to own up to what he did wrong back then. I sometimes have clothes like these on, they're sweaty, it's not fun. No, it's not. I think I have the same gloves but on black for 3D printing. And it's really gross when you work with them.
At 7:08 p.m.
You pull your hand out and almost the water comes out. Very moist in there.
Asking if everyone could stop kicking a 4-year-old hornet's nest, that there's no winning for her in this situation. Here is the full statement. If people could stop kicking a 4-year-old hornet's nest, that would be really great. If people could stop throwing me and my friends under the bus when they were also involved, that would be great. Do not come to me for shit. There's literally no winning with people in the fucking FCK situation. I chewed out Toasty and then I left. Do I wish I did more? Yes. Can I go back in time? No. You don't actually give a shit about anyone involved. You just like having a target. I know this because then it would have been
Oh, now you're playing victim again.
over the first time. It's like dealing with a toxic ex or parent, bringing up the same shit over and over again when it has been talked about to the point of exhaustion, and I ain't doing
And still not owning up to it.
anymore. Stop dragging me into your bullshit. I am tired. The fucking life, get a hobby, touch grass, fuck off. I'm done, and I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not gonna be a fucking content punching bag and wallow in years old shit. Explain this, explain that. No, I want my fucking privacy back. Fuck you. An hour later, Hopeless Peaches put out her own Twitter thread discussing the FCK. With an old server I used to be in coming to light, I had a third party look over the exports of the server to check what was in it due to my own active in the server. But the in fact, I highlighted. The messages that I feel the worst about are the second two.
Ja, Background Training und Filters not safe for actually schon the screenshots.
I was woken up at 8 a.m. by pinging with what I've been let known was porn. I asked why it was sent, but didn't push on it either through forgetting or simply not thinking about it, given I just woken up.
Guys, I just didn't think about getting sent porn at 8 AM. You know, in the server with minors.
Should have pushed harder on this and conducted myself better. Since I realized in September of 2020 that the guy I was close to had groomed me, I realized I needed to be better and have an understanding on how to act in open spaces. It doesn't excuse
Yeah, these bits old bitches about this on Blue Sky, bruh. Bruh.
though. In the 4 years since then, I've changed as a person. However, despite the
Literally coping and seething on Blue Sky.
fact that looking back at these messages doesn't trigger any memories, I am still holding myself
I'm looking back at these messages and I still can't remember.
accountable for my actions in that server, for my past actions.
I'm still holding myself accountable even though I don't remember. I think that was my other personality.
I'm deeply sorry. Strangely, Peaches left out the fact that she knew Slamerge was a minor, something she just admitted before making the thread in the call with Lio and a Crystal Flame. On the 26th, coincidentally just a
No, Saint, this is exactly why you got a blue sky, so you can see these people molding and bitching.
few hours before my FCK
This is the only reason why I got blue sky.
Premiere, Lio premiered his Conundrum video. Towards the end of the video was a rushed last segment addressing me and a couple of friends of mine, with mostly guilty by association. Lio said he drew the line at lying, that I was going to make false claims about Peaches by misrepresenting the FCK logs, and that he doubted Peaches knew there were minors in the
She's
FCK.
still bitching on blue sky, it's been over a week. Never stop.
And hanging out in Kumo's server with In-Law is the latest false accusation supreme himself, Akumu. We'll get into him later. You know who else is in In-Law's server? Conundrum. Nice company he keeps. What, did you think we wouldn't know? One of the longtime members of that server came to us the moment these freaks started joining to tell us what's going on. These people care so little about victims of predation that they'll release a call.
That's how fast you can convince Saint.
Some fool gave them that he had no permission to do, completely disregarding the victim's wishes, because they care so very much about what's right. Now, let me address the Akumu comment. I'm not going to deny that Akumu was done wrong in the past by ArtCC people. If he wants to address that, he can. Specifically some comments made to him by Miss Zizi. However, I draw the line at lying. There's a reason he's not going to release the FCK logs until after the video drops. It gives him control of the narrative. We, however, had a longtime server member give us access to the logs that Akumu will not release. Logs I asked him for months ago, by the way, that he refused to give. Not only to me, but to other adults who asked. Now, I know some of my audience are minors, which is why I'm not going to release the logs here because there's porn in there. He's going to try to use cherry-picked examples to try to frame it as Peaches being okay with degeneracy being shown to kids. So
I mean, Peaches seemed to be very okay with it, so...
Here's the most troublesome stuff that happened in there concerning Peaches. Here we have Peaches making a joke about the KKK.
Why is it always the KKK and Nazi jokes? Welcome to the KKK, I have gone up in the world. Welcome to the council. This is the good type of KKK.
Okay, this is not a joke specifically making fun of a race, just a throwaway joke about the group itself. Literally just milquetoast dark humor. It's also of note that this was 4 years ago. All of this was. Here we see Peaches responding to Fuchsia Butters and...
Yeah, I think Zizi was the one with the smoke alarm beeps. And who almost cried. That's how I remember him. So much porn. Oh fuck. Wait, Lamau. Very funny, Peaches, very funny.
Miss Zizi spamming porn in the server, wherein Peaches made a joke about it. Now, there's some context here that needs to be highlighted, and that's the fact that Peaches was groomed for 7 years. Even at the time this
Of course, Peaches was, of course.
all happened, they were still being manipulated by said groomer. So even if Peaches was 100% aware that there were kids in the server, which personally I doubt, this is something Peaches had normalized by their groomer.
A really weird claim to make.
Peaches was okay with sexual behavior around minors because this was normalized by their groomer. Okay. Of course. God damn, all these people.
Considering the night before, the call where he spoke of rushing this video to get it out before me, he heard Peaches admit to him that she knew Slamerge was a minor. This was the start of the, well, Peaches was groomed excuse, and subsequently Lio siding with the remnant of the FCK server members, and downplaying the server and its events, though for the record, he sternly and adamantly denies that being his intention. February 27th, Nezzy Monster took to Twitter to tell everyone that she was suicidal.
Oh, of course she's suicidal. Of course they are suicidal. Of course. If we are all of our flaws and there's no chance for change, no matter what I do, then maybe I should just do everyone a favor and kill myself. I will not tell you what to do, but I am a bad person. Now there will be one less bad person.
If we are all our flaws, and there's no chance for change no matter what I do, then maybe I should just do everyone a favor and kill myself. I'm a bad person, now there'll be one less bad person. A, the art and slideshow community have a silly habit of separating individuals into the good and bad person dynamic. The supposed good person will get leniency and excuses from the people. They do this to make the situation black and white for themselves. Because
I don't know what you mean, Salt. I don't know what you mean. I always think the best in people. I am one with nature and myself.
They often have a very delusional and passionate sense of justice, which I think I've shown again and again.
You want to act like a hero, trying to be Donnie's knight in shining armor.
What?
But here is something that should be important. A hero doesn't always do a grand battle. Sometimes they do small things, like getting cats out of trees when they're stuck.
What?
That is a very small thing,
what?
But it's a very good thing to do. And this was just a cat stuck in a tree. And instead of just
I know you all don't go outside. You don't even know what a tree looks like.
trying to climb up the tree with a ladder or something to try and get the cat down, you tried to chop the goddamn tree down!
You couldn't even hold an axe! I feel like I'm having a fever dream right now, I'll be really honest with y'all.
Oh, is he done?
No.
The one time I agree with Doodles.
All right, then let me be very clear. Be more concise.
I'm sorry.
What?
I know you haven't learned anything, because this call made me realize that you haven't learned anything for years. So, I want you to know this.
Give up.
If a situation can be solved with a simple relay of, hey, he's doing this because of his mental health or physical health, nothing to do with, like, hating you or anything like that, relay that fucking message.
What?
Don't turn it into a goddamn anime fight.
You are literally giving an anime speech right now. So, what are we doing?
Because whenever you do something like that, you cause people to be hurt. Because you hurt Donnie in that situation.
What?
The person you were trying to help.
Why are they talking like this?
And you hurt a lot of other people too.
And they wield
I have so many questions right now.
it around the internet and take it very fucking seriously. These people love to point the mob at anyone else to condemn their target, regardless of whether they're right or wrong. But the second people are upset at them for what they have provably done, their
Then they will kill themselves!
is apparently ruined. In a reply, Nezzy said, "No, he fucking doesn't. If that
What does CV shouting mean? That it will get loud. Don't say KYS. Don't say KYS. I'm trying to be good right now. I believe in you, Tuski. Akumu does not hate you, Nezzy, personally. He just wants you to stop deflecting accountability. No, he fucking doesn't. If that were the case, it would have been over now years ago. I literally got in a call with him. I've talked about it myself. There's fucking nothing I can do, so I might as well go. You know, again, I will not tell you what to do. We all have the freedom of choice. I heard especially America is a free country. At first I wasn't going to respond, as I said in our call. But you misunderstanding? The FCK server hasn't been talked about until my series, and I was open about the fact I would be discussing it. No one wants you dead. Akumu, I thought you liked the truth.
If that were the case, it would have been over by now years ago. I literally got in call with him. I've talked about it myself. There's fucking nothing I can do, so I might as well fucking go. She's conflating our conversation about the false sexual harassment accusation as the same as the FCK server. It's not the same thing we discussed. Based off of her statement, she probably told herself that I wouldn't talk about it publicly after our call. It's a weird cope to take, but alright. When this user directly messaged Nezzy Monster on Twitter, she replied, "No, I've had enough. I've done this for years. He literally told me himself he wants to take me and the community down. There's nothing I can fucking do. This isn't over criticism. It's over the stalking and constant at my back."
Stalking, of course. And breathing down my neck.
Breathing down my neck. I also have a life outside of this with shit going on, so don't you dare say it's just about this. I fucking had it. Perpetual victimhood aside, another claim of stalking. It's quite the spectacle, watching someone who loved partaking in the accountability culture, who believed in the "we need to hold you accountable" slop, suddenly drop it all because they didn't expect it to ever be applied back to them. Especially when you take into consideration the several
Thank you, Salt. I thought about this one very hard. I was thinking, what can I say without Salt being like, "I'll text you"?
tweets she's made over the years, such as these from 2022, where she talked about how she won't pity others who have fucked everyone else over, that she wasn't letting them step all over her. She was putting her foot down.
Yeah,
but these were the
putting her foot
consequences of their
down.
bullshit, that they need to sit there and stew in the cell that they got themselves into. People will repeat vile actions when you show that there will be little to no consequences. It's time to make someone
Oops.
an example.
Then
mask
the words you said back then come back to haunt ya.
is coming off more and more. The excuses are running out. These switch-ups are my favorite highlights of this lengthy feud between the two of us. Someone else needed to sit and stew in the cell they got themselves. They were receiving the consequences. But Nezzy doesn't apply to her apparently. Returning to the timeline, there was yet another
Listen,
FCK
I'm all for consequences as long as they are not for me.
member to release a Twitter thread addressing their involvement in the FCK server. That was Ellie Momelli at 5:30 p.m. I've been made aware about my involvement in the FCK. I would like to make note that I did not send porn in that server. I did send some memes that were not appropriate for minors to see. For that, I am guilty of. I'm not here to say excuses. I'm here to say what happened.
But
Small thread. I had very little involvement in that server. I left that server not long after I joined that I couldn't even recall me being in there until today.
no one could recall being in there, you know, it was like a myth. This Discord server where apparently a lot of creators were in, but all these creators don't remember they were in there.
I had
It's like a cryptid.
no idea about half of the things that happened in the server.
America, land of... America, land of the free, home of the whooper.
I sent memes with NSFW subject matter that kids shouldn't see. That was irresponsible, and I am very sorry. I have not since repeated and will not repeat that behavior again. That is a promise I can make with certainty. I hope that I can continue to prove to you all that I'm better, and I am still very sorry for what I did contribute to. On February 28th at 4:30 p.m., Miss Easy put out her
Only the fucking Atlantis of servers, you know, the Bermuda Triangle of servers. Whispers about it that exists, they're legends, but no one remembers being in there.
on the FCK. Statement on the FCK server. Not sure how long this will be. I joined the Fruitcake
Oh, suddenly they all have a statement about it. Crazy.
server thinking it was a space for YouTubers, editors, and anyone else involved at YouTube. I was first invited by a user named Toasty Vanilla. I was connected to them because of the Madame/Slimmers issue that happened.
Okay, will they now all throw Toasty under the bus? I mean, to be fair, her idea of inappropriate means includes an edit of Big Bird from Sesame Street, implied to be pushing AIDS all over his cloaca. I wish I was joking. Thanks for this mental image. But I think Akuma also showed that in the beginning. There was some talk. I remember something about Big Bird. Ah! I hate all these people.
Happened about 4 years ago. That's about as much detail I can give for what happened before joining. The
Letter blocks. I don't think that makes it better.
server had some YouTubers I respected, but the editors and personal friends of Toasty I was unfamiliar with. As for what happened in there, most of it is a blur. I have vague memories of things like what possibly broke.
See, once again, I have vague memories. I couldn't possibly explain. Crazy amnesia hitting in. I tell you, the FCK is like an SCP.
The server and details of relationships
That's a bad. Don't say SCP in this regard. Okay.
that aren't any of my business to talk about. In terms of my own actions, yes, I saw the screenshots. I couldn't possibly explain what I was thinking at the time. But
I couldn't possibly. I was in a different mind state. You know, they entered, and they immediately began to alter their minds. Crazy.
At them now, I am disgusted with myself. Talking the way I did wasn't okay, and I wish I could take it back. Nothing I said was okay. There were sexual
Miss Easy is still the one who made the Uwu speech, right? Crazy bitch.
conversations in the presence of minors that I partook in, and everything was mismanaged. I'm not sure how I didn't see anything wrong with what happened, and I can't make any excuse for it. The main issue was with one user who at the time was 17. Things were strange between us, I will admit it. They admitted to having a crush on me. I remember not returning this sentiment, but in the server convos, I was still sometimes sexual towards them. Should have backed out earlier, and maybe I thought I did. I should have tried harder to leave it alone. The server kinda imploded on itself. At least a few bigger roles than it did anyways. I did eventually leave, either cutting ties or losing contact with lots in there. I didn't get to talk to everyone, and I haven't thought of that server since I left. In the span of 4 years, I haven't given the server another thought. In fact, I forgot about it.
I forgot about it magically. And then it came back to haunt me.
Time, I'd like to believe I changed as a person.
Do you think this is what will happen when Atlantis comes back up again? Somehow people suddenly remember, I was there.
Being more careful with those I talk to, but overall, lessening my contact with those in the creator space. To make things clear and be completely honest, I never talked to most outside that server. Toasty and I have cut communication. I didn't pursue anyone after leaving and became more reserved. I want to take back the things I've said, things I did, and change
Trusky keeping it true once again. Hello, officer. It's that one right here.
How I treated people in the past, but I cannot. I'm aware of how predictable or corny this sounds. I can only say I'm sorry. I apologize to those I've hurt. I fucked up really badly. Nothing I can do or say can realistically make what I've done right again. I'm sure I've also lost the respect of those in my audience who enjoy my content. I'm sorry to you too. I wish I had more to say, but I don't. You don't have to accept my apology, and I don't expect to be treated nicely. Whether
You wrote a whole speech about with daddy stuff and disgusting uwu speech about slurping someone in teenage, minor, illegal Akumu's comments. Bah!
you do or don't, thank you for reading. What a statement there. I couldn't help but notice that there are a couple of things left out, such as the fact that she knowingly spammed the...
Oh yes, it was this one. It was this one. I was right. Do I have to repeat it? Oh noes. Oh whoa. What's this white sticky coming out of my pee-pee? Oh god, it's everywhere. Daddy, help my womb. And me is all dirty. Help me clean it. Oh daddy, I've been a very bad girl. Are you going to punish me? Oh noes. Daddy, your pee-pee is hard. Oh whoa. Daddy, please punish me. I'm pretty princess boy pussy. Gasp. Oh whoa. Daddy, you're so big. Oh no. Gods, please punish me harder, daddy. Oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa. Kya, daddy, you're white sticky all over me, papa. Daddy, what's that chainsaw? Oh noes. Daddy, don't put the chainsaw in my ass. Kya. You're welcome.
comment section of a child with copy pastas about boy pussy. And she also flaunted that she did
Oh,
this.
she also did it with the emojis, yes. I will never stop reading. Again, if you want to read it to me in the uwu voice, pay me money. I will do it again.
In the server while she was in VC. Hey, look at me. Look at what I did. See, I'm cool. I'm cool like you guys. Yeah. So that happened. And the other thing that she left out, which is probably the more damning thing, in my opinion, I think there's a reason it's not mentioned here. The thigh pictures. The fact that they were...
Trusky, I don't worry about this one clipped. I read it in a uwu voice last time. Missed it.
We're sharing thigh pictures in there and asking for people's thigh pictures. Then she participated in that. Why was that?
For uwu voice, it will be $20.
Dowsy, huh? It's a little odd. During the back and forth with Lio and Doodle Tones, some key events did take place that I will mention. On March 22nd, Fuchsia Butter put out a statement on the FCK server which can...
My statement. Oh! Fuchsia Butters also made a statement. How crazy.
consisted of multiple screenshots of text to get around Twitter's word limit. I have a TISM report going over the entirety and the problems with it, but I will summarize. In this essay, Fuchsia apologized to me for the video he made back in March of 2020,
Crazy.
only to then blame Toasty Vanilla.
I was never able to stop thinking about what was going on, as Toasty always had everyone's attention and shifted everyone's focus. Ah, now it's all Toasty's fault. Whenever you'd ask him a question, he would change the subject or push the conversation to other things. He would control the room at all times. The biggest example I can think of with this is when he manipulated me into making a video on Okumu. You were an adult. You tell me that you were manipulated into making the video. Fuck you. That video never should have been made. Toasty fed me so much bullshit. So much misinformation, lies, twisted versions of events. Bitch, you told Akumo to suck your pink-pubed trans penis. Did Toastify also manipulate you into this? Fuck you. And I trusted him, because he was supposed to be my friend. My mind at the time was so lost, so scared of losing anyone that I tried my best to be anyone and everyone's friend. I was so naive. I wanted to look for the good in everyone, except the Akumu. I'd even had a brief interaction with, to Akumu specifically. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the videos I made. I'm sorry for the comments I made. Any of the sexual insults I made. You called him a fucking cum challenge.
For why he made the video in the first place. As typical with the FCK members, point the fingers elsewhere, and because Toasty is one of, if not the worst degenerate sex pests that were in the FCK, why not just pin all the blame on him? Even though Toasty had nothing to do.
Toasty. I mean Toasty. I'm so sorry. I just read Toasty and my mind immediately goes to Toastify. Oops. Oops. Fuck. I'm so sorry. Please, it's Toasty, not Toastify.
Do with the video on me. This not only contradicts what Fuchsia told me in our DMs from August of 2020, but also what we
Brain
can see
fart,
inside
brain misinput.
the FCK server. As Madlibs and Nezimonster both have told me, Fuchsia took interest in me and wanted to make the video after the collab with Nezimonster and Ponder. He approached Madlibs and Nezimonster for info about me and evidence on me. Toasty Vanilla had no hand in Fuchsia's video. Now, Fuchsia then got into a long, detailed life story about what he went through and his abuse, because people like this have no concept of keeping the fucking
Many such cases, so was he.
But they need to give you an autobiography to justify what they've done. Around March 24th to 25th of 2024, it was late at night. Early March 25th, Ellie Momelli had taken to Twitter to tell everyone, two various threads, the first one she ended up deleting, that she was being messaged on Instagram and Twitter by these
Okay, question is now, will I push through until 3 AM until we're through with this video and make a second part tomorrow? Fuck it.
Accounts that had been recently made, or mostly recently made, calling her a pedo.
I see you're still following Lyo. You're gonna be his next little daughter cum slut next? Only a matter of time until he struggle cuddles you like you deserve.
Oh, and saying all these various horrible things to her.
God, I can't believe you need to fucking die. I swear, you're just as bad as Lyo and Susie. I can't believe you're getting away with being friends with these people. Just remember, it's down the river, not across the street for better results. Excuse? Oh, okay.
Put them up on screen. I'm not going to read them. I've already read them in a TISM report, but you can...
Fuck you, you fucking whore. Kill yourself. You're so weak and a little bitch. I hope you hang yourself. Your dad's in hell where he belongs, you fucking sinner. You're gonna go next if I ever fucking saw you IRL.
Read them yourself if you want to pause, but these are the messages that she received. She then went on to make this Twitter thread stating this. I deleted the post. I did mess up. I messed up when I posted memes that minors should not have seen in the FCK server. I have since apologized for it. I do not wish to run away from that. I have taken accountability. There it is.
Legendary quote. I've taken accountability.
I've not repeated that offense, nor will I ever. Thread. That, however, does not mean people should get on throwaway accounts to get to DM me calling me a pedo and make threats on my life and loved ones. I have gotten harassment on both Twitter and Instagram. Outside of what I have admitted to doing, I have done nothing wrong. Nothing.
Saint, just say... Saint? I'm gonna pull another all-nighter, so please do that. What do you mean, doing a second part or pushing through?
To deserve what I've been dealing with. I know this isn't going to stop cowards from talking behind a screen pretending it's not another human being they're saying wretched things to. But I'll do what I can.
People don't treat me like a human being.
I don't wish this treatment on my worst enemy. I'm not a danger to children. I was negligent. I own that. I'm not trying to silence what I did, but I am not a predator. I've never predated on children, and I never will. That's
such a low bar. I swear, I never predated on children, and I never will. Well, great. Don't promise things you can't keep.
As corny as it sounds, I'm gonna try and stay strong. I'm gonna try and be a better person.
Why do you need to stay strong to not predate on children?
Every day. Not just for myself, but for those who care. I've saved, don't worry. I'm sorry I scared you all. It's been very hard to deal with. It's been hard to trust anyone nowadays, and I've been feeling more and more paranoid as of late. Those still wanting to hurt me, please leave me alone. I don't think it'll do much, but I still want to try. All I can do for now. It was April 3rd that a couple of people got together for a call. The big and important names are Doodletones, Nezimonster, Ellie Momelli, and Teddy the Draws. It was this very call that Nezi, Doodles, and Ellie tried to guilt trip Teddy into publicly defending them. They did this by bringing up the flack they were getting for the FCK.
The literal miner who was in there? Fuck all of these people.
Server, specifically using the messages that Ellie received to guilt trip Teddy into clearing Nezzy and Ellie's names in the public eye, basically wanting to use Teddy as a token victim to wave around. Nezzy, I thought your bed was comfy. What happened? Did you let the bedbugs bite? Well, I cannot provide you clips from this call because Teddy does not want the call publicized. My information comes from two sources. The first is Laka Mokalaka, who has and seen this very call and vouches for what I've told you.
Laka Mokalaka has seen a lot.
And my second source will remain unnamed, but they were present in the call and described what I've told you. A fun fact about this call, they all agreed in it that it wouldn't be recorded, but Doodle Tones recorded it anyways.
Womp womp, of course it was fucking diaper doodles.
I'm not going to complain, I'm glad it was recorded. We couldn't have that lost to history, even if it's not yet public. But the fact that Doodles did record it is just another example of his word amounting to jack shit. The next day, April 4th, another call was held, this time with Doodle Tones, Ellie Momeli, Laka Mokalaka, and Teddy That Draws to talk about the FCK. Recording this call has been publicized by Laka Mokalaka. I'll link it. In it, Doodle Tones, while sounding like they're on the verge of crying, told Laka Mokalaka that
not Doodle Tones crying. They sound annoying enough as it is.
my claim that the members' ages were commonly talked about in the FCK server wasn't exactly
Yep.
true. Only to admit at least 7 ages were stated. Laka then
Oh, that's not enough. That's not 7 minors. That's not enough. We need more minors. It's what they thought, probably, allegedly, at this point.
pointed out that the ages were stated in the server, and they were known by several members of the server.
The few ages that were stated
fuck me.
In there, because Akumu, I know, has gone on record saying that ages were very commonly talked about in there, and that's not exactly true. Only like maybe 7
We saw the screenshots.
of them, or 7 ages were actually confirmed in the chat, where they were when they were stated and in what chat they were stated.
Yes, but the issue there is the ages were still stated, and many people involved were also aware of some of the ages.
Okay. He does not make he does not make that clear. He just said that ages were stated. And
I'm
there's
not
only maybe
talking
like
about
6 or 7 in
Akumu.
there.
I'm talking about in
Also-
general.
No, it's fine, Claudia, it's fine.
Because, like, most people in that server were aware of the ages, as a problem is all of you had made videos around the time about the Slimmers incident, clearly
have not.
remarking about...
I did not.
Clearly talking about the minor.
Okay, then. Well, a lot of people...
I didn't, though.
In that situation of the Madam situation, made clear videos remarking that Slimmers at least was age of 15. Many of them including Nezzy Monster herself. Which, and also in regards to that, I read...
Himself. Themself. They prefer to go by.
I do apologize. I was informed their pronouns was any. I do apologize for that. I will make a correction. I do apologize.
It's any. It is any.
Why do you correct then?
But they prefer either they or he. They don't like just defaulting to she.
You can get away with any, as if you need fucking permission. These people. Yes, let's halt our discussion over.
It's past 1 a.m., so I'm gonna go to sleep. Keep this on as lullaby. Have a good Festusfinger. Thank you so much. Have a good night, web user.
A server where minors were shown porn and groomed to try and correct someone over pronouns, and not even be correct, and it ultimately means nothing because the person uses any.
But I just saw on... It was H3. There was also Ethan talked about Bowblacks, and immediately one person, it's they now. I just reminded because it was the exact same case. Because Bowblacks also uses any pronouns, and the one person was just like, it's actually they now. And they discussed it the whole episode.
Wonderful focus.
I just need to say that because I need literally anything else to keep me sane.
And wonderful concern. A little fun fact. Doodle's interjection stating that they didn't make a video about Slimmers and Madame is true. However, Doodle Tones did watch several videos that state
Berlin's misguided retrospective, a dog walker. What?
that piece of information. Whether it be Ponder's video or the collab with Nezzy and Ponder, which ended up on the best...
Oh, it's The Police by Doodle Tones. Who's Pink Robot? Is there a gender band jar? Is there a gender band jar I need to know about?
to the year list Doodles has been making for years, especially considering the fact that Doodles is on record state.
I wasn't on the list. Was there too much comp, or did everyone agree with me? Is this the birth of my cult? A friendly reminder that one of the prerequisites to being on my list is that I had to have actually watched the videos.
stating that the prerequisite to be on his list is him watching the video. He has to watch your video for it to be on the list. So I don't buy this notion Doodles didn't know Slimmers' age. The art and slideshow community put heavy emphasis on it everywhere. Laka then proceeds to get into specific details about the FCK server and what was said about the ages. And this
Oh, Pink Robot is someone that really hated dual tones. Relatable.
This was Doodle's reaction.
There is issues, as I read through on the live stream the first half of the server, like a little bit of it, and the ages of some of the minors, one of them reiterated they were 17 right off the bat, and another one, like Slimmers, also reiterated they were 15. And I've looked through multiple points of the server where they've reiterated their ages. Even there was jokes made about those ages, about being a lolly or going to jail for the age of consent.
Why?
Consent clause, like they made it known that these people were not adults at several different points.
Okay.
But
that's
not. Oh, she really said but.
An inherent. I want to put that out there. It's not an inherent.
That's not an inherent. After trying to vaguely push that ages weren't discussed that much in the server, then being given examples from someone else who has seen it, that's not an inherent. Doodles then clarified that he didn't know the context behind the lolly joke, and then proceeded to claim that Slimmers apparently wasn't in the server when he was.
As far as the lolly jokes, I did not actually realize that was the reason those lolly jokes were being made in there, was because one of the members was 13. Mind you, I didn't see it at the time that I was in there. Actually, during the time that I was.
What do you mean with NGMI? What is NGMI? Stop saying fake words. It's too late for that. Oh, not gonna make it. I see.
In the FCK, I don't even think Slimmers was there.
They were, because I just read through the chat.
I don't think Slimmers was there. Actually, kind of was.
And their reply was just a few things below yours.
Like, I've never met Slimmers. I never talked to Slimmers. I never was.
I will make it. It's only 1.5 hours more.
Call with Slimmers. I did not know Slimmers, and again, for a little while, I don't even think they were in the chat, because I distinctly remember a conversation between Toasty and I, where Toasty had said.
I remember a conversation with Toasty and I. Yes, amazing. With Toasty.
Something along the lines of Slimmers no longer being in the chat.
I'm willing to believe that Slimmers did leave the FCK server at some point, solely because of the fact that her initial join date and then her account join date is different, which is January 2nd of 2020. So Slimmers did leave and then came back on January 2nd of 2020, and she's been in the FCK server ever since. Doodle Tones was invited into the FCK server March of 2020. So not only was Slimmers still in the server, but we also later discovered that Doodles messaged inside the Slimmers NSFW chat.
On the note of Pride Pigs, we're gonna do something this year again for Pride.
Not only did Doodles know about Slimmers, but also knew of the chat dedicated to her NSFW artwork. Now, I already know a certain group of people are going to play semantics in order to defend their favorite people, so I have to make these clarifications.
Why are you giving me now the I will make a funny dance on the floor static?
And in this case, they're going to do that with the title of the chat. As you can see, the chat that Susie Doodle messaged in is titled Slimmers Art Shack Archived. But why is that? The FCK server originally had 2 chats for Slimmers. Slimmers Art Shack Safe for Work, which is still there, and a Slimmers Art...
The fact that they had a safe for work and a not safe for work option.
Shack non-safe for work. I don't know why they made a non-safe for work chat for her, considering her porn was all over the server, but I digress, they did. In fact, Toasty's own personal Discord server had a very similar...
Minor. Yo, when did you turn dark and menacing? Made this last night for Pride Month. Oh hey, that's pretty epic. Thanks.
Setup. A Slimmers Art Barn and a Slimmers Adult Art Barn.
Oh,
For that chat
God.
is also hidden or deleted. Evidence that was given to me by Ben the Looney. Now, if you remember, back in August of 2020, right after Ben the Looney was threatening to expose the group, Nazi Monster went to Toasty Vanilla's DMs to tell him that
Toasty, you need to remove Slimmers to safe for work chat. I'm not in charge of that. You have to ask the admin. You're friends with the admin? I wouldn't really call me and him friends, but sure, I'll ask. Just warning you guys, that could become an issue on Nazi Monster.
he needed to remove the Slimmers in SFW chat. She even recalled that chat in the 2023 Senate call. The Slimmers NSFW chat could become a problem or an issue. Her words, not mine. Well, they didn't actually delete the chat. They instead retitled the Slimmers Art Shack non-safe for work to Slimmers Art Shack archived and hid it behind.
You can HRF not safe for work channels, but minors can just lie. So like, don't do it in open servers. Yeah, and most of all, don't make a not safe for work channel for a minor, for minors art specifically. Sounds like a grand idea.
Behind the admin access. You had to have access to the staff chats to get access to the chat. So when I was given access to the staff chats, that's how I found this. So yes, this chat is the NSFW chat. And yes, Susie Doodle was in it.
When Toasty, when I got in there, Toasty basically said that they
Every time I get flashbanged by her voice.
just spam porn everywhere. I kind of just assumed that it was an 18+ server. I did not know.
I just assumed it was 18+. You know, some people said they were underage, but you know that diaper tones in the words of La Conway remove yourself from the senses. You know, wise words from a wise man. They can't get in trouble for that, right?
Anything beyond that point.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. Alrighty then. Thank you. I just wanted to make...
What? I meant Slimmers was a minor. We don't hear Slimmers talking. Saint, are you going crazy now?
Make sure of your awareness of the situation, because I just want to verify things first. So you were aware that they were a sex pest.
Yes.
Beyond what happened, like, was there anything else you were aware of their behavior at the time? Like, were you aware of what was going on in their channels?
What? Doodle typer being aware of other people being a sex pest? Crazy.
Or no? Okay.
Nope.
Nope. I saw nothing suspicious. I investigated the server myself, and I found nothing wrong with it.
I had dipped in like May when I figured out that they were kind of being excessively weird around children.
Well,
I think that was around the time.
Excuse me?
I want to say that was around the time that Gal released their video.
Okay, so you dipped around that. When was this? Do you know the date?
I think. I stopped posting in there May 23rd, 2020. So somewhere around there.
Now, I have to ask a follow-up question because you just said, like, you were aware of the posting, like, you just said that. Why?
I think that was the reason I did.
The Doodles also have one of the legendary cases of memory loss after entering the FCK.
But yes.
Oh, okay. If you think that was the reason, I have to ask, like, why was no further things done afterwards, if that was the reasoning? Because this is a question I do want to ask Nezzy as well. If you're aware of the children being harmed in that, like, being affected in that way.
Nezzy?
Like, no.
Nezzy did do stuff about it.
Oh, I know. But I'm
Nezzy totally did do stuff about it, don't you know?
Like, after you guys left, why wasn't anything further done? Because you guys are aware that this stuff can have effects on children. I'm wondering
why
because
the stuff that I heard about that Toasty was doing was in an entirely different chat.
Well, fair
I
enough.
wasn't in that chat.
Doodles claim to have left the FCK server once they learned of the degenerate behavior being excessively weird around children. And then Locke asked the question we're all thinking. If you knew of that, why was nothing said? To which Doodles claims Nezzy Monster did something, of course referring to the DMs I've shown, because that was totally doing something.
Nezzy did something, you know? Nezzy totally did something. Sure did something, didn't help, but did something.
I want to focus on that last bit, though, that the weird behavior was happening in another chat they didn't have access to. You had access to the main chat gamer zone, which I've shown is bad enough, but you were also in the NSFW Slimmers chat. You clearly had access to plenty. Additionally, you still knew of it and left, by your own admission. Whether you had access or not doesn't change your admission to finding out, but fret not. Doodles, of course, backpedaled on it when he realized Laka wasn't dumb enough to not think of the implications. However, throughout this call, he stays firm in that he at some point found out about the problems with Toasty and the server. Yet still didn't talk about any of it.
Yeah, no, it's like you're.
Oh, god damn it!
Like it's like I guess if you were asking, yeah, if you're trying to ask me.
Hi, Mercari. I'm almost through. It's just 1 hour and 20 minutes left. I will push. There's a torture tank. Yes. X asked to be in it. It's not a torture tank. X wanted to take a little dip. As you can see, we have lots of emotional support plushies. Chat behaved today. Don't look back.
me, like, why I didn't do, like, this large-scale investigation on Toasty. Yeah, I wouldn't have known what to do at the time. Like, this was like 4 years ago, and I definitely didn't have any, like, experience in situations like this. I would have known
I
what
was just not experienced enough. I didn't know what to look for.
to do. Obviously I had dipped. A handful of other people had dipped. We were all kind of, like, very against Toasty just collectively. Not as I
We were all against Toasty, actually.
one who kept in contact with them after this point. So
okay,
I don't
just so
really
we can
know
verify
what
ages.
more there was.
Because I know Nezzy was 19. How old were you at the time?
I was 23. So
23-year-old Doodles went into the FCK. Thought they were degenerates around children. Left. And they said, oh, I was just so inexperienced. I didn't know what to do, but Nezzy did something.
I definitely, like, if I had gotten involved in this stuff...
Only experience with doodle tones as has in Diaper Fetish and Kirby roleplay. Don't forget that one, Macari.
In that server, I would absolutely be a problem, but I didn't. There's, like, maybe one conversation that we had about some people drawing porn of YouTubers in there, but that conversation was already happening by the time I entered, and again, I also didn't know the ages of anyone, so...
I didn't know the ages. I didn't know all the times the teenagers publicly stated their ages.
Again, I don't know what you...
I think the best tier for that.
Listen, Doodles keeps the voice changer on, even during the serious conversation. The voice changer stays on in bed.
How about this? It's clear that you didn't know how to handle stuff like that because, you never dealt with it at the time. I will say there is... I don't think you're a horrible person or anything. Wait. No cutting off, remember?
What? I love the tone and voice like it's the mom. No interrupting. That's not nice.
Let people finish. You're not a horrible person. You're not someone that was egregious, that was actively trying to, like, do all that stuff. At the time, you were 23, and you weren't dealing with that stuff.
Freshly 23.
Before. There is the raise of the eyebrow over time when you realize stuff like that wouldn't be appropriate and more if you've seen, because you've been around this stuff like that. We're not saying that you're... I'm not saying that you're a horrible... Not saying that you're a horrible person or anything like that. I'm still going.
Let me clarify, please.
Okay.
No.
So yeah, it was a
Never let Doodles talk.
situation of, like, I didn't know what to do, yes. Furthermore, I don't even...
Imagine Doodle Tones and Mama Max with his deep voice changer in a call together. I would pay to see this.
I don't know if there was anything that I could have done, because by that point, Gal's video...
Listen. Doodle Tones and Mama Max should come back and do a collab. Hear me out. I'm onto something.
would have probably had been out. If I'm remembering the timeline right, Gal's video would have been out by that point.
It's interesting that Doodles uses the Renmankins, Toby Majestic, and Toasty video as a crutch at this point in the call, because this is the same video that the slideshow community, who worships this diaper lover, hated. They absolutely disliked Ren's video, especially because Ren dared to use me as a source. They made it about Ren siding with Akumu. Doodle Tones is one of the people who questioned the video, stating,
yeah, how dare someone citing Akumu?
What evidence does Akumu?
What evidence is Akumu? Video that Jeb is using as the crux of her argument against Toasty. What evidence does Akumu have?
So if we're going by this, Doodle's whole argument that stays mostly consistent throughout this call is that they can't figure out when, but they eventually found out about Toasty and what he was doing with these minors, and that he's being inappropriate with them. And that was why they ended up leaving the server. They couldn't pinpoint exactly when they found out, but that was why they left the server at some point. Alright, I'm willing to buy that. The problem then remains, why was nothing said, and why did you proceed to, also with Nezzy, act as though you had no idea what me or Renmankins were claiming?
Yeah, listen, it was just the amnesia that hits everyone who was in the FCK. Doodles didn't remember, of course.
About Toasty. That was October of 2020. Since you knew of this, and you were oh so against Toasty, all of you were, my question then becomes, why did Nezzy Monster claim that all of the people in the FCK or the friend group were adults when Nezzy knew for a fact that they weren't, and why did you not correct Nezzy Monster? Let alone, why did you pretend as though you had no fucking idea what
How were they supposed to know that this would all come back to haunt them?
evidence would be against Toasty. Hear me out. Almost like you and Nezzy Monster, and just about anyone else that had anything to do with Toasty and the FCK server, were trying to bury it. Later, when Laka mentions the Senate call that me and Nezzy...
No, Makari, we said earlier, the FCK was kinda like Atlantis, you know? All the adults that were there, and even those who participated in the degenerate shit, somehow got magic amnesia after they left. But then, when it all came back to haunt them, you know, when the backlash started, then suddenly they all remembered and they were like, I'm so sorry for my actions. I don't even remember. I didn't even remember I was in there. I can't believe what I'm seeing in the screenshots. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Monster had. Doodletones claimed that the call was held because, quote, Akumu kept harassing Nezzy for 4 years.
The call...
I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
The call between Akumu and Nezzy was to try to work out things between them because Akumu had been harassing Nezzy for 4 years.
Okay.
First, that's not why me and Nezzy Monster had that call. The call between me and Nezzy Monster was done because I reached out to Lao Convoy because he had connections with the art and slideshow community, and I asked if he could set up a call. Why did I ask Lao to set up a call? As I've already shown you, Nezzy Monster kept lying.
Obviously, just to harass Nezzy Monster. Don't you know? God, they really Doodle still acting like Akumu just harassed them for years for no reason, and totally not because they just kept poking him until it got too hot. Crazy how this works. Crazy.
And being dishonest about the false sexual harassment accusation. So I thought a call talking about that and the various things that have happened between us and the group would be productive. And it was productive, just not in the way that they hoped it would be. These two hoped that having the call would make all of this blow over and I wouldn't talk about it publicly, that it would just be over and done with, as if I wasn't going to clean the fucking closet out. However, their claim that this call was held because I wouldn't stop harassing Nezzy for 4 years.
You know, Mama Max could have had a face-off. It would have been in his wheelhouse. See? See? If only Mama Max went after the ACC. Then he wouldn't have had to hunt an imaginary vampire. And, excuse me, werewolf. God damn it, we missed out. Fuck you, Mama Max. Now I hate him even more.
4 years is another example of how they revise events and how they retell the story, along with, of course, shoehorning in the constant victimization. And the second thing is, another SCC member, and I believe an admin of Senate at the time, Heaton Mitsuru, said this exact same thing during the call with me and Nezzy Monster. But the call totally wasn't biased. But back to the call. At 58 minutes in, Laka mentioned for the second time that I brought up the porn spam in the FCK server to both Doodles and Nezzy in the Senate call, to which Doodles said,
excuse me, the vampire werewolves, of course.
Because we knew.
Well, but that section of the call is what I'm trying to talk about. Like the rest of that section, Akumu's battle and Nezzy's, that is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the section of the call where like there was a direct addressment.
But it's related.
Yes, it's related, but that's not the subject of what I'm talking about right now. We can address that in a minute, but I'm trying to tell you my main focal point of the matter.
Where was Mama Max during the ACC crash out? Oh. Wait, this one was on April 4th. He could have gotten early on the FCK stuff. Listen, you can't tell me this wouldn't have gotten views. Degenerates in the art community?
Is there was a section of the call that Akumu directly said to the both of you, like there was porn and stuff being sent in the FCK. You guys, and you were...
He wouldn't even had to post his real ass in the FCK. Just the one image of it.
That there was the inappropriate culture that Toasty had promoted and stuff, and that told me like you were at least aware of the inappropriate like culture that was promoted, and that's why I was asking the questions earlier.
Yes.
44 minutes in, Doodletones claimed that I was being straight up dishonest.
Yeah, like
I think it even goes further. I think Akumu is being straight up dishonest.
Well, I do.
Well, how is he being dishonest now again?
Agree with that because he's not doing this to help the victims. I've even noted that, but I'm only using parts that are like evidence I can show just up front. Like that's the only reason I've ever sourced him is like this.
It doesn't matter what his reasons are. If he brings good evidence, shows a screenshot of everything, and you can't tell me that all the others who like to play high and mighty were all like, but think of the victims. Fuck off.
This stuff is verifiable, but he just put it in a format I can just show. That's the only reason. Even then, I'm like, I don't support him.
Yeah. So the reason why I claim that Akumu is just straight up dishonest is not because of like what he has shown or what he has talked about. It's how he frames it. And I've been telling
Oh wow, he might have shown everything correctly, but have you seen how he frames it? That's not a nice way. God damn, I hate these people.
to Fly and Teddy for a while. He literally starts his FCK video listing off every single person who had joined the chat as if it was some sort of Epstein list. Not.
I mean, is he wrong though?
As far as to make any sort of like distinction between. No distinction between the more guilty or less guilty parties.
First, I find it hilarious that Doodles claimed I was being dishonest in how I frame it.
Ah, wait the degenerates. Love this game, love this game.
Considering Doodles was insistent on telling everyone he didn't know, only to admit he did know and just did nothing because Renminkin's video, which he also tried to undermine in the past. He was insistent that he didn't know about Slimmers or the Slimmers in his FW chat, yet turned out to have messaged in it. However, because I don't right off the bat tell my audience who is more guilty and not, I'm dishonestly presenting it. Almost like these people—
Macari, don't you know? It was like an Epstein Islands list. Everyone who visited the Fruitcake Club. All on the list, all on the list. They all will be pushed together. Everyone will think they're all groomies. God, these people are super.
People prioritize telling their audience what to think rather than showing them. I prefer to do more showing than telling and to let you come to your own conclusions. And secondly, I have never compared the FCK to the Epstein list. Perhaps a Freudian slip. 3 minutes after this, Laka then asked Doodles why my video on Toasty and the fact I had a recorded admission was ignored. This is Doodles' response.
Like, I don't agree with Akumu at all. I'll be upfront on that. Like, but the stuff I do want to talk about is some of the, like...
I've heard Slimmer so many times. I'm going to get activated like a fucking sleeper agent. It do be like that.
Unfortunately, the stuff that is unsettling, like he did a video confronting, you know, Toasty, talking about him sending porn to minors and stuff like that. And that video,
don't forget the jerking off in VC and showering in VC.
Was made aware in some parts of the community, at least because Mad Libs commented on it and several others. And it's a question that becomes like, it doesn't look good, and I'm just trying to find out, like, why was this not really taken seriously? Like, because, like, regardless of how you feel about the guy, like, I don't like...
Because Akumu's cringe. Come on.
But the fact that he had Toasty's admission in a video of that is the thing that disturbs me, and people looked at that and went, nah, ignore it. And it's a little disturbing.
I didn't...
It's a little disturbing, you know? People need to stop shocking it in VC. They will never stop, Macari. It will never stop.
Actually, I didn't look at that until...
Oh, I didn't look at that. Crazy.
I've had to look into everything about Akumu. But yeah, I do know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
somehow I missed the most vital parts.
Yeah, that's
the
my
thing
perspective.
with Akumu, on that though... Well, on that note, it's also, you know, given the whole Madame situation, people were already kind of looking at him as...
Finish the tank drawing. Is it in the cope court? I need a little... There, no, I need a little something.
They're disingenuous. You should know that.
You know, that...
By that point, like...
But
by that
regardless
point, people
of
were
how...
already kind of looking...
Go ahead, sorry.
People are already looking at him as like this lying, like, kid who, like, was going to bat for Madame for ultimately white knighty reasons. And
Bringing up the first old drama again.
maybe that's not correct. I don't know. I don't really care. It was never really my...
I don't know. I don't care. You know, it do be like that in Opera House. Let me take a quick look-see. In hobby and art. I love it. Look at that. It's X in the tank. Oh, there's even Monster Energy, the original one. Good taste. I love it. Thank you, Will. It looks amazing. I needed that. Thank you. made you win your channel as fan as well. Thank you, Macari. Thank you very much.
The guy, but that is how people were writing him off.
Yeah, and that's kind
My
of the problem I
perspective of it
have
is that-
because, like, this wasn't just him claiming that in the video. He interviewed him in a call and had an admission with Toasty outright verbally saying that. That's the issue I'm having here. There was verbal admission from Toasty, regardless of how people felt about Akumu. I'm wondering why the community didn't take that seriously since there was an
Because it's Akumu and everyone hated Akumu because he called them all out. Woohoo.
admission.
Oh, the narrative Doodle's friends helped peddle around me and my very name contributed to this being ignored? Well, who would have thought? At 56 minutes in,
wollte
Laka
thunk
asked
den
Ellie
Lied?
why she blocked them, to which Ellie claimed she saw Laka in DMs with me, that I had been harassing and stalking her friends for literal years.
Can I ask a question then? Then why was I blocked?
Oh god, I get a call.
Hello, do.
It's the Italian. Hello.
It is. What is happening? Why is? I think it's my YouTube playback was at 2 times speed. I thought you were playing the video at 4 times speed.
Yes, I'm playing. Oh god, wait, my avatars are all over the place. Wait, I need to.
Wait, chat, just wait.
You're all going to the side now.
So, I heard you were saying "daddy" a lot.
Yes, leave me alone.
Who are you calling daddy?
I was just reading.
Yeah, but who are you calling daddy? Who was being called daddy?
My father, who left back about 30 years ago. He, you know, he said he will go and buy cigarettes. And you know what?
And how do you and what brand of cigarettes does he buy in Germany?
Marlboro.
Marlboro. They have Marlboro in Germany.
Yes.
Are you lying to me, do?
We have Marlboro in Germany.
Okay.
I'll
I'll
tell
hold
you
to that.
It's the most basic bitch brand.
Well, of course it is. I see what it is. Fauzi, you really trying to hijack this? Hello, Makari. I always hijack. I always call in. And it's fun. It's not a sexy thing, Fauji. Oh, hi, honey. It is my daily hijack. No one was being called daddy. Dude was really cringe. I said by a freak.
I love reading.
I'm trying to get the context because I'm like an hour. I think I'm like an hour.
How should I explain this fucking 9-hour call to you? Oh, can you please summarize it for me in 3 sentences?
I'm like in probably hour 3 of this video. It is okay. It's a good video. I just hate the ACC so much that it's such a slog for me.
Listen, you don't hate them enough if you don't stream the whole call.
I am never streaming this whole call. I'll actually just end it.
Then you don't hate them enough.
Nightmare. No. You want context for a 9-hour video? Yeah, I do. I want context for a 9-hour video.
Go fuck yourself. If you don't have the passion to stream a 9-hour video, what are you even doing here, weak ass?
I'm making content, I'm breaking it, some people would say. It's so good to hear from you.
You want a pet? You want a pet on the ass?
I'd like a slap on it first.
Always get those.
Oh, thank you, sweetie. Love you too.
Always.
Oh, thank you. Where are we at in the current timeline?
We are at the last hour.
Okay, everyone is sweeping for each other's pedo shit there. Makari, are you okay, friend?
Makari is not okay.
Oh, you should have brought Makari on for this if it was possible. Makari, I will say this: you and Makari, and Rena are always like giving me like little bits of ACC lore that like
because
my brain...
you're not a dedicated hater, so we have to get it out of there.
There's just someone. What are you eating?
Pretzels.
Oh, so you can eat on stream, but how
yes, when the cringe Italian calls in, I start eating.
Oh, yes, I see. When the cringe Italian calls in, you start eating. I see how it is.
Yeah.
I see how it is, yeah. You hate You hate me. God, it found you, Makari. No, I actually love you. It's
just
Makari,
because we bullied you in the game. He comes in here and thinks he can now act like this.
When did you bully me?
Do I need to remember you?
Do I need to remember you? So it's
Oh, you won a game just because we bullied you and took all your money, and then we gave you all the money because the rules changed?
It sounds like you just lost the game. It sounds like you're just a sore loser if you're bringing it up outside of the game.
$20 for me to kick the Italian.
$50 for her to kick the Italian.
Damn. Now you're making me money.
I want to see $50. And yes, I'm using a headset mic. So
why
I
are you deciding the price for my stream, bro?
Because you deserve to make more money.
I don't know if that's sweet or I hate you for that. Don't make clicking noises in here.
Come on. Hello, baby.
Fuck, I just muted myself. This is what I wanted. Call him a funny word, dude. You know what you are. You are a Kuschelbärchen. A funny little Kuschelbär. And you will listen to me while I say this. Okay, you can speak now.
Okay, what's a Kuschelbär? You also muted yourself again.
Shut up.
And then you muted me.
Shut up.
I saw that! You muted the wrong person! Kuschelbär. Can you explain what a Kuschelbär is, since you're throwing German slurs at me?
Bad slur.
What kind of slur is it? What's the connotation?
The hairy kind of slur.
Are you just calling me an otter?
I would never.
I see. You're just calling me an otter. As long as you're not calling me that one German chocolate.
Otter is literally otter in German.
Okay. Just don't call me that one German chocolate. That's all I ask.
Kinderüberraschung?
It's the other Euro chocolate that's a slur in America that I cannot believe you guys have gotten away with.
Oh, you mean... You mean Schaumkuss?
Oh god, I can't believe you guys have a slur chocolate. That's insane.
You mean the Schaumkuss?
Yeah, sure, the Schaumkuss, whatever.
Don't say slurs on my stream, please.
Kinder is not a slur.
Kinder is definitely a slur.
Oh, I may hate Kinders, but it's not a slur.
Definitely a slur. It's 1 AM. Can I please finish this?
Sure do. I just wanted to interrupt your stream and
As
remind
always.
you who's the boss.
In your dreams, honey poo poo.
Bye.
Bye. Fucker. Let me get back to the other one. Blip. And back. Where's Pimenta? Not all of them. Not all of them. You and you get over here. And you get over there. God damn it. Over here. Yeah, gotta reorganize everything. Just because of fucking Italians. There you go. And coming back here again. There we go. Last hour.
Saw you in DMs with Akumu. And here's the thing. I'll put that on myself.
Thanks for the distraction though, Italian. Love you as always.
Probably should have asked, hey, why are you in DMs with Akumu and all that.
Even though he's cringe.
But Akumu has harassed and been stalking my friends for literal years.
I'm their fucking boogeyman. This has been a long-standing problem within the art and slideshow community, especially the latter. But because the kind of audience they both attract consists of people who think that being easily gullible man-children who fall for any claimed victimhood or pathos appeal thrown their way means they're more mature people, they hardly ever question it. Heaton Mitsuru has accused Chuli of stalking because Chuli was continuing to see what Heaton was publicly posting.
Oh. I now have definite proof that Dulu is stalking my account, despite having me blocked and posting about me where I can't see it, and taking an argument we had out of context, because it's in a chat. I left because they and Junkie made me so uncomfortable that I left. She's now blocked, so if she keeps posting about me, she's block evading to harass me. I'm done posting about this. I bet they're not posting about it. I said what needed to be said. I hope Clown, with K, and B are gonna be okay. I hope FCK gets the psych help he really needs instead of doing something bad.
Posting on her Twitter account, despite her blocking Chule. Several SEC members
Akumus in the walls. Akumu is the monster under the bed.
have accused Renmankins of stalking, citing even block evading, and I even asked around about this claim. So imagine my shock when I find out that the supposed stalking Ren has apparently done is just lurking on people's public Twitter feeds and getting around blocks to see public fucking tweets. This is pathetic. These people believe that if they block you, you're not allowed to see what they're publicly saying. If you do...
Dulu is the old username of Chulu. Chuli, who was a minor doing a lot of fuck shit. Oh, fucking damn it. So now they're putting another one of them under there.
They claim you're stalking them. They think that if they don't want you
Trying to throw another one of the minors under the bus.
talking about them and you continue to, you're harassing and stalking them. That's how chronically online they are. These people are so fucking deluded, such control freaks that have become so acclimated in the comfort of their hug boxes and safe spaces that they think they get some say in whether you can talk about them or not, whether you can see what they're publicly saying. If they block you, they have this expectation that you're suddenly not allowed to see what they post and you're not allowed to talk about them. To the people that think like this, it is not stalking to see what someone is publicly saying, let alone about yourself.
Literally stalking. They dare to go on my main site.
Not fucking stalking, let alone harassment, just because someone you don't like talks about you. You don't get to publicly run your mouth about someone or something, and then decide that because you don't like them, they aren't allowed to look and see.
ACC trainer to barbecue a minor. Challenge impossible, literally.
What's in the public eye. Just because you dislike someone doesn't mean they have to cease talking about you, and that doesn't make it harassment if they persist to talk about you. That's not how it works, you pathetic crybullies. Of course, this wouldn't be the SEC. You weren't selective about when something is stalking or not. It wasn't stalking when they were watching my Twitter feed, Ponder, Nezzy, Mimi, or Mark Silverblood. Me looking at a Twitter account to get evidence, though. That's stalking. How about watching my Discord?
Yeah, that's literally stalking. You dare to watch my Twitter feed?
Server for evidence. No one said that was stalking when the FCK admitted that in a video with 17k views, but in the same video when they accused me of stalking for doing the same thing, these idiots ate that shit right up. No one said stalking when these people were trying to join Madame's Discord server to spy, FCK included. A little fun fact, Nani,
it's fine when we do it, it's not fine when the others do it.
Furry art tart streamed herself trying to get into Madame's Discord server. No one said stalking then. They also talked about it in the FCK server. It's apparently not stalking when they're searching and hunting for the new social media or private social media accounts of people they don't like to announce it to the rest of everyone else out of their silly sense of justice, like Tippy. Yet they say it's stalking if someone has the audacity to look at a public Twitter account just because they've been blocked. The point is, not only have these crowds
How dare people block evading to see what I post publicly on Twitter? That's so stupid. I hate all the people.
Themselves in their control freak hug box mentality, but they can't even keep consistent in what they claim even constitutes stalking. They just proclaim stalking when they want to victimize themselves or others to the fact someone they don't like is either talking about them or saying
Listen, it's very easy. If I like it or I do it, it's not stalking. If I don't like it, definitely stalking, harassment, and I actually should be able to call the police.
Publicly releasing and saying. At an hour and 23 minutes into this call,
I cracked the code.
Is knowing anything, specifically denying knowing about Toasty.
That's why I have been as angry as I have been with you, because now people are probably thinking that I knew about ZZ and Toasty's porn spamming, which I wasn't even in the server when that happened. I didn't know Toasty was a sex pest. I didn't know Toasty was this, that, and the third. I didn't know any of that.
Ooh, unfortunately, Nezzy and Doodles eviscerated Ellie's claim in cover by releasing the snippets from Nezzy Monster's DMs with Toasty Vanilla, because inside them, Nezzy Monster mentions that a user by the name of Mavi, which is Ellie's previous username, had to block Toasty, that his antics led to Mavi blocking him. So clearly, Mavi, Ellie, knew a little bit more than what she likes to tell the public. These people are quite literally tripping each other in their...
What? So no... Oh, Ellie also knew about the behavior of Toasty, and now in the confrontation with Doodle, Diapers acts like she didn't know. Why is everyone is bad? I hate everyone.
frantic attempt to make the situation blow over. Near the end of the call, Ellie clarified that she totally isn't a part of the ArtCC, that she never was, that the SCC...
Is she also not part of... Are they also not part of the ACC, just like Ja isn't part of the ACC?
...is totally different.
People are weird. I'm done with this fucking community, I swear to God. Sorry.
As well as people, I think it was Akuma was trying to say it was a part of the ArtCC, which, no.
In the past, you were a part of the community, but that, like, you left in, like, what, 2018?
No. I was never part of the ArtCC.
I was never part of the ACC, I swear.
Were you part of the regular one, though? Because, like, you're
I'm part of the SCC.
Yes, the regular one. That's
Slideshow
Oh
community.
god, the SCC, of course. Very different from the ACC.
That one.
I think that this call, unless anyone needs me, is done because I am.
Yeah.
I think we're all out. we're done for today.
Well, no, real quick. The CC and the SCC are two very different
Is
areas.
anyone even part of the ACC? Everyone says they left years ago. Never was in it. Listen. Just like the FCK server, no one ever was in the ACC, no one is in the ACC. It do be like that.
Is
so different, in fact, that the SCC just happens to follow the art community everywhere and are backing them in every endeavor, like a bunch of sycophantic brown-nosers. So different, despite the fact that the ArtCC's golden calf, their totally unbiased Octomama, came from the slideshow community. That's just how separate they are.
Okay.
Yeah, the SCC is a much more niche. The SCC is a much more niche community that focuses on like video critiques and stuff like that.
Of course, very different. You know, that's how different they are. They focus on media shit. I hate it.
Just a bunch of nerds that talk about like.
They are a bunch of nerds, you know, unlike the ACC. Look, I don't care if the term is ACC or SCC. They're part of the one Frankenstein love child. Yes. It's like how some people also try to make a differentiation between the art commentary community and the animation community. Very different communities, very different.
They talk about our, I guess, our special interests.
Special interest for the art community's special forces.
Yep.
So, because
that's kind of the long and short of it.
The ArtCC, and that was
all of you are very special. I truly believe that.
Incorrect. I've never once associated myself in the ArtCC.
I have never been to the ACC. I've never seen the ACC. I've never been part of it. I've never been associated with them.
I've also never associated with the ArtCC, and I've made videos about it, but Akumu still.
Are they fucking kidding me? Are they fucking kidding me?
Associates me as part of that community, so shrug.
It could just be because of your associations. I think that's probably why. Because like some people, like we all talk to someone in the ArtCC. So I think
who cares about that? It's this topic.
Might be why.
Yeah, I've made videos clarifying that I'm not the.
Both Ellie and Doodles insist they've never associated with the ArtCC for them to possibly be lumped in. Relay. That's your best. You both are friends and have collaborated with Ponder Sprocket, queen of the art arts. You both were literally in an art commentary group that was made on the basis of making connections between artists and YouTubers, with such hits from art commentary like Nani and Hopeless Peaches.
Fair enough. I don't really know how to talk about that subject because it's like that's such a weird thing to argue.
What even is slideshow commentary? Commentaries about slide softwares? Listen, that could be based. Because that's not what people like Doodletones are talking about. Yes. It's just like how Ja claimed he was never part of the art... how he's never been part of the art commentary community. How he hates the art commentary community. God.
You at all, because it's just like... It's like...
Listen, I wish the art commentary community would only make commentary about art. And slideshow commentary would only talk about slideshows and slide softwares. It would have been maybe a better world.
It's okay.
Well, it shows that he has complete disregard as to who it is he's even talking about.
You know, that's fair. That's fair.
It shows that I pay attention to actions far more than words, like Nezzy insisting she knew very little when she knew quite a bit more thanks to the evidence. In fact, many of the things that she talks about in the DMs with Toasty are things that
you forget their memory loss, Akumu. You forget their memory loss.
vaguely referred to in the 2023 Senate call that she wasn't going to talk about because it wasn't her story to tell. Remember?
There was a lot of stuff that happened that you don't know about.
So much stuff. So much stuff.
Well, okay, fair enough.
A few of the things, there was a lot of shit going on between Toasty and Teddy. It's not my place to say that. Between me and Toasty, there was a lot of uncomfortable stuff. He did uncomfortable stuff with Libby. Not my story to tell, but they did a lot of shit in the server that was very uncomfortable.
In regard, as I just showed you, Nezzy in 2023 in that Senate call was remembering all the various things that she specifically mentioned 3 years prior in her DMs with Toasty Vanilla. Yet in 2024, her and the SCC to insist on this memory excuse. She's had her meds changed so much so she can't remember much. That is such a load
Listen,
of
they all took so many drugs, they forgot everything about it.
poor shit. And I'm not eating it. I'm not eating from that plate. It's interesting that there was such a strong will to protect her server members and to protect Teddy when it came to accusing Person A of sexual harassment, when she had no evidence and she provided no evidence for that accusation. Yet when she had all this evidence and all these various things that Toasty had done to her and her friends, and she knew what he was doing in a group chat, a Discord server filled with minors. She knew of at least 2 minors in there. Where was that will to
No, they never knew. They never knew. Listen.
protect those minors at? I could keep going with this, but I think I've made my point.
They
Returning
forgot. God, I can't even make the joke anymore. Fucking hate everyone there.
back to the timeline. On April 14th, Nezzy Monster posted, "I don't know what's gonna happen. Nobody gives a shit about change. Nobody will believe me when I do attempt to defend myself or correct things about the FCK situation, so what even is the fucking point? Well's been
Didn't you want to do something drastic?
poisoned. I'll complete my comms, and then I don't know." Nezzy and the others had convinced themselves that
I thought you had a plan.
DM screenshots of her and Toasty, the ones I showed you previously, would make it any better for them. Lio and Doodles both showed them off. And
Yeah,
even
the quote, "I'm not eating that, I'm not eating from that plate," is a good one. Diapertones goes hard on mute. Love it. When Diapertones just shuts up.
he brought them up as a means of defending Nezzy Monster on my stream. They believed that it was a correction, that Nezzy did something, even though the DMs showed that Nezzy knew a lot more and still didn't say anything about Toasty, at least publicly. On April 15th, Nezzy Monster put out yet another fucking tweet.
I thought... See, I'm learning, Saint. I'm learning. I lost my fucking glasses. My med dosage changed. I had a spiral, and I've been in bed rotting, but therapy is tomorrow, so there's that. How do you lose your glasses when you're just in bed rotting? I thought you were to do... There's more to the... Will you
I've
read
lost
that?
my fucking glasses. My med dosage changed, I had a spiral, and I've been bed rotting. But therapy is tomorrow, so there's that. There's more to the FCK situation than people think because a lot of stuff didn't happen in there. It happened in private. It's complicated.
I saw a lot of stuff in this video that happened in there, so... Are we lying again?
Explained. I've also been talking
Imagine going this long and just keep trying to worm your way out of it and failing every time. I would have deleted my account from the internet at this point and delete much more. Maybe even by
therapist about this because the situation is a lot
Imagine talking to your fucking therapist about what's going on. How?
complicated. Don't get me wrong.
I would hate to be a therapist of a fucking YouTuber.
Posted what I did. I was 19 and all I thought was, oh,
I was flashly 19. How was I supposed to know?
people are around my age. So that's why as I got older, I locked all my stuff as being for adults. My Twitter, my server, my streams. I'm more careful because I'm older and I have an audience now. I want to keep them safe. There it is. And I don't want to disappoint people. Call me selfish, but I don't
You already disappointed everyone in your life.
like letting people down. Makes me feel like shit. Then on June 4th, she made a tweet about how it was gay. Not allowed to be mean to her. Some people, myself included, thought she was trying to use that as an excuse for the FCK shit.
Imagine using any of that shit as a segue talking about a situation where you fucked up this badly. Yes. God, these people don't learn, do they?
So others continued to question her. A reply said, "Get off the internet, you scumbag." And she countered with, "Make me, bitch. I ain't leaving."
I ain't leaving because I was a dumbass when I was 19. But on the other post you said you were doing something.
Because I was a dumbass when I was 19. This eventually led
I
to
thought you literally planned to leave this world.
Nezzy Monster addressing the backlash that she was getting, or as the FCC and ArtCC would inconsistently call it, the harassment she was getting. If you for real thought this post was shielding myself from criticism, you are a fucking idiot.
This was literally shielding yourself from.
I've apologized numerous times.
I've apologized numerous times just for all the wrong things.
That shit also not only happened 4 years ago, but when I was 19. Of course, I think differently now, you dipshits. Touch grass. Person who just said she was...
Blue Sky post about mermaids using sea cucumbers as dildos is definitely worth being careful. Looks like... Fuck!
Bed rotting is telling people to touch grass. Whatever. If it isn't obvious from the last 3 times, she's put an emphasis on her being 19 at the time. Particularly her, I was a dumb
Listen, freshly 19.
19-year-old, so I didn't know...
You know, Akumu might have been 16 when this all started, or even younger. I'm pretty sure it was around 16. But you know, Nezzy expected him... Listen, he sounded so adult, you know, and she was just a silly 19-year-old.
Any better. Nezzy is hitching her wagon to the I was young, dumb, and naive excuse, which is very interesting considering she did know better at 19. So let me give you some examples. In March of 2020, the collab with Ponder, Nezzy was 19 when she made it and released it. She was talking about protecting young artists in that collab, that being one of her reasons as to why she was in support of cancel culture.
Previously, we went over how she condoned cancel culture. Anyone who condones it, why? First off, that's my question. Why would you condone it at all?
I condone it in instances where people are scamming their audience out of money by claiming that they're suing the YouTube community punching bag, and when that's brought to light from a single artist speaking up and shining a light on a past of problematic behavior.
I condone it when this person has a history of being shitty towards multiple
Oh
artists.
god, we are back at the Mean Girls table.
Because I want to protect other artists who can't resist her 2-for-1 exposure deal.
Plus, you know, cancel Onision.
Oh yeah, cancel Onision.
She turned 20 on June 12th as her DeviantArt account lists
Listen, she was freshly 20.
her birthday as June 12th of 2000. So since Nezzy puts emphasis on her being 19, what about when she was 20? In August of 2020, she was 20 years old, and that was when she accused Toasty Vanilla of sexual harassment in their DMs, where she
No, X. You told Drama about that mermaid post. How could you? The soul probably left his body.
cited him showing minors porn, having porn made of his friends, sharing it, spamming it, where she brought up V Omega showing minors porn, citing it as a bad thing to do. A few days later, she publicly falsely accused a 16-year-old of sexual harassment under the sentiment of protecting her server and protecting Teddy. Her first instinct upon finding out about the supposed sexual harassment with Teddy
Cancel Nissan hit me like a truck. Listen, I wish a truck would hit me right now. We can't have anything we want.
was to call it out. Why not with Toasty then? If Nezzy Monster truly didn't know any better at 19, did she learn the day she turned 20? If she didn't know any better at 20, why did she publicly accuse Person A of sexual harassment? Nezzy has
Don't you know when you turn 20, all the wisdom of adulthood hits your brain at once? Listen, it do be like that.
insisted that she had no malicious intent with accusing Person A, that she genuinely believed he sexually harassed him.
What is happening? Is this why he's schizoid about me being a whore now? Saint. I hate to tell you this. Are you denying the whore allegations?
If we're to believe that, it means her first instinct was to call it out. If Nezzy wasn't being malicious and truly wanted to protect people from sexual harassers, and that's why she publicly accused Person A, why didn't she publicly accuse Toasty? Nezzy very clearly knew better, because she used the justification of calling out sexual harassers, of protecting her server and protecting Teddy, as the reasoning for falsely accusing Person A. But for some reason, that didn't apply to Toasty. How about the fact that Nezzy knew that lying was bad at 19, considering she got onto Madame for lying when she was 19, yet lied about—
No, that's a good saint. That's a good saint. I know you wouldn't lie.
me when she was 19. In October of 2020, when Nezzy was 20 years old, she lied in Ponder server, covering for Toasty, because Renmankins accused him of the same shit we're talking about now. In the Twitlonger in January of 2021, she lied about me claiming I withheld the evidence from her. So on top of Nezzy being shown to know better by her words and actions, when she's claiming that she didn't know better, she's—
Truski. Yeah, as soon as you hit 20, you get the adult software update. Exactly. Still waiting for that to hit me.
wanting charity and leniency for being 19 at the time, something she herself didn't want to give to anyone else. Whether it be Chuli for how Chuli reacted and talked about Feghost when Chuli was 16 and 17. Chuli was completely justified, but because Feghost was liked by these people, how dare she talk about—
You know what? Feghost knew how to make the name dangerous.
him. It was too mean. Never mind the fact Fegos had Julie believing that he sexually assaulted 2 people and wanted her to stay quiet about it. That is some demented shit. But how dare Truly be mean to the degenerate? Lastly, how about me? On the surface level, it looks like Nezzy and Ponder were lenient with me because I was 16, especially from the constant grandstanding and belittling with my age. Many in her audience loved to claim they gave me the benefit of the doubt, except for the fact they falsely
Sure, totally gave you the benefit of the doubt.
accused me of attempted doxing, lied by omission after falsely accusing me of doing it.
I hit 20 and got an error code, system crashed, now I watch drama, and now you're here in good company.
That,
Ain't
withheld
that
inconvenient
right?
information from their audience so that they could falsely accuse me, twisted my words into something entirely different multiple fucking times. There's plenty more, but all of that done with hundreds of thousands watching those very videos. So Julie and me at 16 were not given any charity or leniency, but she wants that because she was 19 for part of the time. Fascinating how that works. 3 days later, an artist on Twitter publicized a Google document that contains screenshots of their conversation with Nezzy Monster talking about the FCK server. I already went in depth on this document in a TISM report, so I'll link it below if you'd like to see it in full or fact check me, because I'll be summarizing it here. The artist asked Nezzy Monster for an explanation. Why didn't Nezzy see the Slimmer's porn chat as a problem? Specifically, why she worded it as could become a problem. And Nezzy told them that she couldn't remember her mentality at the time.
I don't 100% remember my mentality at the time. I don't know why I said it that way. I know people don't like the fact. I don't know. But 4 years of drugs, those not have. I said it! I called it! Drugs! Yes! I never said I wasn't irresponsible. I never said I didn't fuck up. I know the accusations, and no, I didn't know about anyone being fucking groomed. The closest I knew was a video Golded on Toasty. Not Toastify, Toasty. That was swiftly retracted with an apology. Thuman's making a video that will explain more, where I get interviewed by her and you actually hear from the victims directly.
That 4 years of drugs doesn't help, and that she understood the accusation but denied knowing about the fucking grooming, then mentioned Thuman's video, and that it will explain more because she's interviewed by Thuman. In another reply, she said that nobody gives a shit that the victims themselves don't have an issue with me, that I was doing this out of maliciousness because I can't get over a video from 4 years ago, and that I apparently made it clear that I wanted her gone, so I diverted attention from the actual victims. Nezzy Monster also said that I lied about her age in my FCK server video. If you go and watch that
Oh, he lied about her age, about her being freshly 19. I really don't give a shit if he thinks I'm a piece of shit. I don't take advice from people who choose to be friends with someone who encourages a girl to carve her name in her arm, and a dude who has a terabyte, or used to know, supposedly it's gone, of bestiality porn. I don't take advice from people who purposefully lie about how old I was, when I know this because Peaches, the 19-year-old, is older than me and doesn't understand that people are multifaceted. Everyone is a hypocrite. Everyone does shitty things. I was some rando nobody would have bothered. But he gets something every time he uses the mentioning tool on YouTube. I'm not a good person, because that is not how people work. But I try to do good things and keep people safe. Okay, so we have Kumu mentioned. And Gilded Poo probably is the one with the bestiality porn. Which was all the memes from 4chan. Mercy Fly, and that is Akumu. I got all the mentions.
Nezzy was 20. Nezzy Monster was 20, and that's a pretty important detail, especially considering the fact that Nezzy herself said in a tweet made this year that she was 19 to 20. Oops. So how did I lie about her age? I guess if I say it, it's a lie, but when she says the exact
You didn't mention that she was freshly 19. That's how you got wrong.
same thing, she's telling the truth. Nezzy then told the artist that people are multifaceted and everyone is a hypocrite, reciting the same old slideshow litany of copium. I may be a hypocrite, but it doesn't make me wrong. Followed by more perpetual victimhood with claiming I'm obsessing over her. It's been 4 years.
Oh, gee.
I even apologized to him in a call once, if I recall correctly. She doesn't recall correctly. The only thing Nezzy has apologized to me for is her segment in Mad Libs' video that falsely accused a friend of mine. That was only after 3 years of her lying about it to the public. And
Imagine you finally apologize after 3 years and then it's for the wrong thing.
the Senate call, she said if I was so convinced of my own point, then I should just tell people who were reciting her false claims just to fuck off. She said that she...
Yeah, I get it, because I saw that this gets mentioned a lot.
He stood by the video on me. That's the opposite of apologizing for it. I recommend checking out the document yourself because the artist who spoke with Nezzy and who made it has made some very good observations in it, and they've even updated it to provide even more info. On June 12th, Nezzy quote retweeted someone who shared a screenshot from her DMs.
Why is Nezzy's gay station? First off, I didn't lie. Second, I am aware his stuff is still up. I said it can be seen as because I wasn't 100% sure of it, because of their ages, and because it was word of mouth. I also had no evidence, and Teddy has been known to lie to me and others. And before you try to bring in Tippy, I was 19, and they were 26. I also wasn't actively threatening people to stay quiet and not say anything. Teddy and Toasty have a history of lying to me repeatedly, so sorry if I couldn't tell if any of what they said was honest at any given point, and I don't have Teddy's DMs anymore.
Toasty that contradicted Nezzy's own claim, and they accused her of lying. First off, didn't lie. Second, I'm aware his stuff is still up. I said it can't be seen as to lie to DMs that he was sharing porn with Teddy. She had a confession from him, and Nezzy knew he was doing it in the FCK server. Second, Nezzy didn't need evidence to accuse my friend of sexual harassment, and according to Teddy, Teddy didn't even say it was sexual harassment, just that she was uncomfortable looking back. So why did Toasty back in 2020 get such leniency when there's not only a fucking confession, but also what Nezzy Monster watched him do in the FCK server?
Yeah, also all the shit he did publicly, you know. I can forgive gooning in VC. Nezzy Monster literally went, I can forgive gooning in VC and sharing porn and all the things where minors can see it. But I cannot forgive making one of my friends uncomfortable.
Again, my friend was publicly accused of sexual harassment a couple of days after she privately accused Toasty of that. Third, a known liar is accusing someone else of being a known liar. Pot, meat, kettle. In 2020, Nezzy accused me of lying. In 2021, she lied about me withholding the evidence from her when she withheld the evidence. Just a few minutes ago, I went up and she lied to the artist, telling them that I lied about her age. Now in this tweet, she's saying Teddy is a liar. Do you see the pattern here? Fourth, while I won't dispute or defend Teddy, I have a question. Nezzy Monster called Teddy a known
Bruh, this is the shittiest game of Find the Liar.
Liar right here in June of 2024, but previously in April, tried to guilt-trip Teddy into publicly defending her and Ellie Momele. If Teddy is a known liar, why did you want the word of a known liar to support and clear your name, Nezzy? Fifth, remember Nezzy Monster's DMs...
Listen, it's literally the minor's fault at the time.
...artist, where she said that no one cares about the fact that the victims supposedly don't have an issue with her. Even if that were true, that doesn't mean no one else...
Listen, the minors don't have an issue with me. God, I hate Nezzy Monster. How can you be this much of a bitch?
The problems here? Well, Jamesy, or OMGIJ252, who was one of the minors in the FCK, well, he replied to Nezzy Monster specifically about the Teddy is a known liar claim, to which he was promptly blocked by Nezzy. But the victims don't have an issue with her, though. The excuse that was later given was that Avi, AO Speedwagon, Nezzy's boyfriend, was blocking people. June 13th, Nezzy tweeted, I'm not talking about the FCK anymore. I am 24 and I was 19. It has been practically 5 years. I am done. I am not that person anymore.
But I am still not the person that will take accountability.
As I wish I could change things, I cannot. I am moving forward with my life. Then on July 25th, she put out another Twitter thread about it. I thought,
how many Twitter threads? How many?
He was done talking about the FCK. She has said that nearly every fucking thread she's made about it, all the while putting out statement after statement saying the same excuses. She has to be clinically insane. I'm not
and apparently until this very day.
I'm not trying to pretend to be. I'm just saying that this is the same exact habit that she did with the sexual harassment accusation. It was, I accidentally accused person A, and Akumu was just upset over a video I made.
This feels even worse.
Years ago with the FCK.
I have changed. I have become even worse of a person now.
Her response has been, I was a dumb 19-year-old, so I didn't know any better. And Akumu was just upset over a video 4 years ago. He's obsessed and malicious. Of course, like her audience, leaving out what she did in those videos that could have me potentially upset about them. Right along with her perpetual victimhood that several of her friends like Heaton, Doodletones, Ellie Momele, and even Lao Convoy have validated and affirmed. Which is fucking hilarious when these communities, and some of those very people I just mentioned, love to accuse others of enabling. They were saying Renmankins was somehow enabling me, but somehow it's okay when they do it. But to wrap this timeline up, Truly released a video on Heaton Meets Her in the Slideshow Commentary Community, or SCC. Nezzy Monster made this tweet about Truly's video.
Calling me a groomer enabler while ignoring the multiple times I called them out and cut them off is fucking wild. Go fuck yourself. Take your AI bullshit and go. Stay mad at fucking everything and everyone. Stay mad. He chose me over you. Live your life as a vindictive person. Bye-bye. jump into a amazing flower bed. Full of beautiful flowers. Smell the flowers. Enjoy the colorful blossoms.
And then deleted it right afterwards.
Oh, immediately.
Considering deleting tweets is bad and it means you're trying to hide something, per her own standard. Oh, Ponder. Are we going to talk about that contradiction? Is anyone in the SEC going to speak up and accuse and condemn Nezzy like you all did me? Of course not. Nezzy Monster then privated her Twitter account because Elon changed the block feature so that it no longer hides your tweets from the people.
X, a better question at this point would be, what isn't wrong with this board?
You've blocked. Shortly after that change, Nezzy nuked her account to run to Blue Sky with another public account under the exact same name. She's made various posts complaining about the flack that she's gotten, one of which is defending herself or just in general defending the act of deleting comments.
Honestly, getting mad that you were blocked or your comment deleted is like complaining that I closed my door in the middle of your screaming at my face.
You know, something else she and Ponder also got onto me for. But hey, it's okay for her to do that now. Once more, I ask, where is the art and slideshow community's moral arbiter? Apparently the Judge Judy of the art community, or Justice Incarnate, the big bad Ponder Sprocket. They have insisted that she completely and thoroughly debunked me, proved me wrong, who apparently disproved me, slaughtered me, tore me apart, tore my video to shreds, who burned me, who shit-rocked me, who would tear me apart if she responded to me in just a robot. This is one of my favorites from a longtime Ponder fan, Izaki-chan. Yes, it's him. You know someone is fucked up when they don't change after being called the fuck up and roasted by Ponder. So where's your god now? Where's your Queen Octo?
Okay, where's your god now? It's a good line.
Sees you're begging, you're pleased for her to do something about me. She watches from the sidelines and has only said one thing, that she's avoiding talking about me or responding because I'm going about this in a destructive way. I've been transparent to a fault, many of my faults. Been correcting myself the times I've been wrong, whether in the past or present. If such transparency is destructive ways, what does that imply? The truth only ever harms deceit, deception, and misinformation. Ponder Sprocket commentaries are apparently made to showcase and criticize wrongdoings and contradictions, to dispel false narratives. Her audience sure loves to claim that she does a great job bringing light to the facts and dispelling misinformation for good resolution. So why in the 4 years this has gone on has she said nothing about any of what I've gone over? I don't mean just the FCK server either. There's plenty that I've gone over in this very ridiculously long video that meets the parameters, the criteria for her commentaries. Since it was wrong for Madame to lie about Slimmers and Ponder milked that all for what it was worth and then some, why say nothing when her own
Based on funny, not sorry. Yeah, I'm really hoping that Pandas gets back to Beckett or makes a statement of their own. What they have to say about this.
her own close friends, and her surrounding community were doing it and have been. This whole thing is perfect for her coverage, if she actually stood by that bullshit litany in her intro. Ponder was even following some of it. Remember, she commented on Foxton's video, who was responding to me in response to Fuchsia Butter. No matter how you slice this fruitcake, there's gonna be a lot of shit on your plate. So much so that I've made individual episodes covering what happened, most of which was right within the public view. Public videos that did very well and were shared across multiple discords within this community. I'd bet money that they were shared in hers too. Ponder knew of and covered my Slimmers video when it only had 3,000 views. Fuchsia Butter's video did far better than that and was shared all over these two communities. Madlib's video did far better than my video and Fuchsia Butter's video and was shared.
It was crazy to me to see what kind of big YouTubers they were that were involved in it. Like here, Madlibs with the 50,009.1k subscribers, and also the other ones were also multiple thousand subscriber YouTubers who all ganged up on this teenager who now came back and haunted them for years.
Everywhere. Public tweets that were seen and shared all over, and public Discord messages as well. But here's a good question. Why hasn't Ponder corrected the misinformation about me that she put out herself in the collab with Nezzy Monster? She apparently normally does correct misinformation that she's put out, but she hasn't with me. Why has Ponder resorted to hiding not just me from her channel, but also hiding some of my audience members when she got onto me for deleting Slimmers' comment on a video about Slimmers, and deleting other comments? Conveniently around the time that I'm informing people about the flaws and offering my retrospectives for someone who told me they're sorry and even offered to help me share my side of things.
Again, thank you for talking with me about this. Most don't. No problem, dude. I'm sorry that you've had to suffer through that. I further apologize for my part in that. So some people came back. Wait. Last year? Okay.
to which I told her I would do it myself. It's interesting to switch up once my videos are actually finished and done for all to see. However, if I say it's damage control and trying to mitigate people finding out, her audience and defenders will say it's a bad faith assumption. I want consistency, real transparency, and acknowledgement of what really happened, because they keep avoiding acknowledging or acting like I'm the problem for talking about it. I don't have the size Ponder does, nor what the FCK had, and that audience will keep denying it and keep blaming me unless Ponder says it so. We saw that with Heaton and Chuli. The second Heaton found out Ponder disapproved of her antics with Chuli, she changed song and tune and apologized to Chuli, because these people don't stand on or buy anything that they claim to, what they tell you, the public. So what
Yeah, that part is rough.
you, the people who want Ponder to respond and come swinging at
So this content creator called Akumu has made a couple of videos calling you a hypocrite. Any opinions on that?
me. What do you expect Ponder to do? To tell you what you want to hear? Just to give you the comfort and cope that she's tore me apart. You already glaze everything she does, but you want her to further contradict her public image that she's built, the litany intro that she's got, and die on this hill with the others. There's nothing to gain and plenty to lose in her doing so. What baffles me as I look back on all of this, as I've been looking back and editing this for you all, for communities hellbent on insisting I was the immature party, on insisting I'm so immature, it sure is odd that I, the 16-year-old, was the one who was direct, open, and more than willing to discuss it directly with you all. It was you all and your favorites who banned me at every turn and ignored everything I talked about. I was direct with the FCK in an attempt at conversation. I tried several times throughout 2020 so that things could be cleared up. They didn't care and they didn't want to. Despite how pretentious or mean I was the one who tried to talk it out directly and even privately.
Yeah, you can say about Akumu what you want. Like there are some parts I don't agree with on him personally with, but he has been the most open about this situation, and especially in this video he also showed many parts of him that don't look pretty, but he still has showed everything he had and has been open about it, and then showed all his evidence. So really rough that some of the big commentary community members who all bashed him since he was a teenager now don't, put on their big girl, big boy pants and just ball up to say, yeah, we fucked up really bad.
For they made a giant fucking mess of their false claims. A mess that inevitably I would have to clean up, which is another reason why we're here. I even tried to tell them to walk away so this wouldn't go in a direction that I knew they would just cry about afterwards, because that's what these communities do best. They pick a fight, they keep poking and prodding, but when it doesn't go the way they thought it would, when push comes to shove, when you make fun of them back, when you mock them back, criticize them in return, inform the public and their audience of their antics, suddenly you're stalking and harassing them. They love a slap fight on Twitter or YouTube, or even in the form of multiple video responses. Of course, only when they can dogpile people. The SCC especially. The second you defend yourself, you're the problem. It doesn't matter if you're objectively right. It doesn't matter if you have evidence on your side. They deemed you the problem. I want those who are hearing me out to try and put yourself in my shoes. You're 16. You decide to try and make a point about a community's recent actions, but in doing so you make some mistakes. You were wrong on a few things, and then an entire group—
Which is very understandable, because again, he was 16, and of course you won't come across as super subjective and have all the evidence in order, but you still try at least to set the record straight on these things. It's really rough.
People take advantage of that to make all of your points seem as stupid as possible for content. They misrepresent you at every turn by twisting your words and pretending you were claiming or saying things entirely different than what you actually said. They dedicate themselves to accusing you of shit you didn't do, falsely accusing you of deleting tweets to hide shit or deleting videos to hide them, of attempted doxing, or that you're working with doxers to dox people. They doctor screenshots to accuse you of things.
Yeah, and of course you're just a watcher, no, just a viewer of the YouTuber, and you don't know anything about the surroundings of the communities, then you will of course believe the big YouTuber, instead of the teenager who's everyone claims is just a spurg, a troll, and just goes around, cries wolf.
Lie about Google documents you've made to try and victimize complete fucking nutjobs. Their audience gives a massive outcry over what these people claim you did. Some of the things that they accused you of doing, they did themselves right afterwards. And that same audience—
They did even worse!
Didn't say a fucking thing. For example, deleting comments. Everyone holds that against you even after you stop doing it. Yet no one talked about it when they did it. Fuchsia Butter, Ponder Sprocket, and recently Nezzy Monster who switched up on that. They said that you deleted your video when you didn't, but didn't say a fucking thing when the FCK members deleted theirs. They said you deleted tweets and comments to hide evidence against yourself, which is assuming your intent and something they claim they don't like. But when they delete their own tweets, their own comments, comments from others, or just evidence against themselves, nothing is said from those same people who tried to hold those claims over your head. While these people are smearing you, they're doing shit in their private little hug box that's far worse than what they accused you of doing.
And again, it's crazy for me to even put myself into the mindset that those were mostly adults that all ganged out on one teenager. Like at this point, 16. when he first came out and tried to reveal what happened there in the FCK.
All the while, they're making fun of you and using you for views. The collective audience of thousands.
Honestly, I think many others in Akumu's place would have just given up. Let's be real here. Most 16-year-olds would have been like Bash of the Internet, would have changed their accounts completely so no one knows it's them and just try to stay far away from it. So he really has my respect for the level of, what do you call that? Of Hartnäckigkeit. God, my English leaves me. Hartnäckig. English. Stubbornness. You know, of having the mental fortitude. The ball power to stay through this.
An entire community, then also
and
make
keep
fun
on
of you and
going.
repeat the same false accusations. Anytime you try to talk to these people directly or even advise them to walk away, it's thrown right back in your face. They tell themselves you're bluffing and that they don't take you seriously, but then when it doesn't play out like they wanted it to, they pretend to be a victim of your supposed harassment because of mean tweets and comments. You accuse them of what they did, and they misconstrue that so that people don't get a clear view. They claim you accused them of something you didn't, like telling the public that you're trying to call them a pedophile when you never did. Again, your words are always twisted. When you point out that they falsely accused you or your friends, they say you're falsely accusing them of making false accusations. And their stupid fucking audience ate that shit right up. Those same thousands of the audience either don't watch your response videos or they hate watch your response videos and ignore where you disprove the claims and prove what they did. They talk about how you deserve—
Let's be real, most of them probably didn't even watch his videos. They just took the words of others who watched part of the videos and were like, oh, I couldn't even watch the whole video. It was just so triggering. Oh, I can't even stand to watch him. He's so annoying. This is how it goes most times in drama when it's against someone they like.
It because you said mean things, because you don't use someone's preferred fucking pronouns. That's the real problem for them. That man may have fantasized about murdering you, said that your blood was going to stain his hands. He may have told you to suck his pink pube dick, called you a cum chalice, an honorless shit puppet, lied about a Google document you used to make false claims against you, and used a Photoshop screenshot against you. But how fucking—
Again, so, even Fuchsia Butter, YouTuber with 33k subscribers. You know, again, another one who's relatively
dare
big.
You refer to him as a man. Sure, he made fun of your voice, but you're gonna make fun of his? That's crossing a line, you cishet transphobic bigot. They victimize him and paint you as the bad guy. You're sitting there watching the same community of retards who previously told everyone else just a few months before that lying about a minor is a bad thing to do, that vilifying a minor is a bad thing to do, when someone else was doing that to a 15-year-old. Yet here they are, as a community, doing all of that to a 16-year-old. They're blindly believed and listened to by the same audience that watched them say those very things. No questioning over shit so obviously false and misconstrued that all anyone had to do was hear you out, or look into it themselves. But almost no one would. They can't fathom or accept that you could be correct about something because they don't like you. So they do anything and everything to avoid acknowledging it because you pointed it out, because you have evidence for it, because they don't like you. The same community that has constantly proclaimed that both sides should be heard at.
Yeah, and that's again a point I really think is important. Even if you don't like someone, even if you don't agree with their personal beliefs or politics or whatever there is, I think sometimes it's still worth it to hear at least them out. And afterwards you can still call them an idiot. Or decide, you know, there might be something.
It's important to listen to both sides. Ignored yours. The few that didn't outright ignore it would rather ignore your points and issues to complain about your language and your insults. These people could insult you all day, and they loved it. You knew no one was going to come play Captain Kirk to defend you or protect you like they claim to do with other minors. No one else is going to dispel this false narrative. No ponder sprocket to swoop down from the art-part heavens and lay down some accountability. No. She partook in it. You are going to have to dispel this narrative yourself. Anytime you try to get your side out, you're told by their audience that you have an ego, that you need to realize and see where you were wrong. You're a narcissist, that it's pointless to respond, that no one will ever listen to you, that you might as well delete your channel, that you have no credibility. The same people who insisted mean YouTube comments and mean tweets classify as harassment.
And as of recording this video, I just received some screenshots of him saying in a server that he hasn't harassed anybody for months and that that's a false claim against him.
The best part is, I didn't harass anyone. I had 3, technically now 4, interactions with Slimmers. There is no history of harassment.
Well, if that is true, which I'm sure that it is, there should be no problem with me putting a bunch of tweets directed at certain people on the screen right now. If you're not watching this video but you're listening to it, I really encourage you to switch back over here right now for just a moment and take a look. Are you here now? Okay, good. Now,
just read them.
want you to look at the actual tweets. I'll still be going over them later. You can still read them if you
Oh
want.
yeah,
But
play
what's
them way
important
too
for this is
fast
I
to
want you
stop.
look at the people who are tagged and the dates of the tweets. You'll notice something very interesting. That being that these tweets directed at specific people with no provocation or actual conversation being had are over a period of months.
Yeah, because he desperately tried to get someone to listen to him.
If only there was a word for going out of your way to bother and harass people for months on end. Or maybe a term. I wonder what it would be called. Another huge reason that I'm making this video is because, unfortunately, this kid has started to gain some traction. He started to gain a few little cronies who want to participate in his harassment, as shown by everything I'm showing on screen right now. And that's not okay.
I believe it is trying to say that the consequences of the phone number being released isn't real.
I don't see how. It was a number that you could contact Slimmers at. It just happened to be a
Fish.
number you could disconnect very quickly when that harassment started. And that number being fake hasn't stopped people from harassing her.
Yeah, they're lazy. They won't read them. They will just take the word. Yeah, you know what? Akumu bad. We gotcha.
You can see on screenshots on top of screenshots we have of you, Akumu, sending hate towards Slimmers, saying you were going to punish her.
The same community who agreed with those people did exactly that to you. You get death threats, told that you shouldn't live, people wanting you assaulted, people imagining you getting beaten by the cops, doxing threats, doxing attempts, attempts to sign in on your accounts mass reported to shut you up, banned from Discord servers anytime you try to defend yourself or speak about what the favorite people did. Darkness Stone is just one example of that. People signing your email up to all kinds of fucking websites. Overall, you're treated as if you're inhuman, as if you're an embodiment of evil, boogeyman. They're Satan. You see that the same crowd and audience who falsely accused
Yeah,
you
like
of
I
all the
said, Akumu literally became the boogeyman of those people. Again, everything is Akumu's fault. Someone tried to dox just a robot. Definitely Akumu. We have no proof, but you know what? Sounds like Akumu. My house was set on fire. Definitely something Akumu would do.
shit also claim to not take you seriously. They claim that you're just a joke they'll never take seriously, that you're a laughingstock or the laughingstock of their community. Yet they took you seriously enough to cook up movie-length hit pieces to accuse you of all kinds of things, calling you a serial harasser, that you work with doxers, going behind the scenes to tell people you're a doxer, junkie, or that you have cronies and spies everywhere. They call you a psychopath or a sociopath in either their autistic fucking wikis,
Why, he's very atrocious.
YouTuber wiki, or their hug boxes. They make Twitter threads to call you out. They constantly talk about or tease future impending videos on you that never.
Imagine being this dedicated to a hate on a fucking teenager. I still won't
came out or bitch about you
These
in Discord
people.
chats for months, sometimes years on end. You're a banned topic in some of their Discord servers because it triggers people. Your presence in the
Bruh.
server apparently makes people feel uncomfortable and unsafe. They'll actively look for your Twitter account and then cry about your Twitter and their fucking vent channels. Yet in the next
Imagine getting uncomfortable at the pure mention of this teenager.
breath, they claim you're just a joke that they've never taken seriously.
Exactly, Tuski. Steps toe. Damn it, Akumu! It was probably them doing that time.
And never will. All because you were deemed their bad guy. They could do whatever they want to you and against you, regardless of the fact it contradicted their previous moral standards that they claim to have. If you make comments and tweets, it's harassment. When their favorites or their audience did it, it wasn't. It was calling you out and holding you accountable. They can make fun of you, but if you do it back, it's harassment because you're the bad guy. They can tweet about you and comment on your videos, but if you tweet about them or comment on their videos, you're harassing them. They can falsely accuse you of shit, and that's them rightfully calling you out. But if you point out how it's false, prove that they've done the same thing they falsely accused you of that caused so much outcry from their audience, or that they did something far worse, zero outcry from that same audience. Your discrepancies such as deceit, false accusations, and misinformation are ignored.
Honestly, the last part of the video, I think that's something a few people like didn't watch at the end. And I feel like him just putting it together, how it all was from his side really hits hard. How hopeless the situation pretty much was for him.
Or anything and everything to downplay and not acknowledge it. Instead of acknowledging that they as a community enabled, validated, and partook in a smear campaign, false accusations which have followed you for years, they omit that and state that you're just petty or obsessive because you're talking about it. They say you're the liar. If not a liar, you're obsessed, malicious, bad faith, dishonestly framing, upset that they rightfully called you out, salty, coping, seething, or malding. They dodge acknowledging it, just like Ponder is doing. Now tell me how you would go about handling that. Because the art commentary community and the slideshow community think I was just supposed to sit there and
I will be honest, at this age, I probably would have given up. I would have probably given up. I think most people would have just given up at this point. I'll be really honest.
any
Like,
response
this would have been hard for many adults to even handle. But if you imagine, like, as a 16-year-old,
gave was twisted and cried about. How dare I make fun of them back? How dare I make mean tweets? Anything and everything I did in response was called harassment, doubling down, and refusing to accept where I was wrong. I couldn't take criticism and admit to my faults, all because I refused to placate and kowtow to their false claims. Because I didn't pretend and go along with what they said I did. Them and their favorites enjoy lying about and making fun of me, but if I enjoy telling truths about them or making fun of them, I'm just doing it for fun. I must be sadistic. I must be a psychopath or sociopath. I must lack empathy. Coming from the same community that gleefully enjoyed dogpiling, lying about, making fun of.
Yeah, meanwhile they did a video with their Mean Girl table where they just laughed at him in the comments, being all fun of him and calling him pathetic and everything. You know, just the boy that cried wolf.
Mocking and making memes about some mean 16-year-old. If I respond to that by talking about it, acknowledging what they did, or making fun of them, I'm the problem. I'm petty or obsessive because I point out their inconsistencies or their falsehoods. Because they can't accept being the butt of the joke. It reminds them of their daily personal lives. When dealing with all of what I just described to you, I didn't cry out that I was being harassed to get sympathy. I didn't suicide bait for sympathy. I didn't squeal about how it affected my mental health. I didn't give you my entire life story in some soy-laced speech to try and excuse anything I did on my end. I grew up poorly. My parents did this and this and this to me.
He
So that's
didn't
why
even mention that he was... He didn't even say he was autistic or dyslexic or was homeschooled.
Did this stupid thing on the internet. Feel bad for me. That these people constantly feel the need to clue everyone in on shit that is entirely irrelevant and that no one fucking cares for. They can't just own up to it and be done with it. They can't not make some sad excuse. There has to be some sob story because this community is all about pathos appeals and mafeels. It's okay for Ponder to talk about Fagos because of how it affected her. It's okay for Heaton to talk about Junkie years afterwards because of how it affected her. Yet I'm not allowed to talk about what I went through, what these people did, what these communities did. Any one of their figureheads, Ponder, Nani, Creep Showart, Hopeless Peaches, and so on, could have looked into it at any point in 2020 or any of the years after before they ran off. Whether it be what they were doing to me, Fuchsia's
What do you mean? Dibertoons looked into it and found nothing wrong. I hate these people.
hellhole of a Discord, the FCK's defensive lies to defend Toby whilst trying to smear Kai and Omnia, Toasty's antics. This could have been known and acknowledged much, much sooner. Question is, why didn't they talk about any of it? Especially when they at least knew of what the group was doing to me. It's a little hard to miss the hit pieces that were blowing up and shared from Discord server to Discord server. They didn't talk about it because I wasn't a sweet little lamb. Most of the people in these communities care about optics and how they're perceived by their peers. So they keep
Yeah, only thing he said was black, and he isn't using his card. Yeah, he did. He mentioned it one time, like sarcastically. How could they say this to a black man on Black History once? But he never like uses it like they do. Like he's not like, oh my god, they're just being racist towards me. They just hate me because of that and shit like that. And honestly, I respect that.
True opinions, private in fear of being
It's refreshing.
blacklisted for discussing it. Slideshow community especially has that problem, and I claim this not to make them look bad, but because several people in that community, or that were in it, have privately expressed this to me. Most of the art and slideshow crowd didn't even question what was going on. No thanks to the FCK members behind the scenes trying to blackball me by telling others that I harassed them or that I was a doxer, like Junkie, which is particularly fascinating from two communities who claim, again, that they want to hear all sides out, who claim to give people the benefit of the doubt. To the same people who insist Ponder, Stone, and Nezzy in their community gave me the benefit of the doubt, that they were lenient with me. If this was all about my supposed lack of evidence, they would be happy now, but they aren't. It was never about me not having evidence, and it wasn't about me defending or white knighting the dam, a lie that they've been pushing for years in an attempt to cover up what really happened in 2019 and 2020. This is about me having the gall to question their consensus and make fun of their community, to not take their crusade seriously, because I didn't participate in the politics they deem the proper politics. Hence the ad nauseum bitching and squealing about my transphobia that you've had to deal with throughout this entire video. I said mean things in my videos. I made mean comments and tweets. So they thought a community-wide mockery of me, dogpile, and smear campaign of false accusations would teach me a lesson and shut me up. That's also why they constantly tried to discourage me from ever responding and talking about it. Look, Akumu, I don't like you as much as the next guy, but I will tell you this. Don't release the video. It'll just get dislike bombed to hell and back.
Do you think this person regrets that comment from 3 years ago?
It's not worth whatever you want from releasing. It's just not. Dude, you lost these. No one here in the community likes you. No one. Even if somehow you can give a rebuttal from the arguments on the video. Everyone would prefer not believe in you. You give them the cheese and the knife. You should probably try to restart and delete your channel. Go to Reddit or something, or try to change your views on the topics that make your downfall. Improve yourself. These people clearly rely on ad
I think this is improvement.
popular fallacy or the appeal to popularity. They claim something is the case because the majority agree on it. I was defending and simping for Madame because the majority said so. I apparently defended Madame for trying to dox a minor because the majority said so. They tried to tell me that I lost because they believe that they decide that. They think that they decide what is true or not based on their community consensus, similar to how they also believe that they decide the credibility of others. You can see this especially with me. Back in October of 2020, several people threw a shit fit in the comments because I was used as a source. Not just Menti Shit. Slideshow Spurgs were even crying about it in their private circle jerks. When the name's Junkie talked about Rin's video on Twitter back in 2021, several people replied to him, throwing a fit because Rin used me as a source. And I want to note that Rin's video was very much biased against me. Rin is dunking on me and shitting on me numerous times throughout the video anytime I come up, peddling many of the false claims from the art and
but used him as a source, so that was enough reason for them to be like, ew, they used... Fuck, give up. They used Akumu as a source? Dislike. Fuck this person.
slideshow community, especially from the FCK. No thanks to the fact that Madlibs was feeding Rin bullshit behind the scenes. Jerks. When the name's Junkie talked about Rin's video on Twitter back in 2021, several people replied to him, throwing a fit because Rin used me as a source. And I want to note that Rin's video was very much biased against me. Rin is dunking on me and shitting on me numerous times throughout the FCK. Rin didn't even link my Toasty video in the description. Instead, Rin uploaded it on a Google Drive and linked that in the description as a means of preventing me from getting views. But that wasn't good enough because Rin was still daring to talk about something negative that involved the FCK members.
How dare! I approve Akumu, you've earned this anime villain arc. He gets to play the anime villain once.
Just group that both the art and slideshow community adored and loved so much, because Rin was still talking about the same claims that I was. And that was a problem for these people, because I was talking about it. And
yes, just talking about the same topic as Akumu? Fuck you. You're taking the boogeyman's hand.
My word, some form of credibility, and they couldn't have that. The same people who can't be consistent in their own standards, who refuse to question something because their favorite people claimed it, who happily cling to falsehoods and narratives, think that they decide whether other people are credible or not. Mind you, I had a literal recorded confession from Toasty, evidence of his disregard to showing minors pornography, along with just some of his—
And this is even crazier. He has a literal confession from Toasty in the video. And people didn't even look at that. For fucking however long. For years, probably for years. And then still ignore that and act like it's a big surprise when it comes up later.
Very rampant degeneracy. Rampant degeneracy that many of these people knew about, Junkie included. It wasn't a secret. No, it was a taboo to talk about because Toasty was a part of the sacred crowd.
I'm forever... Stu is now banned from the FCK circle. Oh, shame, what a shame.
Special interest in this community who liked him, a community that also collectively dislikes me. Both reasons are why it was ignored for so long. They acknowledge the problem and
listen, I'm fruitcake enough as it is. I don't need a club for that.
To it would tug at the FCK and particularly that server, and subsequently they'd have to claim the same thing I had already been claiming. They'd have to validate what I was saying, so they did everything they could to dodge that. A quick and perfect example of this is yet again the discussion apparently from Ponder's Discord server, where they bitched about Jesp, aka Rin's video on Toby and Toasty. They could have focused on the claims, or the testimony that Rin provided from Teddy the Draws, or the fact I had a recorded confession from Toasty, but no. Their focus and their concern was Rin was basically siding with Akumu, that I didn't have evidence.
Makes me wonder what Toasty had on everyone who defended him. Probably because they were all in the same degenerate server and either partook in it or acted like or didn't see a problem until it was too late. Probably that one alone.
That's how
if you call one of the degenerates out, there will be of course questions about who else is in there and why did no one else say it.
These people were and still are more concerned with them potentially siding with me that they avoid talking about it entirely. This is exactly how Toasty got away with it, and that's how the rest of the FCK got away with their various antics, because these people refuse to talk about it, lest they agree or side with Akumu. Because I talk about what the FCK did, whether it be in their server or publicly, they refuse to, out of their favoritism for those people, and out of their bias against me. It's a twofold problem, which is probably why they're not consistent in their standards, because they don't want to validate what I've pointed out, even when it's objectively true, because they hate me that much. These crowds think that because they don't like you, that inherently means nothing you say or
you can agree with someone you hate without becoming immediate best friends. I hate this mindset some people have. Like, you see that so often in certain communities. how they can't even have a conversation with someone. Like, especially in politics, it's the first thing that comes to mind. They can't even have a conversation with someone who has different views than them without being triggered immediately or already putting you aside. You are hateful. You hate you. Like, you are the worst people in the universe. Fuck you. Instead of just, you know, being like, yeah, we can agree on something, but I still don't like you.
Have is credible or true. It can't be, ever. They'll do anything in their power to avoid you being given credit or used as a source of information. If a member of their community cites or listens to someone they don't like, they will bitch about it and make it that person's problem. They'll go as far as messaging people, demanding that you don't listen to whoever they don't like and to only listen to those they do like. Longtime art tard and slideshow orbiter Jack Lockstyle did exactly that. He directly messaged someone and demanded that they unfollow the FCK Leaks account and don't listen to me or FCK Leaks to only—
Joe agrees with me all the time, for instance. I sent you the brick emote a lot of times for that.
listen to Lyle Convoy and Hopeless Peaches. Another testament to the fact these people are control freaks. They're we decide this delusion is false.
Listen, I might be melting, but we are in the end sport. Last 20 minutes. Half an hour.
Far from the end of their control freak behavior. They also believe that they decide if someone is immature and thus needs to learn and grow, per their community's consensus.
I just realized the ACC makes me cringe. They're doing the same crap the My Little Pony fandom did when Toon Critic was outed. Yeah. Pretty much.
Ezzy Monster and her insistence that I needed to learn. Or just go to the comment section of Ponder and Ezzy's collab, especially in the last year or so. Those who ran back to the two videos proclaiming in the comments that I haven't changed.
But honestly, I think a lot of ACC also comes from the My Little Pony fandom, so...
matured, grown, or gotten better, that I didn't learn my lesson, or that I've gotten worse, even claiming that I won't admit I'm wrong or admit to my mistakes. Hearing how this guy acts actually scares me due to just how similar he acts to my stepbrother. He looks at things—
Bruh! Bruh! Why bring up your toxic stepbrother?
Such a black and white viewpoint, goes by the my way or the highway viewpoint, where everyone else that doesn't agree with him is the enemy. With how young he seems, I can only know that this will get even worse, and he's shown to be very toxic in the future. Honestly, I hope he either
Listen, you know what? He reminds me of my toxic stepbrother, so he must be exactly like him.
Out of this mindset, or never gets a platform that supports it. 131 people agreed with that. In the replies of that same comment, we can only hope that people like him and your brother learn and eventually grow up. How about this one? It's been months since you guys dropped this video, and I just saw only 2 days ago he was still arguing. He was in the right in his videos comments. I was hoping to see a mature response from him. Like maybe he took this info, grew, and apologized, but he hasn't. Hard to believe he's supposed to be older than Slimmers. I feel like he's gonna stay one of those people. We tried to get him to see how bad his
Not one of those people.
Was in the hopes that he'd grow past this. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and well, he's becoming more of a laughing stock with only a few equally childish and idiotic supporters. When someone accused me of using alts to dislike the collab, I clarified that I didn't and got this reply. Well, now that I know you're actually here, I hope you watched them and learned something. This
Oh
next one's
god,
from
it
my
had 2 dislikes. Must have been 2 Akumus.
I think you mean embarrass yourself. All you have done is embarrass yourself and prove to everyone that your ego is too big and that you will not change. I'm sorry, but you need to realize when you are in the wrong. Of course, the delusions don't stop there either, as they believe they hand out the second chances for someone to learn and grow. They decide whether someone can or can't and whether they have or haven't. The earliest example I have of this is from the comments of Renminkin's aforementioned video on Toasty and Toby. A screenshot I took during the video's premiere of a user by the name of Bree G. Davis, who replied to me with this: blatant lies, despite the piles of evidence against you. Give real evidence and quit trying to prove negatives. Lash out at other minors and accept criticism, and maybe you'll be given a second chance on the platform. You're still young, so that means people will generally be more
With those people, I mean degenerates.
lenient unless you keep up the act. Yes, because you all were totally so lenient in your false accusations and denial of the evidence I brought to the table. Any evidence I've ever given and that I will ever show, they'll proclaim it's not real.
Shut up, Saint.
Not there, because Ponder Sprocket filled their heads with the convenient cope that my evidence is non-existent. As I pointed out before, I had a recorded confession from Toasty in 2020, but because it was from me, it was non-existent. Remember Doodle's reaction in Ponder's server? What evidence does it?
God, how did people ever care what fucking Doodles had to say? Imagine taking Doodle serious.
Kumu have. However, the focal point is the part that reads, and maybe you'll be given a second chance on the platform. How about a more recent example? From Ponder Sprocket's comment section, user Don't Be a Smartass was defending Ponder's hypocrisy of removing my comments from the eyes of the public, making excuses for her doing so. He's hidden because he's harassing the comment section like it's his job.
Of course, harassing again. He's always harassing, no matter what he says.
after giving this man as many chances as he's been given to change and learn and grow. 6 people agreed with that, and this is another example of how their audience also loves to victimize others over the slightest, tiniest of things. I have another. This court jester individual responded to a tweet that noted me and Kumo are friends, bringing up the Madame drama, and of course gave the usual art-tard PR speak in relation to me and Madame. He claimed that I was in the trenches trying to defend Madame. When I responded to court jester and got into the specifics of what happened, they replied back
court jester.
Claimed that I did an interview with Madame, stroking her ego and kissing her ass. That I'd never have a successful commentary career. Later stating a successful commentator would be providing.
Oh no, he did the light. He did the light gif. No, Akumu. Don't.
New and insightful commentary instead of seething over getting humiliated by a bigger creator for talking out of your ass 5 years ago. You're just mad because you're never going to live that down, that you're always going to be the Madame simp. She then posted screenshots of our back and forth, asking if she should watch my retrospective video on Ponder, Sprocket, and Nezimonster, which led to this next interaction where she claimed that I was apparently mad, and that I'm always going to be the guy that Ponder apparently dragged through the dirt, that I needed to grow up and get a job. When another user asked her what I did, she claimed that I went on a tirade, slandering Slimmers and defending Madame, leading Ponder Sprocket to do a takedown of my videos and breaking them down point by point, that I'm still molding.
Fun that they don't mention what his age was at this time. And again, the false narrative that he was defending Madame.
4 to 5 years later and can't handle strangers thinking I'm weird over it. I was curious and took a quick search through her tweets only to find this reply to Omnia from back in 2021 during the copyright strike drama or situation with Kai Wise. Akumu isn't that guy who was white knighting hard for Madame/Princess Ash way back when? Because if that's the case, I'd strike down Akumu too. Akumu
Not liking someone is not a copyright problem.
is not a trustworthy commentator. So I replied,
He was a teen back then, he gets to be cringe. Yes, he gets to be cringe. But the one like Yagami was from 2024.
linking my profile, to which she said I haven't matured beyond the freak that I was when I was 16. This checks the usual boxes we've seen in the art-hard narrative and behavioral habits. A, claiming that I white-knighted or defended or simped for Madame. B, propping up and overinflating what Ponder and Nezzy did in their collab. These people have been doing that for years. And C, downplay what they actually did in the collab and act as though I'm the problem for acknowledging and talking about it by claiming I'm salty over it. However, in this case, it's that I'm molding or seething over it. It's more convenient for the narrative if they present it as though I'm in the wrong for speaking about what Ponder and Nezzy did.
Akumu is a death note, but it kills your YouTube channel. Damn.
Yeah, rather
You
than
know what? At this point, I believe it.
acknowledge what Ponder and Nezzy did. And D, that I haven't matured since I was 16 because I defend myself and speak about what really happened.
How dare you defend yourself instead of going with the public narrative?
Art-tard habits are relevant because Court Jester was the first one to mention the Madame shit. She saw my name and immediately took it as an opportunity to peddle the same false history that they've been pushing for years now. But if I respond and I...
Of course he's friends with Akumu. He was literally in the trenches. Oh god. For no allegation or content based on criminal. What is this? A Cinnabar rumor? Or is Birdie a scammer? Kumu and his friend Akumu have always been extremely bad faith actors.
point that out, or I point out the flaws with it, or if I link videos I've made going in depth on the problems with it, I'm the problem. I'm coping, seething, or molding. I haven't moved on or matured past being 16 because I don't allow them to lie so boldly and it go unchecked. Which is really odd because if that means I haven't matured past being 16, what does that say about you all who keep bringing it up? Court Jester herself, she's still talking about it and bringing it up. But if I talk about it, I haven't matured. It's really silly. A successful commentator would be making new and insightful content. As if
But where's your new and inciting content, bitch?
retrospectives aren't new and insightful. But I guess because they're talking about older events that involve her favorite people, people that she likes, somehow that means they can't be new and insightful because it has information that's inconvenient for her. I've gotten a myriad of comments throughout this series from people telling me they had
Listen, I like every kind of content aside from the content that's against people I like, as it always is.
About any of this, and that they're baffled or confused and appalled by the fact that a lot of this was literally swept under the rug. And you might wonder how it was swept under the rug, because of people like Court Jester and her community who have been repeating the same fucking lie and cover story that I was just defending.
Listen, at least they are self-aware. Their name is literally Court Jester.
It's simping and white knighting for Madame, and that my videos are just me being upset that I was humiliated or dragged through the dirt. Not that these people lied and peddled false information and false accusations and tried to cover a bunch of fucked up shit. No, that can't be it. These people definitely aren't a monolith, though. Maybe that's still not enough. An even more recent example of this you need to change, grow, and be better delusional grandstanding comes from another art-tard, artist Grim or Kira, who has also overestimated what Ponder is capable of. During our second conversation on Discord, which happened only because she didn't like the fact I was talking about what Ponder and Ezzy did in their collab, telling me to move on, that it was old so I shouldn't talk about it, which is rather interesting considering she justified Ponder discussing the situation with Fegos. And that's from November of 2019. But me discussing what Ponder did in 2020, to me, is a problem. Early into our conversation, she said I was continuing to cope and seethe over Ponder and Nezzy's collaboration, later stating this: did Ponder make you think you pushed someone to suicide? Did Ponder say, hey, if you talk about this, I'll kill myself? No, she made a video pointing out your weird opinion on a situation that originally didn't involve you. You put yourself in that drama. It's interesting that Kira puts emphasis on the fact that I wasn't originally involved in it, but I put myself in it, because Ponder also wasn't originally involved. And
I was about to say, I don't think Ponder was originally involved in this, so, and then Ponder fucked up.
And Madame's situation, she put herself in it, and went as far as smearing me, so that she could ride the coattails of it. But I guess that's okay. Ponder didn't get that option.
Listen, it's only 2 AM, it's fine.
Of holding on to it, grow, change, and become better. Prove her wrong by acting better, not spamming hate everywhere she's mentioned. Yes, because informing people what she did, what she and Nezzy did, is spamming hate. Like I just showed earlier, over-dramatization and exaggeration for victim points, while belittling and downplaying what they did to make me look ridiculous or in the wrong for talking about it. But again, they're definitely not a monolith. Basically, if these people decide that something about you is a
Oh
problem...
god, suddenly music started playing in the background. I was taking my headphones off and was like, where's this coming from?
video, and if you don't kowtow to the way they do things and the way they make their videos, their beliefs, then it means you haven't changed or grown. For 4 years, I've talked extensively about where I was wrong in the Madame situation. That doesn't matter to them because it doesn't fit the narrative that they were fed and are eager to believe. Because I'm not entertaining their revisioning of the events, that I was defending, simping, and white knighting for Madame. I'm not validating their...
How dare you not go with the public agreed opinion? How did you not let yourself gaslight into thinking you defended Madame? How dare?
And affirming their delusion that I was entirely wrong, that Ponder and Nezzy were entirely right, and called me out or dragged me through the dirt. Because I point out where Ponder and Nezzy and the FCK were not only wrong, but dishonest. I inform people about it. These people in their audience have told themselves that I'm just salty, mauled, coping, and seething over Ponder and Nezzy because addressing the actual proven flaws within those videos would require them to criticize their favorites and no longer delusionally prop up these hit pieces. They say I'm stuck in the past or that I haven't moved on, despite the fact it was their constant bringing it up that brought us here. It's nothing more than an attempt at forcing my hand to confirm their bias and to validate the narrative. I must...
Do you think that they regret bringing poking the bear so often and bringing it up again because they didn't expect him to go full out? I would imagine they deeply regret it by now.
Agree with what these people say happened, even though it's not true. Since I haven't agreed to that, that means I haven't improved, grown, or matured as a person. Me having a spine, defending myself where I was objectively correct, and not placating to their constant framing and biased retelling of events means I haven't matured past being 16. It's a forced dichotomy. They expect me to go along with this idea that I did all these things that I didn't do. They expect me to apologize for these things that I didn't do. It's laughably retarded, as if I was ever going to seek their fucking approval, let alone take blame for shit I didn't do. There's a thought just lingering at the back of my head and scratching at the door. What gives these people the idea that I want or need their...
Have a good night, Quantum. Thanks for sticking around. Love you, Quantum.
Approval. They assumed that I do because they believe their approval is a prerequisite for anyone, let alone me, to mature, flourish, and continue. The fact that I have without their approval...
Oh, not a good night. Survive work. May work go over fast.
Some autistic little hall monitor pisses them off. These people don't live in reality. They live in these tiny but very bitchy social circles that thrive off of echo chambers, and having these little rituals which are meant to keep their understanding of anything around them completely warped to how they wish the events played out. Take, for example, this comment complaining about me talking about Nezzy Monster throughout the years, but omitting why I am, or the several various tweets and comments claiming I'm just salty over Ponder and Nezzy's collab, but of course omitting what it is they did in the collab that could possibly have me just salty about it. It's a little ironic considering the fact that these people worship and prop up someone who claims to want to dispel misinformation and false narratives, and yet me doing that is a problem for them. A problem that leads them to omitting the very things that these people did to complain about me doing it, and are belittling me for talking about it. If this was Ponder, they wouldn't be doing that. They wouldn't be downplaying what these people did. They love to talk about old drama.
You and me both, Saint. You and me both. Yeah, here you showed more than dozens of examples of the Daku.
Especially to bring it up if they think they can hold it against someone they don't like, or if they've been wronged in the past. Like, again, Heaton when she talks about Junkie. When you talk about the old drama and specifically the things that they don't want questioned, so they can protect the warped retelling of events, their sacred timeline. How dare you talk about old drama? They've moved on, you need to move on, you're petty, you're obsessive, you're coping and seething. It's funny how that works. Think of the saying, history is written by the victors, but change it to, history is written by the majority who think they've won and will do everything to convince themselves of that and convince everyone else of their narrative, and we've arrived at the core of the problem. These people view a situation through the lens of who does their herd agree with most, and then base it off of that to convince themselves that they're right and the other person is wrong, because the majority don't agree with that person. The only advantage these people
also kind of makes you think, like, how often did they handle drama like this? Like, is there a lot of drama where they just literally gaslit everyone into believing they were right and actually completely mishandled it and completely showed it right? Akumu, I believe you after 2 hours we get. Saint is going cray cray.
people have is numbers, so they recite their version of the history any chance they get in hopes of propagating it, so that it is never questioned, so that their retelling of it becomes the consensus among themselves and any potential onlookers. It's history revisionism 101. After all, if so many people claim it happened that way, it must have. They think because they don't agree, I'm therefore wrong. This is why they've constantly tried to convince me and proclaim that I lost, that I need to take the L. Because deep down, they know that's not the case. They just mask the reality to convince others of it. Now this last bit is specifically to and for the art community. The slideshow community.
What do you mean? It always works with Saint. I tell him he lost and he will believe he lost.
Their audience, and even the FCK members. 2020, I told you people that I'd burn your community as a hobby. I told you this wouldn't end the way you wanted it to. In 2021 and 2022, I told you to leave it be or we'd reach this very point, that I was gathering a glory and cooking up something real special. You didn't take it seriously. After all, why would you? I was just some pretentious 16-year-old that you gay-opped, lied about, and smeared for a year with several hit pieces. And you defended the people who lied and made said hit pieces, and continued to peddle the lies and false accusations years after the fact. What could possibly come of that? You should be happy, because this is what you wanted. Why else would you continue to poke and prod if not because you sought the series I offered? You told yourselves that my promises, which you called threats, were empty, that I was bluffing, that it was adorable that I thought I was a threat, that it was cute that I thought I was intimidating. You people and your favorites openly admitted to using me for views and for content, but then you say my series is just me content farming and clout chasing. You threw tantrums over mean words and fucking pronouns, but not the deceit and falsehoods from your favorite people that were about a 16-year-old, which is only noteworthy because you're the same crowd who said lying about a minor was bad. How dare Madame do that? Only to turn around and collectively do it on a scale even greater than Madame did. You are constantly making excuses for your fuck-ups and the fuck-ups of your favorite content creators. That's even if you acknowledge what they did. You are perpetual victims, actively looking for any means of professing yourselves or others as victims of X, Y, and Z.
Senate members gaslighting. No. Is anybody here still sane? Though I am absolutely sane. I think I found my meaning of life. I've seen the light. I see the light.
And your favorite thing that you love to play victim to is harassment. Anything and everything you don't like is harassment. I make tweets, it's harassment. I make YouTube comments, it's harassment. You think mean tweets and comments are harassment until you all are doing it. And you'll gang up on one fucking person while doing it and still manage to convince yourselves you're the good guys or the victims. I defend myself from your false accusations. It's harassment. Take someone looking at your public account and your fucking tweets qualifies as stalking you until you want to do it to other people. So you can't keep to your own word, let alone the rules you make up. You people are the poster children of the problem with
This is my third watch. X, you're stronger than I am. Okay, I know. Okay, I watched it once by myself. Part of Beckett's, at least the parts I already covered. And yeah, okay.
Teens from how the real world works does more harm than good. But now the fuck-ups of your parents are the rest of the world's problems. In this case, the internet. You've gathered together and cultivated a horrendous ghoul that represents everything.
I crave death, but also FNAF. Not FNAF X, no! If this is stalking, what is what I do considered a threat on your life?
Wrong with tribalism. Despite all of this, you've somehow managed
How
to
are you still alive?
that you're more mature than every single person you don't like. Every single time. What are the odds of that? What makes you even think that? Because you limit yourselves from saying certain mean words? Because you have the proper politics? Because you think excusing people you like for breaking your rules and then trying to publicly hang those you don't like for supposedly breaking those same rules is nuanced? Because
I have seen how some of those ACC people do arguments without slurs. I'll be honest. If they come up, I would prefer if they would just call me a slur.
Because you care about trivial shit like pronouns more than lies, deceit, false accusations, and so on. The selective outcry over insults, and when it is and isn't allowed. Or is it your cowardice with the constant subtweets and circle jerks? You're supposed to be the more mature party when so many of you spiral into shit fits and tantrums over fucking pronouns, and refuse to admit something is true because someone you don't like is saying it. You people talk about how everyone should be heard, yet you're the same crowd who mass reported me in an attempt to shut me up and tried to sway me from responding and getting my side out. Even if we set aside the FCK's private actions, their Discord server, both of your communities still look fucking stupid. You happily cheered on the FCK and Co from video to video. Many of you were in their comments and on Twitter defending these people, pushing their false claims and misinformation. You were in their comment sections, validating and cheering them on. You were right in the bandwagon just like they were. Don't forget the Discord servers either. Look at yourselves, now that something has come of your collective antics, that your attempt to deny, downplay, scapegoat, skirt around, all to prevent people from seeing, have completely failed and became a catastrophic mess for everyone to laugh at. Now you're so quiet. Where's the Twitter call-out threads, the call-out videos informing your audience about what they did, correcting the misinformation and narrative that many of you people
X has officially lost their mind. Saint, get ready. We might have to put them out of the misery.
and peddled in. Or your silly little demands for these people to take accountability that you love to do to everyone else. I don't see any of those accountability calls, nor any of your hashtags. Why is telling the truth even to my own faults crippling your fucking community? People leaving left and right, running off to the VTubing community, some changing their names and wanting nothing to do with this little sickly husk. Now your favorites are oh so sorry. They wish they could change what they did. They regret it. Hits me right in the ticker. You're sorry now? Why? Why now and not when you did it? Not the 3 or 4 years after the fact when you hit it. You were just calling me out, right? Teaching me a lesson, showing me my blaze, giving me a reality check, setting me down, protecting those minors and the artists in the FCK, right? Protecting Slimmers from the big bad meanie on Twitter, right? You were just holding me accountable. So which is—
Don't think about it, X. Don't think about it.
Take your pick. Those bullshit justifications were blown smoke right from the beginning. A cloud of dust to keep people blissfully ignorant. But the dust always settles. My personal favorite is the teaching me a lesson that I needed to learn. Not only because your sense of moral superiority is so grotesquely hollow, but because lesson learned and lesson shared. That's what this series is. You showed me, right? So I showed all. Why are you upset that I shared the lesson you eagerly wanted to teach me? Look at the fruits of
Any
your
last words, Freddy lover?
labor and be proud. Defended it tooth and nail up to this point. Why turncoat now? Many of you have just as much a part to play in this as I do. We wouldn't be here without you, and you know who you are. Stoke the flame despite me telling you to leave it be. But you couldn't do that. You all had to get your own on the big bad guy. Had to show me my place. You wanted me as the villain of this story. I was 16, and yet I was compared to All for One by your precious Ponder.
You know, I'm not familiar with this game, but I hope that Akumu is playing as All for One because the personality tie-in would be so perfect, I could laugh myself to sleep tonight.
Referred to as if I'm fucking Voldemort, and called Satan. You compared me to fucking Onision and Elliot Roger. It's also
Excuse fucking Onision. The fuck, getting mad Onision vibes from you, bruh.
You couldn't pick a lane. 1 minute, I'm a joke. I'm a laughingstock, or the laughingstock.
Suddenly
you don't
he's
take seriously,
the
that will
Onision.
never have an audience. The next minute, you and your favorites are fear-mongering your own community with me by claiming I was a serial doxer, harasser, and stalker. I've shown just a portion of the consequences of that. Let's put this in a really larpy way. Let's have fun with it. Sure, I had the Twitter handle Valenius, but it was you all who made me the antagonist of this story. You propped yourselves up as the good guys, the good people who were just trying to teach me a lesson, to get me to learn. So I became the end. Though this is clearly what you wanted, you all don't seem that pleased with it. Did you think this would play out like your Pony and Hedgehog cartoons? With the colorful, cheerful good guys teaming up so the supposed bad guy gets his
Yes, the friends all win. This is, again, also something in the ACC. There's always have to be one good guy, one bad guy. He said Leon Watchers. That's worse than Onision. Bruh. You can't even say his name on YouTube. No.
Good people. The heroes coming together to put a stop to his evildoer ways before more totally innocent artards get hurt. Because I've hurt so many people, right? Which, by the way, Akumu still stands behind all of his bigotry and continues to hurt people for fun. He literally hasn't grown up and still deserves to be called out. If you want someone to blame, start with the people who picked the fight with me again and again, then had the gall to victimize themselves and each other. Fuchsia Butter cried harassment, and many of you people validated it and said I harassed him. Mad Libs cried harassment, and you people validated it. Miss Easy claimed harassment, you people validated it. Nezzy Monster cried harassment and stalking, you people validated it. Next, the
Oh shit, Akumu called you on the Sonic thing? X, you're next.
mindless retards who cheered on the FCK despite what I was revealing in each video back in 2020. The people who made excuses for them. You didn't just enable them. You defended them, sided with them, and rewarded it. Look to those around you who ignored what they were doing because they were targeting someone you didn't like. Look to those of you who actively avoided addressing or mentioning what they did, so you could complain about me discussing them. Several in the comments, or Heaton, Ephraim, and many more who refused to speak up, yet were so vocal before. Hell, if you want someone to really blame, if it wasn't for Ponder Sprocket and Nezzy Monster, I wouldn't have found out about the FCK. Had they not made the collab, which so many of you glaze and inflate, Fuchsia Butter would have watched it and then been inspired to make his video on me. Had he not made his video on me, after being inspired by Ponder and Nezzy, I would have never heard of Fuchsia Butter and looked into him. I would have never seen him listing the members of the FCK in his Discord server, and thus never learned of their group. It's fascinating how just one choice or a series of decisions can bring about so much, and one long chain of events.
Damn. How much do you think the others hate Fuchsia Butter now?
A domino effect that was taking place right in front of you people, but you wouldn't allow yourselves to see it because doing so would require looking at the fuck-ups of you and your favorite people and seeing them for what they are rather than the personas you love so much. Then make your way to the people who kept dredging up and pointing at the illusion of history that you all crafted, conjured up, and never corrected. So much for being against false narratives though, because those people, the consistent ones who kept pushing it, like Concordia Harmony, who was dunking on me in Ponder's comments 4 years ago, later on complaining about the fact that I talk about what Ponder and Nezzy did in their collab. Also, thank you for proving, by the way, that this harassment you keep levying to Nezzy and Ponders over a 4-year-old
I love his voice there. The harassment.
refuse to let go because you're an actual child. The art-tart habits in this are calling it harassment when it's not. They fucking love to use that word anytime it's convenient for them. Admitting what Nezzy and Ponder did in their collab to then complain about me talking about it. In this case, saying that it's a 4-year-old grudge that I refuse to let go, even though it's their community who has consistently brought it up again and again and again, and I've just talked about what they actually did in the collab. And then calling me a child, basically saying that I haven't matured because I talk about what they did. Or there's this interaction where he's losing it because I brought up the FCK. That I keep hounding Nezzy about this and that it happened years ago, yet I apparently get my panties in a twist when someone brings up the Madame situation that I clearly want to move past. That I'm saltier than Crate. So calling me salty because I dare-
gee. Listen, it's okay when we do it. You want to move past? How about no? What? The others want to move past? Come on, let it go.
talk about what they did. But these people definitely aren't a monolith. Overall, he has shown a disdain or dislike because I talk about what these people did, because I talk about what Ponder and Nezzy did, saying that it's harassment I'm levying at them, reminiscent of Kira saying I was spamming hate because I was talking about it, and that it's a 4-year-old grudge that I can't let go. In the case of Nezzy and the FCK, that I'm just salty. Of course, just like the art cards I've shown you before, omitting what they did that could possibly have me so salty or upset, to avoid rationalizing my problems with them. And this gets even better when you consider the fact that he was in Mr. Enter's comment section last year, peddling the same false accusations from Ponder and Nezzy's collab, that I was trying to get Slimmer's personal information, the false attempted doxing accusation. So I'm not allowed to talk about the collab that they made 4 years ago, otherwise it's harassment levied at Ponder and Nezzy. But he's allowed to repeat the false accusations that were levied at me 4 years ago from the very videos he doesn't like me talking about. This is because it's always been about
Yeah, he did take accountability for Madame even before this video. You know, I think at this moment he deserved his anime villain arc and to move past it. There will always be some idiots who will bring it back up again, but you know what? Fuck
maintaining that
those.
narrative around my name. And those two videos are very important components of that narrative. So I'm not allowed to talk about it without being salty or holding a grudge or being petty or being obsessive or coping and seething. But these people are allowed to continuously peddle the false claims from it. And it's none of that. And I'm sure this will come as a shock to you, but he's also a member of Lao Convoy Senate, or as it's been rebranded, Cat's Lair. I could keep going with names, but you people know who you are. You people built the yellow brick road for me. You laid the foundation and you lined up the dominoes. You sat there with me, whether you knew it or not, and placed each log of this very pyre that now burns. Each video, each lie about me, each defense of them, every contradiction of the very rules and standards you placed on me and others. You gave me the very hand you loathe, which is especially odd because you also insisted that I was bluffing, convinced yourselves that I was bluffing. You said again and again that I had no evidence for my claims, insisted that I had no evidence, so I documented everything for our special moment. Yet you now complain that I have so much.
special moment.
Is here. To put this in the most overdramatic and LARPy way I can, since overdramatic LARP seems to be the only thing you can really grasp. And I say this based on the people you all have propped up throughout the years, whether it be the entire slideshow community, or Doodle Tones, or Ponder Sprocket, even Fuchsia Butter. You nurtured the very cocoon that surrounded me, yet you're appalled and shocked when it popped out. As if I did not tell you people ahead of time we would end up here if you didn't leave it be. I left breadcrumbs and hints and foreshadowing all over the place. I've accepted the fact that many of you will never be honest and transparent about what happened. I've accepted the fact you will never be consistent in your standards, will not hold these people to the same standards you tried to hold me to. For a community so insistent that I haven't changed, I've shown 4 or 5 years worth of the same habits, the same lies, and the same attempts to cover everything up. It's projection. You obscure the actions and wrongdoings on your side, and then project them onto your opposition. A quick and perfect example from your crowd is Night Tie-Dye. During one of the many shit fits over me and Lao Convoy's Cat's Lair, this one involved Nyx seething over everything about my video. Now I said, people like him like to pretend his shit doesn't stink. And this is from the same guy who tried to accuse me of hiding my video in order to validate Ponder and Nezzy's conspiracies. In another tweet, he complained about me
I've
deleting
been going back and forth and I'm so proud of you. Thank you, Cloudy. I love you, Cloudy. I need a hug.
Slimer's comment on my video. So again, I ask, where is your tweet talking about the fact the FCK members took down several of their videos? Fuchsia Butter or Mad Libs? How about the fact they deleted evidence against themselves? Nezzy telling Toasty to get rid of these Slimmers in SFW chat because it could become a problem. Nezzy recently deleted a tweet and defended deleting comments on her Blue Sky account. Fuchsia Butter deleted tweets back in 2020 and most recently, in 2024, deleted the Discord messages in his server that were talking about murdering me or mass reporting my video. Then deleted his original Discord account.
Now he deletes all the... deletes all the messages where he said he will go murder Kumo. Fucking crazy people, I swear.
About Ponder, who's been deleting my comments and other people's comments. There's not a single tweet from you and I talking about any of that. You're an SCC member and you've said nothing about Doodle's antics. Yet I think my shit doesn't stink. Point is, you people will continue to try and pin the blame on me, to make me out to be the one at fault because I kept my word. You will continue to recite the same narrative about me. But none of that will make a difference now. The retrospective series is here. The timeline is here. People can see the FCK for who they are and what they did. And people can now see your communities for who you all are, for having supported and defended them along the way, for having covered for them as long as you have. No amount of cope, no amount of blaming me, no amount of calling me obsessive because I kept my word and documented everything will change this reality. I told you what they did in their videos. I tried to tell you what they were doing behind the scenes, and you made me out to be crazy and continued to defend them. All because smearing me and getting own on me was your priority. And look how well it worked out for you. This doesn't make me big brain or very intelligent. This doesn't even come close to an ego boost. I told you where this would go when I was 16. I'm not waving it around to prop myself up and say I'm this big bad tough guy. I put emphasis on it because you claimed I'm bad faith. How can I be bad faith if I told you it would go this way? I've been upfront since the beginning about where this would go.
Also crazy that he kept a promise he made at 16 5 years later.
And what was taking place. Me in this series is the total sum of your compounding failures. You suffocated your own community with your never-ending bullshit, constantly placing the weight of your failures and inadequacies on the shoulders of everyone else but yourselves. Which is fucking hilarious from a community that wants to talk about accountability. Now you think running to other communities is your refuge, when you were so determined to have your smear campaign follow me. No. You wanted your lies about me to follow me. So the truth about you is going to follow you. It's more than fair. I guess the question I should ask now is, did I get to work? Since it was so funny when I said it before. Maybe Diggs and the FCK thought it was funny. If I didn't get to work yet, well, don't worry. I still have 2 more episodes in the series after this. Plenty more to show your community off. And a funeral, that is. I hope you've enjoyed or gotten a laugh out of this ridiculously, autistically long video. It's taken me a couple of months to put together. I think I'm going to end this the same way it all started.
This is my perfect victory! That's right! I win!
The last... literally me right now. And with that, we finished it. We finished the 9-hour video by Akumo, the FCK Maxim, ArtCC's 4-year failure. That was a rough ride. My big facet at the end. All degenerates, fuck them all. They can do bad flips for all I care. The community in general, all sweepers. all sweepers. Akumu deserves his anime villain arc. I will admit the last bit where he, again, summarized it from his own perspective from back then was really rough. Like, to see what goes on, what really goes on in the headspace of someone who had to go through this as a teenager was really rough. Like, I can't even, like I said, I probably start to repeat myself. But even to imagine to going through all this as a teenager and having all these big content creators go against you and have their whole communities against you, gaslighting everyone, telling a false narrative about you, telling just everyone you're a horrible human. Really fucked up. I'm glad he got it out now. And with that, we are finished for today. If you want, first of all, like and subscribe. Of course, do all the fun YouTube stuff. If you want even more ACC, FPS Diesel is going over more Jartent. Make sure to check him out. And with that, I'm free. I'm out. It's almost 3 AM. I will go to fucking bed. You all have a great night, day, whatever time it is for you. Goodbye.